को हटा दो और सब कुछ रहे तो क्या मूल्य होगा? परमात्मा मुस्कुराए, वाह माया, आज तो तूने हमें छलने की बात कर दी। परमात्मा ने कहा ठीक है, ठीक है माया, आज से ये इंसान, ये मानस, ये नर नारी, आज से ये तेरा भी और मेरा भी, और तेरा भी नहीं और मेरा भी नहीं। मायने का ये क्या अर्थ हुआ? मैंने आपसे ये मानव जाति मांगी और आप कह रहे हो कि आज से मानव जाति तेरी भी और मेरी भी और मेरी भी नहीं और तेरी भी नहीं। परमात्मा ने मुस्कुराते हुए कहा, माया, मैं इस मानव जाति को सत्संग देता हूं, मैं इस मानव जाति को ये वेद पुराण सदग्रंथ देता हूं। इस कलयुग में मैं इस मानव जाति को ये सत्संग का ज्ञान देता हूं। जो सत्संग सुनकर समझ जाएंगे वो मेरे हो जाएंगे, और जो सत्संग सुनकर भी नहीं समझेंगे वो माया तेरे हो जाएंगे। तब से अनंत काल से यही चला आ रहा है। आइए मां पावन गंगा के तट पर बैठकर हम विचार करें कि हम माया के हैं या परमात्मा के। निर्णय आपके हाथ में, क्योंकि कलयुग केवल
नाम आधारा, सुमिर सुमिर नर उतरहि पारा। कलयुग केवल नाम आधारा, सुमिर सुमिर नर उतरहि पारा। सीताराम जय सीताराम, सीताराम जय सीताराम, सीताराम जय सीताराम, सीताराम
सिया
जय
स्वयंवर,
सिया स्वयंवर देखे जाई, इसका ही धो गई बड़ाई। सिया स्वयंवर देखी जाई, इसका ही धो गई बड़ाई। पुनि मुनि वृंद समेत कृपाला, देखन चले धनुष बक्साला। रंग भूमि आए दो भाई, अस सुध सब पुर बासिन पाई।
आइए, राजा जनक का निमंत्रण गया था दूर दूर तक सीता के स्वयंवर के लिए। मैं भी आपको निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं जनकपुर चलने के लिए। पर जो आज कलयुग में बैठा है माया के साथ, कहीं और ध्यान है, कोई मोबाइल के साथ, तो फिर वो जनकपुर कैसे जाएगा? पर अगर हाँ, अगर सीता सीताराम जप रहे हो तो आप लोगों को निमंत्रण विवाह का मिल गया है। आज भगवान के विवाह की लीला है, इसलिए अपना निमंत्रण स्वयं बनाएं, सीताराम गुणगान करते हुए।
सीताराम जय सीताराम, 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 सीताराम जय सीताराम। कही मृदु बचन विनीत तिन्ह, बैठा रे नर नारी। उत्तम मध्यम नीच लघु, निज निज थल अनुहारी, निज निज थल
बोलिए जनक जी महाराज की जय।
मिथिलापुर नरेश महाराज जनक की जय। महाराज जनक की जय। महाराज जनक
आप भी बोलिए
की जय।
बंदीजन, इस धनुष महोत्सव में आए हुए सभी राजा और महाराजा गणों को मेरा प्रण भली भांति सुना दीजिए।
जो आज्ञा महाराज। हे पृथ्वी का पालन करने वाले सभी राजा और महाराजागण, हम अपनी विशाल भुजा उठाकर महाराज जनक का प्रण कहते हैं। सावधान सावधान योद्धागणों, सुनो लगाकर ध्यान। कहते हैं हम सभा में, नृप संकल्प महान। ये महामहोत्सव समारोह राजा के प्रण का परिचय है। अवसर है आर्य परीक्षा का, परिणाम प्रणय है, परिणय है। जो धनुष दक्ष मुख में शिव जी ने सुरगण के लिए उठाया था, निभिनंदन देवराज जी ने फिर जिसे धरोहर पाया था, फिर जिसे उठाया सीता ने और न कोई उठा सका। 10 शीश सहज बाहु भी जिसे तिल भर भी ना हटा ना हिला सका। उस पर ही प्रण कर मिथिलेश्वर बैठे हैं आर्य परीक्षा में। पृथ्वी वीरों से शून्य नहीं, प्रण ठाना इसी प्रतीक्षा में। राजा की टेक प्रतिज्ञा अब पूरी धनुआ द्वारा होगी। जो वीर धनुष को तोड़ेगा, अर्पण उसको सीता होगी। हे वीरों, समय यही तो है भुजबल की शक्ति दिखाने का। धनुर्विद्या का विशाल डंका मिथिला के मध्य बजाने का। देखे वे कौन वीरवर है जो राजा का जामाता हो। है कौन भाग्यशाली ऐसा सीता से जिसका नाता हो। हे राजा और महाराजागण, आप सबने महाराज जनक का प्रण सुन ही लिया है। अब बारी बारी से आइए और अपने हाथों से अपने भाग्य का निर्माण कीजिए। आइए महाराज, आइए।
दूर दूर के राजा अपना भाग्य चमकाने वाले आए हैं। सभी दूर दूर से आए, पर धनुआ को तो कोई खिला ना पाए। सब में अपनापन है अभिमान, कौन समझाएगा इनको ये सम्मान। इतना भारी धनुष, इस धनुष को लगता है ना जाने पृथ्वी ने पकड़ लिया। या कौन सा गुरुत्वाकर्षण। अब मैं देखता हूं जनक राजा, ये धनुष मैं उठाऊंगा। 100 हाथियों का बल मुझ में है, मैं सीता का वरण कर जाऊंगा। आए हैं धृष्व धनुष को उठाने, अपना भाग्य अजमाने। कोई पतला कोई मोटा, पर उठाएगा धनुष जोर का। ऐसा करते हैं, सब मिलकर उठाते हैं, बस उठाएंगे मिलकर। उठाओ, जोर लगाओ। हजारों राजाओं ने एक साथ धनुष
हाय, मैंने जो प्रण ठाना था उसे सुनकर द्वीप द्वीप के अनेकों राजा आए। देवता और दैत्य भी मनुष्य का रूप धारण करके आए, और भी बहुत से रणधीर वीर आए। परंतु इस धनुष को तोड़ना तो दूर, कोई तनिक तिल भर हिला भी न सका। है द्वीप द्वीप के राजा गण, है द्वीप द्वीप के राजा गण, हम किसे कहे बलशाली है। हमको तो यह विश्वास हुआ पृथ्वी वीरों से खाली है। पहले ज्ञात होता ऐसा तो ऐसी बेबसी नहीं होती। हम करते नहीं प्रतिज्ञा ये तो ऐसी हंसी नहीं होती। अब तोड़े अपने प्रण को तो धर्म हानि है, लज्जा है, पुत्री को कुंवारी रहना है। क्या करे हमारे वश क्या है। आसरा छोड़ प्रस्थान करो, दुख हमें दिया है दाता ने। सीता सुकुमारी का विवाह लिखा ही नहीं विधाता ने, लिखा ही नहीं विधाता ने।
रघुवंशियों के समाज में जहां तक कोई होगा, उस समाज में ऐसे वचन कोई नहीं कहेगा जैसे अनुचित वचन रघुकुल शिरोमणि श्री राम जी को उपस्थित जानते हुए महाराज श्री जनक जी ने कहे हैं। हे सूर्य वंश के कमल रूपी सूर्य, सुनिए, मैं स्वभाव से कहता हूं, कुछ अभिमान से नहीं कहता। यदि आपकी आज्ञा पाऊं तो सारे ब्रह्मांड को गेंद की तरह उठा सकता हूं और उसे कच्चे खड़े के समान फोड़ सकता हूं। तो फिर आपके प्रताप से यह पुराना धनुष तो चीज ही क्या है। अब तो ना सही चाँद पीर रघुवीर दीर, तीर सम लगे है बैन, आयुष जो पाऊं मैं। ललित मरोर मही, बारिद में दारू बोरी, तोरी दिग्दंतन के दंत न दिखाऊं मैं।
लक्ष्मण गति की
रो प्रताप बल, साची कहूं रघुवीर, मेरू लो खार चित छोर लगदाऊं मैं। अटिक रहे हो कहां, तनिक निकारो मुक्ते बैन, झटक सरासन को चटक चढ़ाऊं मैं। तोरो छत्र दंड जिमी, तब प्रताप बलिनाथ, जो मैं ऐसा ना करूं पुने न धरहु धनुहाथ, पुने न धरहु धनुहाथ। नाथ याही प्रण रोपो, उलट देव ब्रह्मांड, यदि वषण में कोपो। इन राजन संग हार मान, नाही मुख मोड़ो, चरण कमल उर्राख नाथ, पल में धनु तोड़ो। सच्चे योद्धा सच्चे क्षत्रिय अपमान नहीं सह सकते हैं, जिनको सुनने की ताब नहीं वे चुप कैसे रह सकते हैं। रघुवंश राम जी के होते अनुचित वाणी कह डाली है, यह शब्द हृदय में चुभते हैं, पृथ्वी वीरों से खाली है। मेरा स्वभाव ही ऐसा है, अपमान न मुझे गवारा है कृपा गुरु के चरणों की, बल तेज प्रताप तुम्हारा है। अभिमान त्याग कर कहता हूं, आदेश आपका पाऊं मैं, इस धनुआ की तो बिसात क्या, सारा ब्रह्मांड उठाऊं मैं।
दुश्मन जति की
चल को चल कर दूं, ले आओ उतार सितारों को, सुरमे की तरह पीस डालूं मैं पृथ्वी और पहाड़ों को। फिर धनुष पुराना पड़ा हुआ तिनका सा किस गिनती में है, सैकड़ों कोस तक ले दौड़ूं, इतना तो बल उंगली में है।
लक्ष्मण, शांत हो जाओ।
हे रघुकुल शिरोमणि राम, उठो, भगवान शंकर के धनुष का खंडन कर महाराज जनक जी के संताप को दूर करो।
जो आज्ञा गुरुदेव।
हे सखी, इस समय राजा को कोई यह नहीं सुझाता है, ये बालक इस हठयोग के कहां जो धनुष उठाने जाता है। रावण बाणासुर से योद्धा हारे जब धनुष उठाने में, फिर समय नष्ट क्यों करते हैं बच्चों को खेल खिलाने में। अब तक हुई बदनामी बहुत, अब फिर क्यों हंसी कराते हैं। योद्धा तो मत्थे रगड़ चुके, अब बच्चे धनुष उठाते हैं। इससे तो यही अच्छा है उत्सव समाप्त कर डाले, प्रण अपना छोड़ योग्य वर से सीता का ब्याह रचा डाले।
रानी जी, ये बालक बड़े बाकुरे हैं, फिर बड़ा हुआ साहस भी है। मत देखो बाल्यावस्था को, बल तो कुछ चीज और है। छोटा सा अंकुश मतवाले हाथी को वश में करता है। रोगी कितना भी हो असाध्य, रत्ती भर रस बल देता है। इसलिए छोड़कर घबराहट, विश्वास हृदय में धरिएगा। रघुबीर धनुष को तोड़ेंगे। रानी जी धीरज धरिएगा।
हे दसों दिशाओं के दिग्गजों, कमट, शेष, वाराह, तुम सब मेरी आज्ञा मान सजग हो जाओ, क्योंकि रघुकुल शिरोमणि श्री राम भगवान शंकर के धनुष का खंडन करने जा रहे हैं। इसलिए मेरी आज्ञा मान तुम सब सावधान हो जाओ।
सभी लोग हाथ जोड़कर राम की इस प्रार्थना में शामिल हों।
धनुष गर है भारी तो कृपा तुम्हारी, इसे तोड़ देंगे ये तेरे पुजारी। धनुष गर है भारी तो कृपा तुम्हारी, इसे ये तेरे पुजारी। धनुष गर है भारी। धनुष आपका है मेरे प्यारे शंकर, इसे फूल करना न करना भयंकर। प्रसिद्ध प्रसिद्ध प्रभु मन्मथ थारी, धनुष गर है भारी तो कृपा तुम्हारी, इसे तोड़ देंगे ये तेरे पुजारी, धनुष गर है भारी।
भगवान राम भगवान शंकर से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, जो सबकी सुनने वाले हैं, देवाधिदेव महादेव शिव।
कैलाश पर बैठे प्रणाम लीजिए, मिले यश सभा में ये वरदान दीजिए, सुरेश्वर महेश्वर हो जय जय तुम्हारी, धनुष गर है भारी तो कृपा तुम्हारी, इसे तोड़ देंगे ये तेरे पुजारी, धनुष गर है भारी।
चढ़ावत खेचक गाढ़े, काहू न लखा देख सब उठाड़े,
और भगवान राम
ते ही छन
सहजता से शिव धनुष को उठाने, श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की, श्री रामचंद्र
शंकर चाप जहाज, सागरु रघुबर बाहुबल, बूढ़ सो सकल समाज, चढ़ा जो प्रथम ही मोह बस।
सभी लोग अभिमान लेकर आए थे कि धनुष हम तोड़ेंगे, पर भगवान राम ने अभिमान नहीं प्रणाम किया, और जनक नंदिनी सुनैना की लाडली अपनी सखियों के साथ जयमाल लेकर चली राघवेंद्र की ओर। आइए, मैं निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं जगत में बैठे सब लोगों को, राम की जयमाल में शामिल हों, मंगल गान करते हुए, मंगल गीत गाते हुए, सम्मिलित हुए राम की जयमाल में। सभी हाथ उतर, और सिया सखियों के साथ धीरे धीरे बढ़ती हुई जयमाल की।
तेरी सखी मंगल गावोरी, तेरी सखी मंगल गावोरी, तेरी सखी मंगल गावोरी, तेरी सखी मंगल गावोरी, धरती अमर सजावोरी, धरती अमर सजावोरी, धरती अमर सजावोरी, धरती अमर सजावोरी,
राम विवाह के हम भी साक्षी बने, मंगल गीत गाते हुए, चौक पुराते हुए, राम को हृदय में सजाते हुए। सिया ने राम को देखा और जनकपुर की वाटिका को याद किया कि दर्शन हुआ वाटिका में, आज वो पुष्प इनके हृदय में डालने हैं। और सिया ने धीरे धीरे सकचाते हुए वो प्रेम के साथ जयमाल ली और मां सुनैना मुदित हो गई। रंगों से रंग मिले, रंगों से रंग मिले, नए नए ढंग खिले, नए नए ढंग खिले, खुशी आज द्वार मेरे डाले है तेरा, खुशी आज द्वार मेरे डाले है तेरा। और खुशियों का आंगन सिया ने सुकुचाते हुए राम के गले में जयमाल डाली। पीहू पीहू पपीहा रटे, लाला चंद्र भगवान की, कुहू कोयलिया करे, कुहू कोयलिया करे, आंगन आंगन है परियों का डेरा, आंगन आंगन है परियों का डेरा। राम ने भी जयमाल पहनाई। अब तक थी सिया और थे राम, अब हो गए सिया राम। सब मेल
देखी देव बरस ही सुमन, सकुचे सकल भुआ, जन बिलो की रवि कुमुद
रघुवर ने, राम ने सिया के माल में, गलमाल में वो जयमाल डाली। राम सिया की और सिया राम की, और पावन पद बन गया रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीता राम। पर ये क्या, जैसे कोई नजर लगी हो, मेघ गर्जने लगे, पृथ्वी कुछ कांपने से लगी। सखियों ने सिया जी को लेकर एक आसन पे बिठाया। जनकपुर की नारियां तो घबरा सी गई। क्या हुआ? जनकपुर के दरबारी हाफते हुए आए और कहा, गुरुदेव परशुराम जी आए हैं।
आयुष्मान भव।
मुनिवर, मेरी पुत्री सीता आपको प्रणाम करती है।
राजपुत्री सावित्री भव।
मुनिवर, अयोध्या नरेश महाराज दशरथ के पुत्र राम और लक्ष्मण आपको सादर प्रणाम करते हैं।
निडर हो अरीते सदा, समर न जीते कोय, चिरंजीव जुग जुग जियो, कीर्ति लतांत्र दोए। मेरे इस फरसे से अभय हो जाओ पुत्रो। हे जनक, कहो क्या कारण है? यह भारी भीड़ भाड़ क्यों है? यह अभी शोर सा कैसा था? वीरों में छेड़छाड़ क्यों है?
हे मुनिवर, एक दिन मेरी पुत्री सीता घर का कार्य कर रही थी, तब वहां पर भगवान शंकर का विशाल धनुष रखा हुआ था, जिसे मेरी पुत्री सीता ने बड़ी सहजता से उठाकर एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान पर रख दिया। बस तभी से मैंने प्रण कर लिया कि जो भी वीर भगवान शंकर के इस विशाल धनुष का चाप चढ़ाएगा अथवा खंडन करेगा, उसी से मैं अपनी पुत्री सीता का विवाह कर दूंगा। सो है प्रभु, आज मेरी प्रतिज्ञा पूर्ति का दिन है।
हैं? ये क्या? भगवान शंकर के धनुष की ऐसी दीन अवस्था। ओ मूढ़जनक, जल्दी बतला, किसने धनवा तोड़ा है? किसने भरे स्वयंवर में सीता से नाता जोड़ा है? अत्यंत शीघ्र बतला उसको, वरना सब चौपट कर डालूंगा। जितना भी तेरा राजपाट सब उलट पुलट कर डालूंगा।
हे नाथ, शिव धनुष तोड़ने वाला भी कोई शिव प्यारा ही होगा। जिसने किया है ऐसा अपराध, वो दास तुम्हारा ही होगा। जो कृपा पात्र है गुरुओं का, वह कब किससे डर सकता है। जिस पर कृपा है ब्राह्मणों की, यह काम वही कर सकता है।
हे राम, सेवक वो है जिसका सेवा ही जीवन है। जो बैरी जैसा काम करे वह इस परसे का भोजन है। हे राम, बना है अगवा तू इस क्षत्रिय कुल की गाड़ी में, इसलिए मसल वह याद आई तिनका है चोर की दाढ़ी में।
स्वामी, सुख का संवाद कभी दुख का कारण बन जाता है। मीठी बोली के कारण ही तोता पिंजरे में आता है। जो ज्यादा मीठा होता है वह अपना नाश कराता है। मीठे गन्ने को देखो तो कोल्हू में पेला जाता है। भाई ने मीठे वचन कहे तो क्रोध आपको आया है। सबसे पहले ये बोल उठे इसलिए दोषी ठहराया है। अच्छा अपराधी हम ही सही, हमने ये विष घोला है। जो करना है सो करे आप, शिव धनुष हम ही ने तोड़ा है। बचपन में जो धनवी तोड़ी तो कभी ना इतना रिसियाए। इस धनवे में क्या लाल लगे जो स्वामी इतना गरमाए।
और राजा के लड़के, मुंह को नहीं संभाल रहा तू? मुझ जैसे क्रोधी के आगे क्यों आके लाल निकाल रहा तू? श्री महादेव का महाधनुष अत्यंत विदित है, अनुपम है। ऐसा प्रचंड कोदंड वाला छोटी छोटी धनवी समय।
श्रीमान तपस्वी ब्राह्मण है, इसलिए मुझे कुछ कहना है। ब्राह्मण का भूषण क्रोध नहीं, जो महाराज ने पहना है। यह गहना है राजपूतों का, जो पहना जाता है रण में। अपराध क्षमा हो महामुनि, शांति ही चाहिए ब्राह्मण में।
ओ बालक, क्या हुआ तुझे जो बात काटता जाता है? क्या न्योतारी ब्राह्मण समझा जो मुझे डांटता जाता है? तो सीधा ब्राह्मण ना जान, मैं क्षत्रिय कुल का द्रोही हूँ, मृगवंशी, बाल ब्रह्मचारी, अति क्रोधी हूँ, निर्मोही हूँ। मेरे इस लोहू परसे ने लोहू की नदी बहाई है। ये आर्य भूमि कई बार अन्याय रहित बनाई है। इस परसे को तू भी निहार जो लहू चाटने वाला है।
बस इसी एक ही परसे से वीरों का स्वर्ग द्वार खुला। हल्दी की एक गांठ से ही परसट्टे का बाजार खुला। अब बीत चुकी इसकी बहार, यह शस्त्र आपका गुठल है। परसे में नहीं प्रबलता वो जो बूढ़ी वाणी में बल है। परसा दिखलाकर बार बार क्यों क्षत्रिय कुमार को डरा रहे। बलिहार आप तो फूकों से विंध्याचल पर्वत हिला रहे। हम उस माई के लाल नहीं जो हौवे से भय खा जाए। हम छुई मुई के पेड़ नहीं जो उंगली से मुरझा जाए।
तुदमुए बड़ों से हंसी छोड़, अन्यथा रुलाएगा परसा। कर देगा खट्टे दांत, अभी वह स्वाद चखाएगा परसा। तू लड़का है, लड़का ही रहे, क्यों मुझसे लड़कर मरता है? मुझ जैसे क्रोधी के आगे किस लिए लड़कपन करता है?
श्री महाराज, हम लड़के हैं, लड़के ही लड़कपन करते हैं। पर तुम्हें नहीं शोभा देता जो लड़कों के मुंह लगते हैं। मेरे मुंह में वो दांत नहीं जो तिनके से ही ढह जाए। डर है परसे की लपटों से, कहीं शेष ही शेष न रह जाए।
और लड़के
पर बच्चों की बातों का विद्वान ना बुरा मानते हैं, उनके मुख तो गंगा है, उचित अनुचित ना जानते हैं। विप्रो की भांति आप आते तो सह लेता ये लाते भी, वीरों का सा वेश देख कि इसने इतनी बातें भी। जो दंड आप देना चाहें उसका अधिकारी तो मैं हूँ, ये सब प्रकार निर्दोषी है, सच्चा अपराधी तो मैं हूँ।
हे राम, अपराधी के वास्ते है कुठार की दहार।
अपराधी तो है महाराज जो उत्सव बिगाड़ने आए हैं। भाई ने दही बिलो डाली तो घी निकालने आए हैं। ये धनुष अनगिनत वर्षों से था मिथिलापुर में पड़ा हुआ, मिथिलेश्वर के कब्जे में था, बस उन्हीं की संपदा हुआ। जो मालिक था उसने अपने आगे तुड़वा डाला। अब कहो कौन होते हो तुम जो करते हो गड़बड़ झाला? क्या मरे हुए इस धनुआ पर जी भरकर रोने आए हो, या देख क्षत्रियों का समाज यूं ही सी रोने आए हो?
जो पिता के ऋण से ऋण हुआ, जो माता का बलिदाता है, गुरु ऋण के कारण वही हाथ फिर एक बार खुजलाता है। इस कारण उस कर्जे का अब पूरा भुगतान करूंगा मैं। अपने इस लोहू फरसे से तेरा बलिदान करूंगा मैं। परसा दिखलाकर बार बार क्यों मुझे डराने आए हो? क्या काल आपका वाहन है जो उसे साथ में लाए हो? वह वीर नहीं कहलाते हैं जो अपना आप बखान करे, वह काम नहीं कर सकते हैं जो बातों का भुगतान करे। वह लोहा तुम्हें ही शुभ हो जिसने घर का लहू चाटा। बलिहारी मैं उन हाथों पर जिसने माता का सर काटा। अब रहा शेष जो कुरु का ऋण तो उसको मैं भुगता दूंगा। ले आए आप महाजन को कौड़ी कौड़ी चुकता दूंगा। छोटा है पर बहुत ढीठ और खोटा है। सोने के लोटे में विषय जो दूध मिलाकर घोटा है। शंकर का करके दंड खंड करता घमंड अपने बल का। अरे रनिवासों में ही खेला है, मुंह देखा नहीं रणस्थल का।
जो बने इमारत वर्षों में वह घंटों में गिर जाती है। मंडन में उम्र गुजर जाती, खंडन में देर न लगती है। इसलिए गर्व वह करते हैं जो मंडन करने वाले हैं। अभिमान करे हम किस बल का जब खंडन करने वाले हैं। हाथी के निकले हुए दांत देखो तो कितने मोटे हैं, पर जिनसे ईख चबाता है वह तो छोटे ही छोटे हैं। रनिवासों के पाले वाले जब रण में पाले पड़ते हैं उस समय काल भी हो सम्मुख, उससे भी कुश्ती लड़ते हैं।
बस बहुत कर चुका काट, अब फरसा पहुंचाएगा इसे मौत के घाट। ऐ धिक्कार बुझाओ पर मेरी जो इसका ना संहार किया। ऐ व्यर्थ ये कुलाड़ा मेरा जो इस पर ना प्रहार किया। है नहीं सवाल बाल वध का जब बालक स्वयं उलझता है। मत देना कोई दोष मुझे, अब फरसा इस पर चलता है।
अपने दासों का रक्त पिए या ताव भला का परसे की। भृगुनाथ हमारी गर्दन तो छाया में है अब इस परसे की। यदि इसे काट भी डालें तो क्या चिंता, ये अनुरागी है। न्योछावर विप्र चरणों में हो तो यह शरीर बड़भागी है। हम करे ब्राह्मणों की सेवा, स्वामी ये धर्म हमारा है। हम झुके ब्राह्मणों के आगे, यह पहला कर्म हमारा है। अधिकार ब्राह्मणों के ही हैं, सरताज हमारे होते हैं। मुनिराज ब्राह्मणों द्वारा ही सब काज हमारे होते हैं। यह कृपा ब्राह्मणों की ही है जो सीता से नाता जोड़ा है। यह कृपा गुरुओं की ही है जो शिव धनुष राम ने तोड़ा है।
हे राम, तुम्हारी बातें सुन नरमाई मुझ में आती है, पर देख तुम्हारे भाई को गरमाई फिर छा जाती है। देखो उस और तनिक देखो, वो अब भी तो मुस्काता है। उसका ये रह रहकर मुस्काना मुझ पर बिजलियां गिराता है। मैं पत्थर सा हूं खड़ा हुआ, दुविधा में चित पड़ा है। अब बस इसे मार ही डालूंगा। हे राम, यही सोचा है अब। ये क्या हुआ मुझे? क्यों ना पांव आगे बढ़ता है? फरसा पहाड़ हो गया जो नहीं उठता है।
देखना, संभलना, सावधान, कहीं इसी जगह मूर्त होकर ना रह जाना। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि मंदिर ही पड़ जाए हमें आपका बनवाना। फिर पूजा की सामग्री भी इस समय नहीं हम रखते हैं। भगवान आप स्वीकार करें तो हार वेट कर सकते हैं।
अच्छा, अब मैं समझा जरा तुम दोनों की चाल। छोटा भाई तो बार बार अंगारे मुझ पर फेंक रहा, तू मीठी मीठी बातों से छोटों को मेरी सेक रहा। वो तो है गर्म, नर्म है तू। क्या कुटिल नीति है दोनों की? क्यों विश्वामित्र, देखते हो चालाकी अपने चेलों की। मैं परशुराम कहलाता हूँ तो तू भी राम कहता है। मेरा ही आधा नाम छीन मुझ पर धाक जमाता है। दो राम रहेंगे नहीं राम, इसलिए कर संग्राम अभी, अन्यथा जगत को मत बहका। दे राम नाम का त्याग अभी।
भगवान आप में और मुझ में सोचे तो कितना अंतर है। मस्तक पर तो है परशुराम, पर राम नाम चरणों पर है। मैं राम, आप हैं परशुराम। अब कहिए किसका नाम बड़ा? बड़ा वही तो कहता है, होता है जिसका नाम बड़ा। भगवान विनय हम करते हैं और आप बिगड़ते जाते हैं। हम जितना नवते जाते हैं प्रभु उतना चढ़ते जाते हैं। इतनी हट, इतना झुंझलाहट, इतना क्रोध नहीं अच्छा। मिलने में है आनंद सदा, प्रभुवर रोष नहीं अच्छा। आनंद प्रशंसा रोष नहीं, अपना स्वभाव कहते हैं हम। अत्यधिक छेड़ता है कोई तो मौन नहीं रहते हैं हम। रघुकुल का रक्त चुनौती पर रणमध्य खोलने लगता है। फिर महाकाल भी हो सम्मुख, उनसे भी लड़ना पड़ता है। इसलिए ना परसा दिखलाइए, हम कभी ना इससे डरते हैं। हाँ, एक शस्त्र है द्विजवर पर जिसका हम आदर करते हैं। वह शस्त्र ना लोहे का है, फिर ना हाथ में रहता है, तो वह स्वामी से अलग नहीं, सर्वदा साथ में रहता है। कहिए बतला दें वह क्या है जिसका हमें अब भी डर है। मुनिराज देखिए नीचे को, वही इन चरणों की ठोकर है। बस वही शस्त्र है महाशस्त्र, जिससे नीचा अपना सर है। अगर उसका करे प्रयोग आप तो ये वक्षस्थल भी हाजिर है।
ऐसा प्रतीत होता है रमापति भगवान विष्णु ने अवतार ले लिया है। मैं अभी अपनी शंका का समाधान करता हूं। हे राम, यह लक्ष्मीपति का धनुष है, इसे खींचकर मेरी शंका का समाधान कीजिए।
रामचंद्र भगवान की, परशुराम जी महाराज की।
बोलो सियावर रामचंद्र की जय। बोलो सियावर रामचंद्र की जय।
राम और परशुराम, राम और परशुराम। अंतर तो केवल परशु का है। मेरे भाई बहन, भगवान श्री राम ने शिव का धनुआ भंग किया, पर अगर हम व्यवहारिक दृष्टिकोण से देखें तो अनेक देशों के बलशाली महावीर स्वयं रावण बाणासुर भी आए, पर धनुष को कोई भंग नहीं कर सका। कारण जो भी शिव धनुष के सामने जाता वो कहता मैं धनुष तोड़ूंगा। क्या हम शिव के पास मैं को रखकर जाएंगे तो कुछ पाएंगे? शिव तो शिव है, शिव के पास मैं नहीं आत्मसमर्पण है। और हमने देखा जब भगवान राम गए तो भगवान राम ने मैं धनुष तोड़ूंगा ऐसी भावना न करके शिव को प्रणाम किया। इसलिए जीवन में अगर कुछ पाना है तो विनम्रता चाहिए। राम की विनम्रता ने उस शिव धनुष को भंग करवा दिया। परशुराम जी आए और ये परशुराम जी का आना हम सब लोगों को शिक्षा देता है कि जब क्रोध आता है तो ज्ञान चला जाता है। परशुराम जी विद्वान हैं, ऋषि हैं, ज्ञानी हैं, पर फिर भी क्रोध के वश होकर वह राम को ना समझ पाए। इसलिए काम, क्रोध, मद, लोभ, मोह, अहंकार का जिस दिन ये पर्दा हटेगा तो हम देखेंगे मेरे राम मेरे पास हैं। और मुझे लग रहा है पीछे से उसको आवाज आ रही है, अरे दशरथ जी महाराज बारात लेके आ रहे हैं। दशरथ जी महाराज बारात लेके जनकपुर की ओर आ रहे हैं। जनकपुर के अंदर चलो मानो आनंद की लहर हो गई, पर हम क्यों बैठे हैं? आइए अपने जीवन का परम धन है, अपने मन को उस दीपा स्वरूप दीपक से जागृत करें और उस परम धन राम धन को पाएं। संतों ऋषियों के साथ मिलकर आइए हम भी चलें। दशरथ जी के साथ राम बारात लेकर आ रहे हैं, राम बारात, और वो बारात जिसको ऋषि मुनि भी स्वीकार करते हैं। एक मैं निवेदन करूंगा, दुनिया में अपने अपने परिवार की बारातों में सब नाचते हैं, पर संत मुनियों के लिए तो ये राम बारात है मगन होने के लिए। इसलिए आइए जो वैरागी भी हैं वो भी राम को देखकर हृदय के साथ भावुक हो जाते हैं। राम बारात का आगमन मां गंगा के तट पर परमार्थ के समुख संत ऋषियों के संग, इसलिए सब झूम कर करते हुए
आजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, आजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, चारों दुल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया, चारों दुल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया। ओ आजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, आजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, अरे रे निहाल सखिया, अरे रे निहाल सखिया, चारों दुल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया, चारों दुल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया।
मैं पूज्य मुनि जी को निवेदन करूंगा, दशरथ जी की तरफ से वशिष्ठ के रूप में आप पधारें। धन सिंह जी भी राम बारात के रूप में ऊपर आए। आप क्योंकि परमार्थ में राम बारात आ रही है, इसलिए ऋषियों का वशिष्ठ जी की भूमिका में, वशिष्ठ जी की भूमिका में पूज्य चिदानंद स्वामी जी हैं, और परिकर की भूमिका के अंदर धन सिंह रावत जी, ये शर्मा जी। निवेदन दशरथ जी के राम बारात का स्वागत करें।
सोहे कनवा, माथे मरी मोरिया कुंडल सो चारों दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया, दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया। सीताराम जी महाराज की
निवेदन, कुछ लोग कलाकारों के अलावा सभी लोग नीचे मन से नीचे रहेंगे, बारात का आनंद लेंगे।
सावर सावर गोरे गोरे जोड़िया जहान है, सावर सावर गोरे गोरे जोड़िया जहान है, सावर सावर गोरे गोरे जोड़िया जहान है, सावर सावर गोरे गोरे जोड़िया जहान है। अखियों न देख ली हाँ सुन ली हाँ कान है, अखियों न देख ली हाँ सुन ली है कान है। हे जुगी जुगी जोड़ी दिए बेमिसाल सखिया, जुग जोड़ी दिए बेमिसाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़े का कमाल सखिया, चाजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, आजू मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया।
चारों दुल्हा में बड़का राम कमाल सखिया, कमाल हो गया। जब राम के साथ जो आए बराती वो धमाल करने लगे, और यही तो परमानंद है, राम के विवाह की बारात का आनंद।
आज मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, आज मिथिला नगरिया निहाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़का कमाल 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 सखिया। मंगल भवन मंगल हारी, प्रभु दशरथ अजीर बिहारी, प्रभु दशरथ अजीर बिहारी, चारों दूल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया, चारों दूल्हा में बड़का कमाल सखिया। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, 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 सीताराम 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 सीताराम, सीताराम जय सीताराम सीताराम जय सीताराम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, 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 सीताराम 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 सीताराम।
आइए, ये मौका दोबारा नहीं मिलेगा, और जो आज राम की बारात में मगन हो गया उसको जीवन में सदा आनंद रहेगा। मैं निवेदन करूंगा वशिष्ठ जी के रूप में हमारे मध्य में वैसे तो मुझे लगता, मैं ये कहूंगा कि पूज्य स्वामी मुनि जी जनकपुर वाले हैं। स्वामी जी, स्वामी जी, मैंने पहले निवेदन किया कि आप राजा दशरथ की तरफ से जनक की भूमिका, राजा दशरथ की तरफ से वशिष्ठ जी की भूमिका में हैं, पर मुझे लगता है आप सीता वाले हैं।
जय हो,
कन्या पक्ष के हैं, क्योंकि दिल्ली से तो बारात हम लेके आए हैं।
जय हो।
है तो मिलनी भी लेके जाएंगे, बधाई भी गा के जाएंगे, है ना। तो मैं निवेदन करूंगा गुरु दशरथ जी के जो सतानंद जी हैं, आप उनकी भूमिका में हैं, क्योंकि राम की तो महिमा को सब जानते हैं, पर मां भगवती की जिस पर कृपा होती है, मां गंगा की कृपा होती है, वो आप जैसे पुण्य हैं। इसलिए निवेदन, मुनि जी जो बारात लेके आए वो वेद टंडन जी का एक बार मिलनी करेंगे।
सीताराम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीताराम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी।
और जनक और दशरथ जी भी आगे आ जाए। आहा, कितना सुंदर जोड़ी है भैया। देखो दुनिया में तो ना जाने आजकल क्या चल रहा, पर समधि हो तो जनक और दशरथ जैसे समधि का अर्थ होता है जो समभाव से मिल जाएं, इसलिए समधि। हाँ, दशरथ जी और जनक जी एक दूसरे को मिलनी करेंगे। हाँ, और हमारे सीता पक्ष से धन सिंह जी हैं, धन सिंह जी रावत, यहाँ के स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा मंत्री। मैं निवेदन करूंगा वो विजय शर्मा जी जो दिल्ली से बारात लेके आए हैं, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ धन सिंह जी मिलनी करेंगे और बधाई कहते हुए।
जय हो। सीताराम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीताराम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सावन की झड़ी रे प्यासे प्राणों पे पड़ी, सावन की झड़ी रे प्यासे प्राणों पे पड़ी। अब तो राम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीताराम दरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी।
सभी लोगों से अनुरोध है, एक मंच की मर्यादा है, कृपया मंच का अपना एक वजन अपरूप है, इसलिए कृपया सभी लोग नीचे रहेंगे, ऐसी मर्यादा पालन करें। और अब मैंने ये मिलनी इसलिए कराई कि व्यावहारिक हमें ये न लगे कि राम बारात त्रेता में हुई थी, बारात हो रही है धन सिंह जी शक्ति जी का, धन सिंह जी शक्ति जी का जो बारात लेके आए हैं, और गंगा माँ बुलाएगी तो बारात क्यों नहीं आएगी पूज्य श्री के क्षण में। इसलिए प्रेम के साथ मगन होकर वशिष्ठ जी और विश्वामित्र जी भी आए, पीछे ऋषि मुनि आया, ऋषि मुनि। अरे संतों के बिना कैसे बारात पूरी हो सकती है, ये संतों का ही आशीर्वाद है। आज मैं इस रामलीला के माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, जिस परिवार के विवाह मंदिरों में होंगे, संतों के आशीर्वाद के संग होंगे, उन जीवन के उन विवाह में सदा मंगल रहेगा। और यही मंगल भारतीय संस्कृति। इसलिए निवेदन, बड़े बड़े खर्चों की अपेक्षा, भव्यता की अपेक्षा दिव्यता की ओर आए, अपनी संस्कृति की ओर आए, भावना की ओर आए, प्रेम की ओर आए। यही तो राम की बारात है।
राम लखन अनमोल नगीने, राम लखन अनमोल नगीने, अवध अंगूठी में जड़ दीने, अवध अंगूठी में जड़ दीने। सीता ऐसे सोहे जैसे मोती की लड़ी, सीता ऐसे सोहे जैसे बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी।
मैं निवेदन करूंगा राम दुल्हा जी आ जाएं। दुल्हा अरे जय हो।
बोलिए दुल्हा सरकार की।
ऐसे नहीं कहना, अपने अपने स्थान पे खड़े होकर कहना राम दुल्हा सरकार देख रहे हैं, अपना सौभाग्य मान लिए। एक बार सब अपने स्थान पे खड़े हो जाएंगे और फिर बैठेंगे दुल्हा सरकार की जयकार करने के लिए। बोले राम दुल्हा सरकार की जय और दुल्हन रानी सीता मैया की
जय। रोम रोम को नयन बना लो, रोम रोम को नयन बना लो। राम सिया के दर्शन पालो, राम सिया के दर्शन पालो। रोम रोम को नयन बना लो, राम सिया के दर्शन पालो, राम सिया के दर्शन पालो। वर्षों पीछे आई है ये मिलन की घड़ी, वर्षों पीछे आई है मिलन की घड़ी। सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की घड़ी, सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की घड़ी।
आइए निवेदन करेंगे मंच लीला को मुझे आगे भी लेके जाना। सभी लोग अतिथि मुनि जी पूज्य श्री को छोड़कर सभी लोग नीचे मंच की ओर चलेंगे। नहीं आज सभी मैं एक बार बोलूंगा बधाई है, सभी ताली बजा के गाइए।
सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी। सावन की झड़ी रे प्यासे प्राणों पे पड़ी, सावन की झड़ी रे प्यासे प्राणों पे पड़ी। अब तो राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी। सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी, सीता राम तरस रस बरसे जैसे सावन की झड़ी। सावन की झड़ी
मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष मंगलाय तनो हरि। रामाय रामभद्राय रामचंद्राय वेदसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पतये नमः।
स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः, स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः।
आज हम सबका परम सौभाग्य के परमार्थ निकेतन गंगा तट पर हम सब लोग इस लीला के लिए उपस्थित हैं। ये लीला कथा लीला है कि हमें प्रसंगों से रामलीला से इस वर्तमान में सीखना है। मैं पूज्य श्री को निवेदन करूंगा इस पावन विवाह मंगल की वेला पर वो हमारा जीवन भी सीताराम की तरह आदर्श दाम्पत्य बने। वो अपने मुख से बधाई के स्वरूप वचन कहेंगे और उसके बाद आगे मंगल उत्सव की ओर बढ़ेंगे।
भारत माता की, गंगा मैया की, सरयू मैया की, हर हर। पूरे विश्व में जाने के बाद, देखने के बाद मैं निश्चय पूर्वक कह सकता हूं, धन्यास्तुते भारत भूमि भागे। भारत जैसी भूमि कहीं नहीं है। ये दर्शन, ये स्वरूप ये लीलाओं का धाम मुझे नहीं मिला कि कहीं पर इस तरह की भावनाएं भी हैं। और फिर मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम, सच तो ये है इस देश की पहली भोर का नाम है श्री राम। पहली भोर का नाम है श्री राम। चलते चलते मिलते मिलते जिससे भी मिलो राम राम भाई, राम राम से ही शुरुआत होती है। शुरू से लेकर अंत तक की यात्रा श्री राम से बिना पूर्ण नहीं होती है। इसलिए हमें ये याद रखना है, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे संस्कार, जिस तरह से इस दिव्य रामलीला के माध्यम से आप संस्कारों को जीवित और जागृत रखने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है अजय भाई जी आज इस देश को यही चाहिए। धन्य है आपका जीवन, यही चाहिए। भाग्यशाली हैं आप सब, इस यात्रा में आप संगी साथी हैं। क्या सुर, क्या स्वर, क्या सुरीला वातावरण, पूरा मंत्रमुग्ध हो गए हैं लोग। कल विदेशों के लोग यहाँ पर थे, कई देशों के लोग थे, मुझे आज बता रहे थे वो लोग, कह रहे थे कि ऐसा हमने कभी नहीं देखा। हमारे लिए तो लगता है स्वर्ग उतर आया है, यहाँ पर स्वर्ग उतर आया है। जब हम भगवान श्री राम की और ऋषियों की पवित्र दिव्यता का दर्शन कर रहे हैं, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, भव्यता भले बढ़ जाए हमारे देश में, लेकिन दिव्यता ना खो जाए, इसका हमें बहुत ज़रूरी ध्यान रखना है। क्योंकि देश कभी भी या जीवन कभी भी साधनों से महान नहीं बनता, बल्कि साधना से महान बनता है। जीवन कभी भवनों से महान नहीं बनता। बड़े बड़े भवन बना लिए विश्व ने, इतने बड़े बड़े बन गए कि आप देखिए दोनों देशों में युद्ध हो रहा है, विनाश की ओर जा रही है बहुत सारी चीजें, लेकिन ये देश युद्ध की धरती नहीं, बुद्ध की धरती है। महाभारत हुआ, कभी हुआ, लेकिन आज हम भाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे देश के यशस्वी, ऊर्जावान, तपस्वी प्रधानमंत्री इस देश को महाभारत की नहीं बल्कि महान भारत की ओर ले जा रहे हैं। एक नए भारत का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। इस नए निर्माण, भारत के निर्माण की वेला में हम सबको यदि कोई आदर्श बचा सकते हैं, वह है भगवान श्री राम के आदर्श, जिन्होंने कोई अपने लिए नहीं सोचा। जैसे जैसे लीला आगे बढ़ेगी, अभी तो शुरुआत है, आप देखेंगे उन इन दिनों में हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे कि किस तरह से, किस आदर्शों की स्थापना मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम श्री राम ने की है। मुझे याद है जब 1992 में बाबरी मस्जिद टूटी, उसके बाद कितने ही मौलानाओं से मिलने का मौका मिला चर्चाओं को लेकर कि कैसे शांति स्थापित की जाए। मुझे याद है कि इस देश के एक बहुत बड़े मौलाना ने कहा था, जब श्री रामानंद सागर जी, जिनके परिवार से कल लोग यहां पर आ रहे हैं, श्री रामानंद सागर जी जिन्होंने एक ऐसी, मुझे तो लगता है कि आधुनिक युग के अगर मैं उनको वर्तमान तुलसीदास कहूं तो कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। उन्होंने अद्भुत काम किया। तुलसीदास जी ने जो दिया उसको सही ढंग से परोसने का काम श्री रामानंद सागर जी ने किया, अभिनव तुलसी के रूप में। उनकी रामायण जब आई तो इस देश में कर्फ्यू लग जाता था, ट्रेनें टाइम पर चल पड़ती थी, सब कुछ समय पर हो गया था। उसी समय एक मौलाना साहब ने कहा कि मैं भी जब रामायण आती है तो सब कुछ छोड़कर रामायण देखता हूं। वो बहुत इस देश के बड़े मौलाना हैं। मैं भी रामायण देखता हूँ। कौन नहीं चाहता है कि एक आदर्श पिता, आदर्श पति, आदर्श पुत्र, आदर्श पति, आदर्श सखा, आदर्श भाई और आदर्श राजा, कौन नहीं चाहता है कि ऐसे परिवार में उस लीला का दर्शन करके हम सबका परिवार भी वैसा बन जाए। आज आदरणीय हमारे पूज्य अजय भाई जी का यही प्रयास है, किसी तरह से मेरा राष्ट्र, मेरा राम, मेरा राष्ट्र, इस गौरव के साथ हम जिए। ये गौरव अपने परिवारों में आए, बस इस भाव से जिए, इस बात को याद रखते हुए कि ये देश कोई भवनों के बल पर नहीं बल्कि भावनाओं के बल पर खड़ा हुआ है, उच्चारणों के बल पर नहीं बल्कि उच्च आचरण के बल पर खड़ा हुआ है। और उसकी शिला में यदि कोई नींव में कोई मर्यादा काम कर रही है, हमारे भगवान श्री राम मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम की काम कर रही है। उन सबको वहीं से बैठे बैठे सब प्रणाम करें, इस स्वरूप को, इस दर्शन को प्रणाम करें। ये केवल कुमार नहीं हैं, इस समय वो भगवान के स्वरूप हैं। सभी लोग वहाँ बैठे हुए भावपूर्वक भगवान को प्रणाम करें। मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान की। समय की मर्यादा है, लीला को आगे बढ़ाना है, इसलिए मैं
निवेदन करूंगा, आज आपने हमें बधाई देनी है। आज आपकी गाड़ी दिल्ली से 10:15 बजे परमार्थ पहुंचेगी, इसलिए जाना नहीं अंदर, अभी आश्रम नहीं जाने देंगे, ये बधाई देनी है। क्योंकि आज हमारी सियाजू की डोली है, वो भावुक दृश्य है। मैं निवेदन करूंगा आप देखेंगे और सभी लोग अतिथिगण अपने आसन बैठें, लीला में प्रवेश करेंगे। ये श्री राम कथा लीला मात्र एक नाटक नहीं है, ये जीवन है। ये हमारी मर्यादा है, ये हमारी संस्कृति, ये हमारा प्राण है। ये राम हमारी अस्मिता है, ये राम हमारा हृदय है और ये राम नाम गुणगान हमारी भावना है। सीताराम जी का विवाह इस जग को सिखाने के लिए है कि विवाह का अर्थ क्या है। विवाह अर्थात दो लोगों का एक बंधन में बंधकर साथ साथ जीवन को निभाना। और मैं आपको यह भी सूचना दे दूं, कल शाम 4 बजे से एक बार पुनः जो दर्शक भी देख रहे हैं और यहां भी उपस्थित हैं मां गंगा के तट पर, एक बार हाथ उठाकर बोलिए, बोलिए श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की जय, श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की जय। ये पावन जयकार हमारी आत्मा है। आइए हम उस आत्मा में प्रवेश करेंगे, अपने आप में, कहीं अपने से दूर ना हो जाए राम नाम को छोड़कर। कल शाम 4 बजे जहां से राम झूला प्रारंभ होता है, वहां से बारात चलेगी। पूज्य श्री कल शाम को 4 बजे राम बारात जहां से राम झूला चलता है, उस झूले को पार करते मेरे को लगता है राम झूले पे राम बारात अपने आप में दिव्य संयोग होगा। कितने लोग बारात में चलेंगे? वाह, जय हो। और जनक जी के रूप में परमार्थ निकेतन की गंगा आरती में पूज्य श्री जनक की ओर से उस बारात का स्वागत करेंगे। और कल हमारे राम, लक्ष्मण, सिया जी, दशरथ, जनक जी, हमारे सब लोग उस मां गंगा की आरती में शामिल होंगे। शाम 4 बजे राम झूला के प्रारंभ में सभी लोगों ने पहुंचना है और वहां से बारात आएगी, संतों का आशीर्वाद होगा। और आइए, अब मुझे कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि अभी कुछ मन भरा नहीं, अभी नाचेंगे, अभी गाएंगे। आज हमारे राम ब्याह कर सिया जी को घर लेके आए हैं, तो फिर क्यों नहीं नाचेंगे? और मैं भी किसी को मना नहीं कर रहा। याद रखें, जो भगवान के सामने मीराबाई की तरह, चैतन्य प्रभु की तरह, श्री हनुमान जी महाराज की तरह नाच लिया, फिर उसे दुनिया के सामने नाचना नहीं पड़ता है। इसलिए वो भक्ति का आनंद है जो नाच नहीं, समर्पण और भाव है। और जिसके हृदय में भाव है उसे अभाव नहीं। तो चले आनंद के साथ राम विवाह के मंगल उत्सव में श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की, सियाजू महारानी की। आइए बारात में शामिल होइए सर्कल ध्वनि आनंद के साथ।
नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला। प्रभु कृपा से आज है आया, प्रभु कृपा से आज है आया, देखो दिन खुशियों से भरा। नाचेंगे हम, गाएंगे हम, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला। पहले गणपति जी को मनाया, पहले गणपति जी महाराज की, फिर है मन से भोग लगाया, फिर है मन से भोग लगाया। झूम झूम के भक्त है नाचे, 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 नाचे है सारी धरा। नाचेंगे हम, हाय गाएंगे हम,
राम बारात चल रही और आप बैठे हुए हैं।
हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला।
सब हाथ उठाएं ऊपर की ओर, ताली बजाएं।
आओ रल मिल गाए बधाई, आओ रल मिल गाए बधाई, मन में प्रेम की ज्योत जगाई, मन में प्रेम की ज्योत जगाई। मिलजुल के सब प्रभु गुण गावे, मिलजुल के सब प्रभु गुण गावे, मिलजुल के सब प्रभु गुण गावे, मिलजुल के सब प्रभु गुण गावे। भजो प्रभु को तुम भी जरा, नाचेंगे हम, हाय गाएंगे हम, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला, नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला।
नाचेंगे हम
ना भला।
हिंदी कितने लोगों को समझ में आती है? मुझे यहां से बड़ा आश्चर्य हो रहा है। भारत में बैठ के बहुत कम लोगों को हिंदी समझ, जिनको हिंदी समझ में आती है, एक बार हाथ खड़ा करें। हाँ, कुछ लोग हिंदी समझने वाले हैं। शिक्षा मंत्री बैठे धन सिंह जी, अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा, दोबारा एक से गलती है मेरी, फिर भी बताओ हिंदी कितनों को समझ में आती है? कैमरे वाले सभी दर्शकों एक बार देखा दें। अरे इतने लोगों को हिंदी आती है, कमाल हुआ। अच्छा, जिनको हिंदी आती है वो, हिंदी आने की बात नहीं, मैं समझने की बात कह रहा हूं। हिंदी तो सबको, हिंदी कितने लोगों को समझ में आती है, एक बार वो हाथ खड़ा करें। मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं, मैंने आपको कितना कष्ट दिया, पर एक छोटा सा प्रैक्टिकल कर लेते। थ्योरी तो बड़ी अच्छी हुई है, आज गंगा जी के तट पर थ्योरी बड़ी अच्छी हुई है, पर थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिकल करेंगे। एक बार हम बोलेंगे, एक बार आप बोलना, ठीक है? और उसको समझना है, समझना है आपने। हम लोग क्या गा रहे थे?
नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला।
जो गा रहे हैं एक बार हाथ खड़ा करके बतलाएं, कैमरा सबको दिखलाएं, धन सिंह जी को भी दिखाएं, सभी कैमरा निवेदन कर रहा हूं। क्या बोल रहे हैं, हम हिंदी समझें?
नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला।
हो सकता है कल पत्रकार लिखे कि सभी ने गंगा जी के तट पर बैठ के सामूहिक झूठ बोला। सामूहिक झूठ क्यों बोला? अरे सभी कह रहे थे नाचेंगे हम क्यों ना भला, और एक नहीं नाच रहा था, है ना? अरे हिंदी भारत माता की माथे की बिंदी, इसलिए अवसर कुछ क्षणों का। आइए लीला आगे की ओर बढ़ेगी, पर अपने आप को राम बारात का सदस्य माने और प्रेम से कुछ क्षणों के लिए कहें।
नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला। नाचेंगे हम क्यों न भला, गाएंगे हम क्यों न भला।
जिस महामंत्र पर मगन है, सब मिलकर महामंत्र का जाप, हल्के हल्के हाथों पर और भाव के साथ, प्रेम के साथ।
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 तीन कहो सदा पूछाओ मंगलायतन राम मंगलायतन राम जसो।
जनकपुर में दशरथ जी की बारात कितने समय तक रुकती? घड़ी घड़ी बीत रही है। एक दिन दशरथ जी ने जनक जी से कहा कि जनक जी अब अवध की ओर जाना है। जनक जी के नेत्र सजल हो गए। अभी मुझे कुछ और तो समय दीजिए। दशरथ जी ने जब जनक जी की आंखों की ओर देखा तो जनक जी के नेत्रों में आंसू आ गए कि जनक जी, दशरथ जी, आप जब तक रहेंगे तो मैं अपनी उस लाडली को कुछ समय और निहार पाऊंगा। मैंने बड़े बड़े लाड से प्यार से उस लाडो को पाला है, जिसकी मैंने एक एक क्षण के लिए चिंता की, वो चली जाएगी। दशरथ जी ने हृदय से लगाया जनक जी को। जनक जी ने स्थिति को समझा और सीता जी की डोली से पहले गणेश वंदना की तैयारी करी। आइए गणपति वंदना और उसके बाद सिया जी की डोली की ओर चलेंगे। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्य कोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्व कार्येषु सर्वदा। चले गणपति को मनाएं सब साथ मिलकर जनकपुर के उत्सव में।
सर्वांगी सुंदर उदिशेंदुराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळांची। जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती।
लंबोदर तू विनायका तू लोणेश्वर मोरया। विघ्नेश्वर तू एकदंत तू मयूरेश्वरा मोरया। लंबोदर तू विनायका तू लोणेश्वर मोरया। विघ्नेश्वर तू एकदंत तू मयूरेश्वरा मोरया। भक्तितुंड तू गजमुखा तू सिद्धि विनायका। विघ्नराज तू महाताज तू महेशाय तू मोरया। चिंतामणि तू सिद्धिनायक गणाधीशाय मोरया। वक्रतुंड तू गजमुखा तू सिद्धि विनायका। वक्रतुंड तू गजमुखा तू सिद्धि विनायका। गजानन 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 गणराय। गजानन 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 गणराय। गजानन 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 गणराय। गजानन 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 गणराय। गजानन
सभी करतल ध्वनि करके
हरे राम
गणपति को मनाया, पर घड़ी ना कभी रुकी है, ना कभी रुकेगी। राजा जनक जी कब तक रोकते? एक दिन तो सिया को विदा होना था ना। मैं इस राम कथा लीला से परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं, हे गंगा मैया, सब बहन बेटियों की डोली आनंद के साथ उत्सव के स्वरूप में अपने अपने घरों में जाए। वो किसी भी देश विदेश कहीं की भी हो, बेटी तो बेटी है, बहू बनकर जाए। जैसे अपने माता पिता की सेवा की है, वो सास ससुर की भी सेवा करे। साडा चिड़िया दा चंबा वे बाबुल, असा उड़ जाना है। साडी लंबी उड़ारी वे, असा फिर मुड़ नहीं आना है। दशरथ की लाडली वो सिया आज विदा हो रही है। मेरे भाई बहन, जिन्होंने अपनी बेटी को विदा किया है ना, वो जानते हैं बेटी की विदाई का दर्द क्या है। हे मां गंगा, ये तेरे चरणों में निवेदन, इस देश से दानव रूपी दहेज रूपी दानव का अंत कर दे मां। हे मां भगवती, आपने महिषासुर को मारा, आपने रक्त बीज को संहारा। इस कलिकाल में भारत की भूमि पर कृपा कर मां, ये सद्बुद्धि आए कि जिस पिता ने अपनी बेटी दे दी, उससे ज्यादा क्या दे। ये दहेज रूपी दानव का अंत हो। इसलिए तो राम कथा है, इसलिए तो रामलीला है, सारे संसार के सत्संग। इसलिए तो आंख में आंसू की बूंद सी होती हैं बेटियां, आंखों में आंसू की बूंद सी होती हैं बेटियां। कब बड़ी कब पिया घर चली, ये छोटी सी दुलारी सी बेटियां। ਧੀਆਂ वालियां नू ਧੀਆਂ दी कदर होंदी है। ਧੀਆਂ का अर्थ क्या होता है? बेटियां। ਧੀਆਂ वालियां नू ਧੀਆਂ दी कदर होंदी, ओही जानदे ने ਧੀਆਂ दा विछोड़ा की हुंदा। बेटी के पिता को पता है कि बेटी की विदाई का दर्द क्या है। मेरे भाई बहन, जब बेटी विदा हो ना, मां भी रो लेती है, सखियां बहनें सब रो लेते हैं, पर नहीं रो पाता तो डोली में जाती दुल्हन का पिता, जिस लाडली को जिसने अपने हाथों से पाला था, जिसकी छोटी छोटी चीजों का वो ध्यान रखता था, आज वो जा रही है। मेरे भाई बहन, अपने दिल को किसी को देना कोई आसान काम नहीं। ਧੀਆਂ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਧੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਦਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਉਹੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਨੇ ਧੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਛੋੜਾ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਧੀ ਤੋਰਨੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ रब ਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਸੋ रब ਦੀ रब भी रो पैंदा। उस विधाता ने भी अपनी बेटी विदा की होती ना, तो विधाता की आंख में भी आंसू होते। कहां जन्मी कहां चली, साडा चिड़िया दा चंबा वे बाबुल, असा उड़ जाना है। तियां जमदियां होन पराइयां, और जाती हुई वो बेटी डोली में जब बैठती है, उसकी नजरें ढूंढती है अपने बाबुल को। कहां है वो, कहां? बाबुल भी एक कोने पे खड़ा हुआ, अपनी आंखों में उन आंसुओं को रोके हुए, कहीं नजर ना मिल जाए। सिराए लाल हो गई नेत्रों में, पर कहीं उस बेटी की निगाह जब पिता से मिलती है, तो आंसुओं के आंखों के आंसू रुकते नहीं। ये जनक का भाव है, ये एक बेटी का भाव है जो चाहता है कि उसकी बेटी घर से विदा हो, और अवधपुर की भांति वो सुखी रहे। वो सीता है जो राम के वनवास का साथ निभाएगी, जो राम के हर कदम में साथ आएगी। पर कोई समझो सीता को, उस बेटी के दर्द को, जो सब कुछ छोड़कर ससुराल जाती है। ਧੀਆਂ ਜੰਮਦੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ ਪਰਾਈਆਂ, ਨਾਰੋ ਬਾਬੁਲਾ नारो बाबुला। बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है, बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। आज सीता हुई विदा जनकपुर से अवध की ओर। यही प्रार्थना हे राम हे परमात्मा, सबकी बेटियां सुख से विदा हो। यही राम कथा से प्रार्थना, यही मां गंगा से निवेदन।
नगरिया को छोड़ चली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है,
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है,
बिटिया पली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। राजा जनक जी बड़े हैं ज्ञानी,
राजा जनक जी बड़े हैं ज्ञानी,
धैर्य छुटार सुध बिसरानी,
धैर्य छुटार सुध बिसरानी,
करम गति नाही तारे डरी है,
करम गति नाहि ठारे डरी है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है,
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है,
बिटिया पली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है,
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। कैसी रची है।
विधाता ने बेटी भी कैसी रची है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है।
बिटिया पली है।
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है।
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। बेटी सदा ही हुई है पराई।
बेटी सदा ही हुई है पराई।
धनवान या निर्धन की हो जाए।
धनवान या निर्धन की हो जाए।
पिता घर को छोड़ पिया घर चली है।
पिता घर को छोड़ पिया घर चली है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है।
जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है।
बिटिया रानी पली है।
बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। चली बाबुल मोरा नैहर छोटो जा। बाबुल मोरा पीहर छोटो जा।
को छोड़ चली है। बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है। जिस घर में बचपन से लाडो पली है। बिटिया पली है। बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है। बाबुल नगरिया को छोड़ चली है।
मेरे भाई बहन, ये रामलीला हृदय की विषय वस्तु है। आज इस राष्ट्र के अंदर बिटियों के साथ, बहनों के साथ क्या हो रहा है? मैं नमन करना चाहूंगा जटायु को, जो एक पक्षी होकर भी सीता जी की लाज बचाने के लिए अपने प्राणों को दे देता है। आज हजारों भाइयों के होते हुए बहन बेटियों पे ऐसा जुल्म। कहां है हमारी अस्मिता? कहां है हमारा रण? कहां हमारा शौर्य? मेरे भाई बहन, बेटी माँ है, बेटी बहन है, और बेटी से है सृष्टि सारी। और बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ये सबकी है जिम्मेदारी। ये राम कथा, सत्संग, ये रामलीला कहीं केवल मनोरंजन ना बन जाएं। हे राम के भक्तों, हे भारत के वासियों, अपनी अस्मिता को, अपने संसार को, अपने संस्कार को जगाओ। राम के हैं और राम के हो जाओ। सिया की डोली हमें यही कहती है कि एक बिटिया अपने घर को छोड़कर अपने नए घर जा रही है। जाती हुई वो बिटिया हाथ में अक्षर पीछे डालती है। वो कहती है, बाबुल, जब मैं आई थी ना तो तेरा भी भाग्य लेके आई थी और पिया के घर का भी भाग्य लेके आई थी। मेरे भाई बहन, जहां वो बिटिया वो अक्षत अंजुल में लेकर अपने बाबुल की धन संपदा, सुख संपदा के लिए डालती है, वहीं वर का पिता भी धन लुटाता है कि मेरे घर लक्ष्मी आई है, मेरे घर रानी आई है। और वो अक्षत प्रतीक है, बाबुल, मैं तो जा रही हूं पर तेरा बेड़ा खुशियों से भरा रहे। मेरे भाई बहन, श्री राम कथा लीला का यही संदेश कि बेटा आता है तो भाग्य लेके आता है और बेटी आती है तो सौभाग्य लेके आती है। आए इस राष्ट्र को सौभाग्यशाली संपन्न बनाएं, अपनी संस्कृति, विरासत, अस्मिता और प्रेम के साथ इस राम के हैं और राम के हो जाएं मंगल हवन अमंगलहारी।
मंगल भवन अमंगलहारी, प्रभु सुदशरथ अजिर बिहारी, प्रभु सुदशरथ अजिर बिहारी।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
हरि भक्ति प्रदायन्य मुक्तिदाय नमो नमः। सर्वज्ञै सर्वदाय महालक्ष्मी नमो नमः।
मंगलम भगवान विष्णु,
मंगलम गरुडध्वज, मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष, मंगलाय तनो हरि। कर्पूर गौरम करुणावतारम संसार सारम भुजगेन्द्रहारम सदा वसंतम हृदयारविंदे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि।
सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये
शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरणे त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। रामाय रामभद्राय रामचंद्राय वेदसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पते नमः।
आए करे राम की वंदना, राम की आरती।
सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो, हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो। हे राजा राम तेरी आरती उतारो, हे राजा राम तेरी आरती उतारो। आरती उतारो मैं तन मन वारो, आरती उतारो मैं तन मन वारो। हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो, हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो। कनक सिंहासन राजत जोरी, कनक सिंहासन राजत जोरी। दशरथ नंदन जनक किशोरी, दशरथ नंदन जनक किशोरी युगल छवि को सदा निहारो युगल छवि को सदा निहारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो वाम भाग शोभित जग जननी वाम भाग शोभित जग जननी चरण विराजत है सुत अंजनी चरण विराजत है सुत अंजनी इन चरणों में जीवन वारो जीवन वारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो चरणों से निकली है गंगा प्यारी 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 हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे चरणों से निकली है गंगा प्यारी चरणों से निकली है गंगा प्यारी पावन करती दुनिया सारी पावन करती दुनिया सारी इन चरणों को सदा पखारो राजा राम तेरी आरती उतारो सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो आरती हनुमत के मन भावे आरती हनुमत के मन भावे गुरु चरण सरोज रहे निज मन मुकुर सुधार बरनो रघुवर विमल जसो जो दायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जान के सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार आरती हनुमत के मन भावे आरती हनुमत के मन भावे राम कथा नित शिव जी गावे राम कथा नित शिव जी गावे मैं सुन सुन निज जन्म समारो मैं सुन सुन निज जन्म समारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो हे सीताराम तेरी आरती उतारो जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव बन्धु सखा त्वमेव विद्या दृढं त्वमेव सर्वं वन्देव देव कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसार सारं भुजगे सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। मेरा मुझ में कुछ नहीं, जो कुछ है सो तेरा, तेरा तुझको सौंप दूं, क्या लागे है मेरा। एक घड़ी आधी घड़ी, आधी से दुनिया, तुलसी संगत साधुनी, हरे कोटि अपराध। सियापति राम जय जय राम, मेरे प्रभु राम जय जय राम। सियापति राम जय जय राम, मेरे प्रभु राम जय जय राम।
धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में
सद्भावना हो,
विश्व का
कल्याण हो,
भारत माता की
जय हो,
आज के आनंद की
जय हो,
गौ माता की
जय हो,
गंगा माता की
जय हो,
वंदे
मातरम,
वंदे
मातरम,
वंदे
मातरम।
एक कराए वीर बजरंगी।
हर हर महादेव।
सभी लोग हाथ जोड़ें, मां प्रार्थना करें। मंत्रहीनं क्रियाहीनं भक्तिहीनं जनार्दन, यद पूजितं मया देव परिपूर्णं तदस्तु मे।
आवाहनं न जानामि न जानामि विसर्जनं, पूजां चैव न जानामि क्षम्यतां परमेश्वर। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते, पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
सभी हाथ मुट्ठी ऊपर करें, हाथ पर।
जय 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 हे
भारत माता की। आइए, आज की लीला यहाँ पर मात्र विश्राम होती है। और मैं जैसा उत्साह देख रहा हूँ, सब लोग चाहते हैं कि सीताराम जी के बारात की बराती बने। जब तक वो आखिरी पंडाल से निकल रहे हैं, मैं निवेदन करूंगा, राम जी की झांकी सीता रसोई तक जाएगी। इस पंडाल तक जब बाहर निकलें, आज मेरे राम की शादी है, इसलिए जो कलाकार है वो भी झूम नहीं सके। मैं निवेदन करूंगा, कलयुग में अगर कोई बारात जाए तो फिर वो मैं निवेदन करूंगा, गंगा जी को प्रणाम करके सीताराम जी की छवि आ जाएगी। सब लोग मन से नीचे रहेंगे, निवेदन सबसे नीचे रहेंगे सब लोग। राम जी सबके पास आ रहे हैं, इसलिए सभी लोग आइए हृदय के साथ। बारात भी घराती थे। आइए हृदय के साथ मैं निवेदन करूं, राम जी की झांकी पंडाल के अंत में, जहां पर संजय जी माँ गंगा को प्रणाम करेंगे और वापिस आएंगे और सब लोग शांति से प्रार्थना करेंगे। और ये कली काल है और बारात हो और उसके अंदर सब लोग मगन हो, इस भावना के साथ मैं SDRF के जो जवान हैं, जो माँ गंगा के वो सेवक हैं, जो जिन्हें गंगा माँ गले लगाती है, जो कभी डूबते नहीं, कभी ऐसी उनकी शक्ति है, मैं उनके प्रति भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और अमन, हमारा रामदूत अमन ओरछा से परमार्थ तक पैदल आए हैं, ऐसे राम भक्त को हमारा शत नमन है। राम की बारात में शामिल हो, मैं ऐसा ही कहूंगा निवेदन। आइए हृदय के साथ सभी लोग प्रोटोकॉल बनाएंगे थोड़ा सा, और हृदय के साथ राम की बारात गंगा जी को प्रणाम करने के लिए जा रही है। राम जी की जोड़ी आज मेरे राम जी। ऋषिकुल के बच्चे से कहूंगा, तुम्हारे घर बारात आई है, तुम चुपचाप बैठे हो, है ना। ऋषिकुल के बच्चे ऊपर, सभी लोग नीचे से ऋषिकुल है। और
आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज मेरे राम की शादी है। हाँ राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है, राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है। आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है।
मन से राम जी की जोड़ी को एक बार गंगा जल राम जी की जोड़ी जाएगी। केवल सीताराम लक्ष्मण जी एक बार माँ गंगा को प्रणाम करके वापिस आएंगे, तब तक सभी मंच पे रहेंगे और लोग नीचे ही आनंद करें, ऐसा भाव निवेदन है। सीताराम जी का भी करें। टंडन जी एक राम जी को माँ गंगा का प्रणाम करा के लाएं।
आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है। हाँ राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है, राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है। आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है। ऐसा लगता है सारे जहान की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है। राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है, राम की शादी है, मेरे भगवान की शादी है। आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है, आज श्री राम की शादी है। जय श्री राम। वक्त है खूबसूरत, वक्त है खूबसूरत, वक्त है खूबसूरत, वक्त है खूबसूरत। लगन शुभ बड़ा मुहूर्त, लगन शुभ बड़ा मुहूर्त। देखो क्या खूब सजी है राम की भोली सूरत, राम का खूब सजी है राम की भोली सूरत। खुशी से नाचे हैं मल्ला।
Welcome to Satsang. So beautiful to be together tonight in our newly multicolored jopri. Everything's multicolored here this evening. It's interesting because the environment here is so exquisite and so pure that it's always really beautiful when there's all sorts of different lights and different colors and whatnot, but it's always also this slight shock to the senses from the otherwise equally exquisite but uncolored, lit up environment. But here we are on the first day of Navaratri, this sacred time where we worship that energy. In the Hindu tradition, with every male aspect of the divine, there's always a female aspect with him. If there's anything that the male aspect actually has to get done. So it's not that there aren't any aspects of the divine that are not in a male-female counterpart relationship, but if you look at the main actions, the main tasks, creation by Brahma, sustenance by Vishnu, dissolving of that which is old to make room for that which is new by Shiva. And of course many of the avatars of Vishnu, those that are here in human form, Bhagwan Krishna, Bhagwan Ram, that are here very specifically in that service of sustenance, but not just any kind of sustenance, an actual light-filled, dharma-filled sustenance. When the divine incarnates in form, in human form to bring back light to the darkness, there's always a female counterpart, and that's the Shakti, that's the energy. And so it's such a beautiful awareness that it's not just, oh yeah, it's nice to have, the woman also. It's that quite literally without her, the work of Brahma, the work of Vishnu, or the incarnations, the work of Shiva, it could not happen. And so these days are days of really celebrating that energy. And of course, that energy doesn't only exist in female gendered beings. I mean, there's a divine feminine in not just women, but in men as well. Regardless of what our chromosomal situation may be or the structure of our genitalia may be, we've all got masculine and feminine energies within us. And this is a time of really, whether you are a man or you are a woman, a time of really honoring that divine feminine energy within you and within those around you. Really tapping into that creative energy within you, that energy that makes things happen. Not just that OCD gets your to-do list done, but the actual energy of your blossoming. The actual energy of the creation of you, of the sustenance of you, and of the dissolving of that within you, which is old and stale, no longer needed, holding you back, keeping you stuck within you. Because of course this trinity of the divine, the creation, the sustenance, the dissolution, it's not linear, it's cyclical. So it's not, oh, the end is Lord Shiva or Ma Kali or Ma Durga have come in and destroyed and now it's over. It's a dissolution of that, as I was saying, that keeps you stuck, holds you back, is old, so that the work of creation can begin again.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Environment.
Actually, there's very little time in like my daily life. We're also wrapped up in everyday things. I mean, घर का काम, office का काम.
See, I mean, don't get me wrong. As a New Year resolution, अच्छा लगता है.
I really wish to do it, but somehow I'm not able to do it.
I've thought about it a lot, but I haven't done anything. No.
We need fresh air to breathe.
Yes. School में मैम कहते plant more trees.
Honestly speaking, the world actually needs some bit of goodness.
We all should contribute to save the environment, but it's not easy.
What is this?
ये मैंने कब किया?
Sorry, I think you've got the wrong person.
This is so pretty.
Just look at that.
This is really, really cool. It has my name also on it.
You guys made my day. I didn't know about this. Thank you so much.
I think about it like the leaves of the trees that dry and then fall in the autumn. Well, once they're dead and dried, they're no longer of any use. They're not doing photosynthesis. They're not giving us flowers or fruit. They're not even alive anymore. And so this divine universe has them actually fall to the ground, where they're covered typically with snow or with some level of frost. Come March, April, May, those leaves have become the fertile soil for that which is going to grow in the springtime. So it's not leaves dead over. It's this cycle is now cycling in such a way that that which is old and dry and now becomes the fertile soil for new growth. So it's a beautiful time to find that energy within you. And without going into too many details, because I don't want to take all of our satsang time with it, but I did promise that I would begin with it. Today is the day of Navaratri. Each day is dedicated to a different aspect of the Mother Goddess, what we call the Nav Durga. So the 9 different forms of Durga. And today is the day dedicated to the goddess Shailputri, who is said to be the daughter of the Himalayas. And so she's this embodiment of Mother Nature. She's the daughter of the Himalayas, this embodiment of Mother Nature. and obviously an incarnation of Ma Parvati. And each of these goddesses has a specific chakra, a specific energy center that they're associated with. And her energy center is the Muladhara chakra, what we call the root chakra. And so as we connect with her, because all of the energy rises up. So in praying to and connecting with Goddess Shailputri, it's this opening of the sacred energy within the body to begin its ascent through us. So it's a very sacred time if you're looking to awaken, connect with that sacred energy, whether we say Kundalini energy or just spiritual energy or sacred energy, but that energy within us. So it begins in our root chakra, the Muladhara chakra, and then it rises through us. And each of the goddesses is also associated with a particular demon, the personification of ego and ignorance, because within Hinduism, we don't believe in evil. We don't believe that there's a sense of evil to the core. We believe that actually all of us are divine at our core, but that we get shrouded in ignorance, covered in ignorance, and when we are in ignorance, we falsely identify with the body. And when we falsely identify with the body and the false self, acts happen through us that end up giving us what you would call bad karma. Means bitter fruit from our actions. But it's all ignorance. It's all ego. And so
Winning is about finding the perfect racing line with your eyes closed. Making split-second decisions based on instinct. It's about knowing you've beaten the lap record before you even cross the line. Winning is to overcome. Winning is second nature. CVS Apache RR310 with ride modes and Smart Connect. Crafted to overcome. Crafted to outperform.
Personification of ego, that demon, that asura who Goddess Shailputri did battle with and conquered, is the form of ego, say Shumba, and it means that sense of I-ness, that sense of separation between me and others. As long as I think I am separate from God, separate from everyone, separate from the earth, well, A, I suffer. B, I bring suffering to others. Because if we are separate, then you are simply an object. Because if I'm living in that illusion of separation, it means I've identified only as the physical body. I've objectified myself, and therefore objectified others. And if someone is an object, there's only two possibilities. Either I can use them for my personal pleasure, maybe to get ahead. So whether it's sensual pleasure, whether it's somehow to get ahead in work, whatever it may be, I can use this person in some way that benefits me. Or I have to remove that person. So either they can be used or they are a hurdle on my path to be removed. So that sense of ego called Shumba was the asura, the demon who Goddess Shailputri conquered. So today, on this day, It's a beautiful time to just begin that connection to the divine energy within you. Don't worry about remembering all of the details, but anchor yourself in your Muladhara chakra with an awareness that that's really the seat of this energy. So the lower chakras are not things to be avoided, pushed away, denied, repressed, suppressed, because then it just blocks the energy. You can't say, oh, well, I'd like my Kundalini energy to rise, but I'd like it to begin with my heart, please. The energy begins where it begins, which is in our Muladhara chakra. But too many of us push away those lower forms of energy. And then we end up depriving ourselves of that energy as it rises. So there's nothing within the self to fear or oppress or repress. It's just an awareness of different levels of consciousness, different levels through which we interact with the world. So you anchor in that Muladhara chakra. And as you do, because of course, some of the energy of the lower chakras is all about objectification, right? It's all about how can I use you for my pleasure. And so as you're anchoring in that, to ensure that you don't end up getting lost in some of those energies, you allow yourself to do an inner, kinder, gentler battle with Shumba, with the ego, that keeps you separate. I never like to think of actually waging war inside of us, because ultimately at the end of the day you're going to bed with the loser. Right? I mean, it's all in you. If you fight with a colleague, at the end of the day you can each go home to your house. You fight with a family member, at the end of the day you can each go into your own rooms. Even a spouse, okay, one of you takes to the couch for the night or the guest bedroom for the night. But when you're doing war with an aspect of yourself, guess who you're going to sleep with? So I don't think about it as battle, but just a sense of clarity, a sense of awareness. The ego shrivels in the face of awareness. And so when you really look at it and you realize I'm not separate, I'm not an object, I'm not a body, I'm spirit. And since I'm spirit, so are you. So there is no place I end and you begin. You are not something to be used or gotten out of the way. Actually, the same spirit that flows through me flows through you. We are one. So that enables that energy then to start rising, and it enables us to be free of that particular form of the ego. So, since we began with that, before taking a question that's come in advance, which is where I usually begin, I wanted to just open it up to questions here. questions? Yes, in the back.
Good evening. Thank you for taking a question.
Of course.
To address the way my question has to do with this doing battle with the ego and allowing something to let it go. You gave the example yesterday of, and in other instances, of Mother Ganga giving it to the river. And I've done puja here to let it burn in the fire. But if there is something persistent that continues to haunt, how?
Okay, I get it. So, a critical aspect of letting it go. सूरज इसको बंद कर दो है ना उनका. A critical aspect of letting go is forgiveness. I can't just let go into nothingness. I can only let it go once I have forgiven. Whether it's what someone did to me, whether it's myself or what I've done to someone else. The grudge and the pain against, or the anger with the other, or the guilt with the self. In both cases, I have to really forgive. Now, the difficulty that most people have with forgiveness is we give ourselves way too big of a role in the cosmic cycle of karma. So there's something within us that thinks if I forgive, somehow that makes it okay. As though somehow the universe has appointed me the decider of what's okay and what's not. I've been given the role of the grand, capital C, condoner. We haven't been given that. We haven't been given the ability to impact someone else's karmic journey. Because a lot of us think if I forgive, somehow that absolves someone of what they've done, that I have to hold on to it until they get what's coming, because it was wrong. And that's really normal and natural. Especially when what has happened is really objectively awful. There's a natural sense of a commitment to, an attachment to, making sure that that person gets their due. The dilemma comes with the idea that somehow, in order for them to get their due, I have to stay stuck to them. As though somehow I'm God's note keeper. And if I'm not following God around with a little notepad saying, remember this guy, what he did to me, that somehow the universe is going to forget. Or that somehow if I forgive, then he or she will be absolved and won't get what's coming. And that's just not how it works. They're two completely different things. What someone has done is their action, their karma. They will get the fruits of that. Separate from you. Separate from your reaction. You could hold on to it till the day you die. You could forgive them now. It's not going to impact the fruits of their karma. It's like if I plant an apple seed, it's going to grow into an apple tree. I don't have to stand over it going, apples, apples, remember apples, that looks like maybe an orange sprout. No, apples. The nature of the seed knows apples. In the same way, that's how karma works. So our job then becomes to realize that we forgive, not to absolve them, but we forgive because we deserve to be free. And because not forgiving keeps us stuck. Not forgiving links us forever to that thing that happened that shouldn't have happened. Now, it happened once, or maybe it happened 50 times. But that's then. It happened in the past. If I don't forgive, I'm taking my entire life, my joy, my peace, my freedom, and I'm offering it, as I always say, on the altar of someone else's. Ignorance, confusion, arrogance, greed. Now they've already hurt you. Why would you then, in response to them already hurting you once or 50 times, then take everything that's left, what you've got, your most precious thing in life, and willingly offer it to them? It doesn't make any sense. But if we don't forgive, that's what we're doing. So we have to bring ourselves to a place of being able to see them in our mind's eye and literally say, I forgive you. Not that what you did was right. Not that I want you to do it again. Not that maybe I even ever want to see you again.
The journey to great often begins at a space that's ready for you today. A space that adapts to your tomorrow, where you grow from 3 desks to an entire floor. A space that can be custom-sized or customized to your needs, so you can achieve your version of great. We work. Great inspires great.
But I'm letting go of my end of the karmic cord. See, if you and I are holding on to 2 ends of a cord, and there's a lot of tension in it, it doesn't require both of us to let go. It actually just requires one person to let go. And all of the tension in that rope disappears. So we forgive so that we can be free. Now, the dilemma with that is, a lot of us hold on to this pain as really a kind of identity. We become the ones who were abused, abandoned, betrayed, cheated, lied to, harmed. And that becomes a whole identity. And there's all these aspects of my life that are built around that identity. Which means if I forgive, then suddenly I have to step up to brand new plates of my life that I may have been able to avoid stepping up to for a long time. And so this is where we have to really have the courage that says, I deserve freedom. I deserve joy. I deserve love. I deserve peace. And if it means that I no longer have an excuse to be an addict, okay, well, we'll deal with that. I'll deal with my addiction then. I'll stop blaming it on this thing. If it means I no longer have an excuse to be depressed, we'll deal with the depression. If it means I no longer have an excuse to not trust people, to not open my heart, well, then either I can make a conscious decision not to and just be aware that I no longer have an excuse, but I've made a very conscious decision. Because of course we have the right. We've got free will. We can decide to open our hearts or not. And so we then decide, I'm going to open it or I'm not. Without needing to rely on the crutch of, well, I can't trust because I was traumatized, therefore you will have to excuse me from X, Y, and Z. You know, it's like, not to belittle it, I personally have experienced a great deal of trauma, but it's like that cartoon, I think it was Calvin and Hobbes, but I can't guarantee it was that one, where he used to, I think it was him, he used to sort of forge all of those, please excuse Calvin from school today, notes, right? And they would say the funniest things, I can't remember now, 30 years later, but I used to laugh at him sort of forging all of these, please excuse Calvin from this exam, or please excuse Calvin from school, or it's like us, essentially, using that which happened as these get out of living your life notes. Please excuse me from living my life because, see, I was traumatized. Please excuse me from living my life because, see, I was abused. And so we have to be prepared to not have any more of those notes. To recognize I hereby am letting go of my sense of right to a note that excuses me from stepping up to the plate of my life. I still have free will. Nobody can force me to do anything. But I no longer have a ready-made, forged excuse for why I'm not loving, living, serving, being healthy. And that's the key for a lot of us, is we've got to be prepared to jump into that unknown if we're going to let go of the crutch we're holding on to. But we realize that that which we're holding on to is keeping us stuck, is the thing keeping us from living our lives. And so it takes a bit of a leap of faith of, I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to be when I'm no longer the one who was abused. I don't know what I'm going to do when suddenly I'm afraid to trust. And I can't say, well, you'll have to excuse me because, see, I was, you know. And in that leap of faith, we let go of the proverbial training wheels or floaties, or pick your analogy. And we actually accept this beautiful invitation of life with all of its uncertainties and with all of its possibilities. Yes. Other questions? Well, I have one that was handed to me as I walked in, which I will read and give anyone else time to think if they have one. I tell my 4-year-old son to pray to God to help him get well soon. How do you explain to a 4-year-old the concept of God?
Winning is about finding the perfect racing line with your eyes closed. Making split-second decisions based on instinct. It's about knowing you've beaten the lap record before you even cross the line. Winning is to overcome. Winning is second nature. CVS Apache RR310 with ride modes and Smart Connect. Crafted to overcome. Crafted to outperform.
So, connecting children to God is one of the most important and beautiful things. Don't try to explain to them in a very fixed way, because then they will grow up believing that that is all God is. So for example, let's say in the home we are Krishna devotees, for example. Well, we all understand that Bhagwan Krishna is the expression of the divine we worship, but that ultimately that divine is infinite. In fact, Bhagwan Krishna himself says it, that in whatever form the devotee worships me, I appear to the devotee in that form. But if you say to a 4-year-old, this is God, and you show them a picture or a deity of Bhagwan Krishna, the child doesn't have the concept to understand what we understand. Manifestation, embodiment. So the child is literally going to grow up to believe God is blue, God plays the flute. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Loving Bhagwan Krishna is beautiful, but if they can have an idea actually of an infinite presence, that's also really beautiful. And so you can give them both. You can give them, this is one form of God. Let them love an image of God that's easy for them to see and understand and connect with. But also help them understand, for example, who wakes you up in the morning? When you're asleep, who wakes you? Right? You're not there. Who reminds you to breathe? Who's breathing for you? Who wakes you up in the morning? Who's breathing for you? Who makes the sun rise? You were sleeping. You weren't on the job. Who makes the sun rise? Who makes the flower petals open up in such a beautiful way to the sun? All of these things, this is God. Who makes a caterpillar turn into a butterfly? Who makes a seed sprout and become a tree? So these are all expressions of God. This is God. So to have a child understand that there's this force in the universe that is beautiful, is benevolent, is a force of love that's holding them, carrying them, waking them up even from deep sleep, keeping them breathing even when they're sleeping. It's going to make the sun rise and it's going to make the flowers open. That's a really beautiful way for children to grow in faith. My slight dilemma with the other part of the question is that I tell him to pray to God to get well soon. Now the dilemma with that is, what if he doesn't get well soon? Right? What if he's got a flu and he prays to God to get well soon and he does, and then he has a friend who has leukemia? And he prays for his friend to get well soon, but the friend dies. Well, then you've just lost his faith in God. Then you've injured this child on a level that's worse even than the loss of the friend from leukemia. Because now either God doesn't love him and listen to his prayers, or God is not good, God is bad. And it brings up all kinds of complexes around God that lead to people many decades later saying things like, well, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. Right? We've lost in some way the connection to religion. You know, if you ask most people who say that, well, that's interesting. Tell me about your earlier experiences with religion. Well, almost everyone has been sort of burned by religion in some way. Either there's a teaching in religion that doesn't work, so I'm not a heterosexual, I'm any of the other varieties of that. My religion says that's a sin, so I no longer am religious. Or I'm a female. My religion says that I should pray to be born a male, so I've decided I'm done with religion. Or I prayed to God with love and devotion to save my friend who had leukemia and my friend died. So I decided I'm done with God. These are the sorts of things that tend to turn people off of religion. And this is why I always say that the more people who say I'm spiritual but not religious, this is something that as a religious person, I take as a huge failing on our part. Like, I understand it fully, and I certainly would never tell someone not to be that. But to myself and other religious leaders, to me, that's our failing, that we've somehow turned religion into something that even people who want a connection with the divine don't want to be part of. So my point around this is that as long as we turn God into a wish-fulfilling tree, as long as we turn God into the infinite form of Santa Claus with the list of who's been good and who's been bad and who's going to get what, well then inevitably we're going to break a lot of hearts. And we're going to have a lot of people lose a lot of faith. And so I would be really cautious about the God is a vending machine model of prayer. Now, yes, prayer is beautiful. Have faith. God can do miracles. But especially for a child, that's a very tenuous place So if you're going to have the child pray to God to get well, I would also simultaneously make sure that I'm helping the child understand that whatever comes to us in life comes as an opportunity to get close to God. And for some of us, it's in long, healthy lives. For some of us, it's in long, sick lives. For some of us, it's in short, healthy lives that just end too early. For some, it's in short, sick lives. But every one of them is an opportunity to get closer to God. None is a reward. None is a punishment. God is not playing favorites. So along with the teaching of praying to God and understanding the miraculous power of God, I would make sure that the child understood that God doesn't actually have any preference of health over sickness or life over death. Because God is with us in life as in death, in sickness as in health. And that we've just been given this body to do some work here on earth. And some of our work takes a long time, some of our work is a lot shorter. Just to make sure that they don't lose faith when something they prayed for didn't happen. Because otherwise you'll disconnect them. You mean well, but you end up actually disconnecting them further. Any other questions? Yes, we'll take it last.
Good evening. Thank you so much. What is the purpose of struggle? Is struggle also a construct? Thank you.
Is struggle simply a construct? Well, I mean, there are certain viewpoints, and I won't go into them because it's a long and deep philosophical debate. You could say everything is a construct. But instead, what I would say is there's two different aspects of struggle. One which keeps us stuck, one which sets us free. The type of struggle that sets us free is the type of struggle, if you think about a butterfly pushing its way out of the cocoon. Right? There's that great story of the man who comes out one day and he sees a cocoon hanging from a tree in front of his house, and it's swinging back and forth, and there's a little crack in the cocoon, and he sees the butterfly's head.
मेरी मर्जी का plan. I like it. Edelweiss Tokyo Life Flexi Savings Plan. Get life cover and choice to accrue or withdraw every year with accrual of survival benefit.
And he sees the butterfly try to squeeze itself through the crack. But she doesn't seem to be able to. And so in the most kind-hearted of intentions, the man goes in the house and he gets himself a pair of scissors, and he comes out and he gently, gently, gently cuts the cocoon. And the butterfly then essentially flops out of the cocoon onto the ground. And he went and picked her up and tried to get her to fly, but her wings weren't actually developed. Her wings were wet and soggy and shriveled. Because actually it's the act of pushing her body through the cocoon that sends that energy, mass, matter from the center of the body like a caterpillar into the wings like a butterfly. So in that case, the struggle was essential. The struggle to be born, right? I mean, think about the struggle of the mother, the struggle of the baby. It's setting us free. And we all can look back on our lives and think of such struggles, things we have been through, with freedom on the other side. But then there's what most of us struggle with most of the time. I'm going to say 90% of struggle is in the second category. And that's the category of the games of the mind. That's the struggle of, it's not fair. I'm so nice to her, and I do everything I possibly can for her. Why is she so obnoxious to me? Why does she always try to cut me? Why does she steal my work? Why does she tell people bad things about me? That's not fair. Or that says, it's not fair. I'm the one who does all of the work and he gets all the credit. Just because the boss likes him more, just because they golf together, this is not fair. The type of struggle that kills our mind. We're eating, we're thinking about it. We're walking, we're thinking about it. We lie down to go to sleep, we're thinking about it. We're hugging our loved one, we're thinking about it. We're losing the moments of our life in those struggles of the mind. And that's where our practice of meditation, our practice of introspection comes in. Meditation that actually enables us to learn that we are not slaves to thoughts, that we're not slaves to the games of the mind, to just bring the mind back, bring it back, that lo and behold, we actually do have control over it. It is not a runaway train. And our practice of introspection and contemplation to really guide us of, wow, I'm finding myself so angry at this person, or so jealous, or so resentful. Why is that? Why is it having such an impact on me? Why this compared to so many other things that I can just blow off? And we really introspect so that we can gain insight and understanding, and ultimately freedom. So the discrimination is required because you don't want to become lazy in the first batch of struggles, right? You don't want to be the butterfly that says, oh, it's just a game of my mind that I'm actually supposed to become something else. I'll just sit here in this cocoon forever. You want to be able to clearly recognize which struggles we are supposed to fight for, and which struggles are those we've created. And there's no equation, unfortunately. I wish I could say to you, well, if A plus B equals C, then yes. But there isn't an equation. One of the key ways of knowing is ask yourself, what is the ideal resolution of the struggle? If I had a magic wand and I could fix this struggle, what would the outcome be? And if that outcome is essentially you versus someone else, now I'm the one with more Facebook followers. Now I'm the one who got the promotion. Now I'm the one the boss likes. Now I'm the one everyone's looking at. You can be pretty sure that that struggle is a game of the mind, and don't fight for it. That's where you need to become free. But if the end of the struggle is a sense of expansion, not of your pocket or your bank account or your possessions or area of influence, but an expansion of yourself. So the end is, I finally have the courage to do what I'm meant to do here on earth. To write the music, to make the art, to join the ashram, to become an entrepreneur, to whatever it is that I'm feeling really called to.
Beyond is where we begin. It's how we make life better for clients, society, employees, and the planet. And where we begin to find BCG's next generation. Together, let's go beyond limits to advance the world. BCG. Beyond is where we begin.
That's going to bring me expansion of the self in my presence here on earth. Then that's a struggle to push yourself through. And lastly, if it's a struggle where the end result is a better situation for many, then it's definitely a struggle to push through. Then we find ourselves in the land of the war of the Mahabharata, where, it was a struggle. I mean, there was Arjuna on a battlefield facing family members. Huge struggle. Not for himself, not for his ego, not for petty stuff. He had already let it go what they had done. He said to Krishna, forget it. Don't worry, it's okay. We don't need anything. But he had a job, a duty, to bring back Dharma. And to bring back the Dharma, he needed to struggle in the fight. And so as we today fight collectively against human rights abuses, against discrimination, against violence, against terrorism, against what is happening to Mother Earth, that's a struggle we need to struggle with. That's not a struggle where the solution is just, how can I find my peace in the midst of everyone else's difficult situation? How can I live in heaven while everyone else is living in hell? That's not the end goal. The end goal is, how can I be in enough peace internally that I can be a warrior, a struggler, a fighter, pushing our way through a dark cocoon of injustice, of destruction, into a world that we know we need to live in, a world of true freedom. So these are struggles that you don't want to say, oh, it's just a construct and I'm going to, therefore not engage because I'm trying to free myself from constructs. These are things we're meant to be engaged in. If we had never struggled, we'd never be born. I mean, you are here because you struggled. Those who sat in the womb and said, just a construct, those are the ones who didn't get born. The mothers who said, I'm not going to push. Just a construct, forget it. They are the ones through whom life did not happen. So we must struggle. But we don't struggle for our own mind games. We don't struggle for our place, our right, our numbers, our this, our that. We struggle for our freedom, for our blossoming, for our expansion. And we struggle to bring back Dharma, to bring back light, to bring healing to the world. Beautiful. Have a beautiful, beautiful first evening of Navaratri. A beautiful morning and day to those joining from all over the world. And I look so forward to seeing many of you tomorrow when we dive into Goddess Brahmacharini, the second goddess of the second day of Navaratri. To satsang. Such a beautiful time as 2021 is coming to a close, and it creates such a very fertile soil for our new growth to come in. Obviously, any minute, any moment of any day or week or month of the year is a beautiful possibility. Puja Swamiji always says, whenever you wake up, it's morning. Wo aapka morte. But nonetheless, there is something about these days, just around the new year, where it seems to be a very fertile soil for change. So it's especially beautiful to gather at that time.
बचाओ! कोई है? बचाओ!
What a save, मेहरा जी छा गए।
बचा लेना।
जिंदगी में सेव करना जरूरी है, मगर जब बात पैसों की हो, सिर्फ सेविंग से काम नहीं चलेगा। इक्विटी म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट कीजिए और अपने सेविंग्स को आगे बढ़ाने का मौका दीजिए। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Different fabrics? No problem. Presenting LG AI Direct Drive. Automatically detects fabric softness and weight and selects from 20,000 wash patterns.
And as always, we open with a question that comes in advance from our family joining us from all over the world through the great technology of the internet. Can't be here physically, but they join with us in satsang from their rooms, their homes, their cars, their offices, wherever they are. So in honor of our extended family, we take the first question from them and then open it to any questions that anyone here has. What are 3 moral guidelines that you would never break? Well, as far as moral guidelines, there's a lot more than 3. We look at the 10 yam and niyam, or what sometimes in the West we call the yamas and the niyamas, but actually yam and niyam, the do's and don'ts of a dharmic life, a yogic life. But 3, if I had to give 3, here's the 3s I would give. It actually comes from a very beautiful story, personal story. So I had been in India maybe 3-4 days, or in Rishikesh 3-4 days. And actually, that's not right. I had been at the ashram for 3-4 days. I was in Rishikesh for a week before that. But I had been living at the ashram, staying here for 3-4 days. And so this goes back to September of 1996. Had been in India a total of maybe 2 weeks. A few days in Delhi, then a week in Rishikesh before I met Puja Swamiji and started staying here. Then 3 or 4 days I'd been here. And I was in a state of just ecstasy. Just spiritual ecstasy. Those of you who have known me for a while or have listened to satsang for a while or have read my memoir, you know some of what those days were. I was just in ecstasy. And I said to Puja Swamiji, 3rd or 4th day, I finally had the opportunity to actually meet with him, other than just in the big darshan that he gave. And you have to picture the scene, okay? I was a 25-year-old American student who had shown up with a backpack, knew nothing about India, nothing about Hinduism, nothing about anything. Had ended up at Parmarth because I had had this extraordinary experience of awakening on the banks of Ganga, and then had had these experiences making me know that I was meant to stay here. So I had heard a voice as I walked through the ashram one day. I then had had my feet literally glued to the floor of the ashram a few days later. So I had all of these things happen that made me know this is where I was meant to be. But I didn't know why. I mean, none of it made sense. But as I said, it didn't matter. I was in ecstasy. So the scene is I'm sitting in Puja Swamiji's area, and we are alone. First time I had been alone with him. I'm 25 in just spiritual intoxication. And I say to him, I say, Swamiji, I feel so incredibly blessed. So incredibly blessed to be here for these experiences I'm having. I want to give something back. What can I give? What can I do? Please. So he looks at me and he says, anything? And now remember, I don't have any idea what sannyas means. I don't understand what orange robes mean, that it means celibacy. I don't understand. I don't know any of that. I'm just here in this spiritual intoxicated state, young, didn't know anything, but so touched that I wanted to offer something. Here we are, and he says, he was about 45 at the time. And he says to me, anything?
A click is all it takes for a change of pace that encourages productivity and sparks coffee-inspired collaborations. A click can also create a space for large teams to work on their dreams, leading up to the day where you build your version of great. We work. Great inspires great.
And in my head, I can hear my mother saying, just leave. Just stand up and walk out. In the West, unfortunately, there isn't an understanding in so many places of the blessing, the divinity, the sanctity of a guru. There's a lot of skepticism, there's a lot of cynicism, there's a lot of negativity around that whole idea. So I can hear in my mind my mother's voice saying, just leave. But I knew in my heart that, yeah, whatever he asked, I would give him. Anything. So I say, yes, anything. And he looks at me, and he's looking straight into my eyes. It feels as though it's like burning this hole through me. And he says, you promise? And again, I can hear my mom screaming, and I can hear this very famous psychology teacher I had studied with at Stanford, who was the expert on cults and brainwashing and that kind of thing, and who had always warned us all about, religious organizations and anything. And I can hear now him yelling in my brain. I can hear my mother yelling in my brain. And they're both saying, just leave. Just stand up and walk out. But I knew. In the way that sometimes in our life we just know. It may defy everything we've ever learned. It may defy everything we've ever been taught or thought. But it is so true. And so true on such a deep level that nothing else matters. And so I knew, without a doubt, whatever he asked, yes, I promise I would give it. And I knew that. I had no idea what he was going to ask, but I knew I would give it. And so I say, yes, I promise. And the seriousness in his face then breaks, and he smiles, and he says, okay, 3 things. This brings us back to the 3 things of the question. He says 3 things. Number 1, get closer to God every day. He said every day when you go to sleep, you should be closer to God than you were when you woke up that morning. He said, and serve the world. You've been so blessed with so much ability, so much opportunity, so much resources. You've been so blessed. Serve the world. And he said, and 3rd, be happy. He said, any sadness you have, any anger you have, he said, give it to me. And he held out his shawl like this, and he said, anything you have, just give it to me. He said, but just be happy. And of course, aside from being 3 rules to live by, it was such an incredibly powerful experience to be in that situation where literally I would have given anything, and yet all he wanted from me was get closer to God, serve the world, and be happy. And so I've really taken those 3 things as, you could say, the three rules that I really live by, that I wouldn't break. Doesn't mean that there aren't moments that I'm sad or moments that I'm frustrated, but that underlying happiness, that underlying sort of fundamental joy as kind of a river that runs through my life has always stayed. So if I had to give only 3, those would be the 3. Get closer to God every day, serve the world, and be happy. If anyone here has any questions, I would be happy to take them.
अभी तो बजट टाइट है दुबे जी, मैं कोई दूसरा सीमेंट आपको सोचकर बताता हूँ।
राजीव, कोई दूसरा सीमेंट आगे चलकर कोई गड़बड़ हो गई तो?
डोंट वरी मम्मा, हम फिर से बना लेंगे।
अरे ऐसे नहीं होता बेटा, घर थोड़े बार बार बनता है। हाँ दुबे जी, वो सीमेंट सिर्फ अल्ट्राटेक ही लगेगा। हाँ बिल्कुल पक्का।
घर बनता है जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार। बनाइए इसे देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट से।
Yes. Maybe what you can do if you have a question after this one, so that Sandeep ji doesn't have to run around with the mic, maybe if you have a question, you can just come here into the center and then he can just give the mic to one after another. You're good because you've already got the mic. So.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for inviting all of us here in the satsang, Swamini ji. And I must tell you that I had an excellent spiritual experience to be part of the Ganga Aarti. And I love the word that you said there. Actually, it was the golden words that when you love your child, you love all the belongings of your child. Similarly, when you offer your divine to the God, then you love the God and you love every single thing created by the God. Right? But I have just one question to you. You know, when we say that we love God and every single piece designed by the God we also love. But in the world, a lot of people, a lot of, animal creatures created by the love, those can easily distract you. They can easily shake your temperament. Then how to control yourself to be part of this, spiritual, intoxication stage and not to be distracted from the other creatures of the world. How to control yourself?
The pull, the distractions, चाहे हम माया कहते हैं, चाहे अपना मन का waves कहते हैं, there's always something that's pulling us off our grounding, off our anchoring. और ये आज का नहीं है, ये शुरू से. Today we have our smartphones and they beep and they ring and they vibrate and they do all sorts of things that distract us. We get an email every 2 seconds, some notification for it every 2 seconds. But that's not actually the core problem. Because for thousands and thousands of years, since the time our scriptures were written down, we've been being taught about taking care of the monkey mind. Monkey mind aaj ka nahi hai. This is the nature of the mind. Maya. This is not aaj ka concept. This is not, oh, you have a smartphone, so let's think of a word to describe the smartphone grabbing you. Or, oh, the makers of YouTube and Facebook are, sending you things to just waste your time. Let's think of a word. Chalo, isko maya bolte hain. तो माया तो शास्त्र में बात कर रहे हैं. The nature of the mind to be distracted, the nature of the mind to be attracted by Maya is something that existed long before not only smartphones, long before any phone, long before any television set, long before any shopping center. It's the nature of the mind. And so it's a practice of the mind. Dekho, you can't make the world stop grabbing you. You have to work with yourself. It's like that beautiful story of the king. Everybody used to walk barefoot. The kingdom, of course, in those days, thousands of years ago, was covered with rocks and rough ground and bushes and things. And the bottoms of everyone's feet always used to get, kind of scratched up. But this king was very sensitive. And so he calls one day a meeting of all of his officers. And he says, I'm tired of my feet getting cut up on the rocks, on the branches. I want you to take some good material and cover the floor of the entire kingdom. Wherever there's rocks, wherever there's bushes, I want you to cover it with some nice fabric so that wherever I walk, it will feel nice on my feet. Naturally, most of the officers are just like, yes, sir, yes, sir. But one of them says very, very humbly, Your Majesty, if I may, just a humble idea, to cover the entire kingdom, every square inch of the kingdom, with some nice fabric. Sounds like kind of an impossible feat. इतना कपड़े कहाँ से मिलेगा? फिर एक बार लगा दिया, then it gets torn, you have to keep fixing it. He says, may I humbly suggest, Your Majesty, that we prepare something that you can wear on your feet that are covered with something soft, so that wherever you walk, your feet will feel soft and nice. And that this was the beginning of what we call shoes. Right? And I love that story because most of us think that the answer to things is to fix everything in the world. The world is pulling me. The world is attracting me. The world is distracting me. I have to somehow make it stop. Nobody should talk to me. Nobody should call me. Nobody should email me. Nobody should honk their horn when I drive by. Nobody should ring my doorbell. Right? Nobody should disturb me. Well, that's kind of a tall order. Instead, rather than trying to make everything something that suits you, we work instead on our own mind that's getting distracted, that's getting pulled, that's getting attracted. And that's what all of our spiritual work is about. It's what our meditation is for. It's what our mantra jap is for. It's what our seva is for. It's what our introspection is for. Some of those things help the mind slow down. Some of them purify the mind. Some of them help us understand why we're getting attracted, where we're getting attracted. But all of them together give you a mind that doesn't jump around, that you're able to, I don't like to use words like control because it implies that there's kind of a master-slave relationship going on, but a mind that is your friend, a mind that is your tool, a mind that you can use rather than that uses you. And so that's what all of our spiritual practice is for. And this is not news flash of today. This is what our scriptures tell us. This is what all the commentaries tell us. This is what the sages and the saints and the rishis have been telling us hazaron salon se. ध्यान करो, जप करो, योग करो, सेवा करो, स्वयं को देखो, अपने विचार को देखो, उपवास करो. Why? Because it enables us to actually get free from the bondage of the mind. The world is not going to stop. It's just going to get more. I don't see a situation where we have fewer things beeping and buzzing and blinking and vibrating every year. I think we're going to have more of them. It's what happens with technology. We can't rewind life and say, I'd like to go back to the, pre-telephone, pre-TV era. Life moves forward. And so we move forward with it and we figure out, okay, how do I not get distracted? How do I not find myself pulled around? And the key answer is just staying conscious. Just staying conscious. We're on our computers, we've gone to send an email. Suddenly some advertisement pops up. We click on it. Before we even realize it, suddenly we're 25 clicks into something and we're typing in our credit card number for something that we never wanted, we'll never use. Like we've been hypnotized. Or we go online to watch something short. Somebody has suggested, oh, you should listen to this song or watch this lecture. We go on for a specific purpose. One thing we're supposed to watch or listen to. 3 hours later, 30 clicks later, you don't even have to click these days. YouTube just does it for you. You just keep sitting and it'll just keep, until you hit stop, it's going to keep playing things. But we have a choice. We have the choice and we need to use it. But we have to stay conscious to use it. If we allow our consciousness to be hijacked by somebody's algorithm that says, after this video, they're going to want to see this one. After this, they'll want to see that. Then we really become slaves. Then we're slaves literally to an algorithm. Somebody somewhere is sitting programming what someone like us is likely to keep watching. We've given up all of our freedom then. So we stay conscious about how we're spending our time, what we're clicking on, who we're spending time with. Just because you're invited somewhere doesn't mean you have to say yes.
तो ये है मारुति सुजुकी कमर्शियल.
आइए सर. सर वो है और ये बताइए कौन सी गाड़ी पसंद है?
गाड़ी तो पसंद आई है मगर खरीदने के बाद मारुति सुजुकी कमर्शियल की सर्विस तो हर जगह है ना. विशाखापट्टनम.
यस सर.
राजकोट. हाँ. सिलीगुड़ी.
ऑफ कोर्स सर.
सिलीगुड़ी में भी है सर्विस सेंटर.
सर अंडमान एंड निकोबार में भी है.
ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता था. 3800 से अधिक सर्विस सेंटर्स के साथ मारुति सुजुकी कमर्शियल का भरोसा है हमेशा आपके साथ. मारुति सुजुकी कमर्शियल, तरक्की आपकी, साथ हमारा.
This is all part of our spiritual practice. Otherwise, you get very distracted, very pulled off track very quickly. वो तो जाना पड़ा. उन्होंने हाथ जोड़ के मेरे को इनवाइट किया था, 3 बार मुझको फोन किया था. इसका मतलब नहीं है कि जाना पड़ेगा. It just means you have to be loving and polite. But if we give up, our own freedom, if we give up 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 our own freedom, if and our own grounding and our own anchoring just because someone's invited us someplace or YouTube wants to show us something or we've seen some advertisement, then we're not walking closer and closer to moksha. We're actually binding our own hands and our own lives every moment. And this is where consciousness is freedom. I am aware. Do I want to watch this or no? Want to watch it? No problem. Enjoy. Want to go have coffee with that person? Wonderful. Go. Enjoy. But you don't want to? Learn how to say no. With love, politely. But grab that free will. Otherwise, everyone and anyone, in person, online, through an algorithm, is just looking to steal your time and attention. Because in many cases, it's rupees, it's dollars, right? The longer they can get you staring at the screen, the more likely you are to click buy now on whatever they're showing you. But even if somebody's not looking for our money, and they're just looking to steal our time and waste our time, we have to be conscious. Just like we lock our homes before we go out, lock your car when you park. In the same way, maintain a sense of real clarity over your sense of time and energy, attention. It's very precious. Beautiful. Yes. Namaskar. वो माइक चालू करेंगे एक सेकेंड.
जो बात मैं जानना चाहता हूँ वो आपने पार्टी अभी बता दी है. फिर भी मैं समझता हूँ कि सभी धर्म के बोध पाठ भगवान गॉड डिवाइन की तरफ ले जाते हैं और समझ जानकारी से रोज काफ़ी रास्ते समझ और जानकारी से रास्ते काफ़ी लंबे हैं और पूरा एक जीवन भी कम है. मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि कोई छोटा रास्ता है. आपसे विनती है कि ऐसा कोई रास्ता हो तो बताइए. अंत में कैसे स्वतः को प्योर करें ये जानना चाहता हूँ. धन्यवाद. आभार. थैंक्स.
So for those of you who didn't understand the Hindi, he asked that all of our different religions, different paths of spirituality, religious paths, they all take us to God. He said, but the path seems very long. Isn't there some shorter path? Some shortcut to God? Absolutely. Bhakti. Love. Love is the shortcut to God. Because जब हम प्यार करते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली देखो जब हम बात करते हैं एनलाइटनमेंट, moksha, God realization, it's essentially two becoming one, right? The word yog in Sanskrit, what we say in the West yoga, but actually is pronounced yog. Literally the Sanskrit meaning, or the English of the Sanskrit, means union, to unite. And it's the union of this self, this lowercase s self, this identity, with the Supreme Self, the capital S Self, the union of Jivatma and Atma. Or you could just say the union of yourself and God. But in God is also you. You are not separate from the divine. So it's a union of the you who thinks you're separate with that supreme you who is one with the divine. Essentially, you can think about it as a two becoming one. है ना? However, in love two already become one. Though, if you want a shortcut ये है, प्यार. When you really love God, then you experience already that oneness with the divine. That experience of the lover and the beloved are one. There's no difference. And in that love of God, we may begin by loving God in a murti. Let's say in my temple I have a murti of the divine in some form. Bhagwan Krishna, Bhagwan Ram, Shankar Bhagwan, whatever murti maybe I have in my mandir. So maybe I begin by loving God in this form that seems separate from me. But as you love, as your heart opens, and you feel it, you feel that juiciness. जब हम रस कहते हैं ना, रस, bhakti ki ras, it's juice, it's juiciness. As we feel that juiciness of love for God, you feel it inside. You feel it in your heart. And you feel it चाहे आप मंदिर में बैठ रहे हैं, चाहे आप kitchen में हैं, bathroom में हैं, बाहर हैं. Wherever you are, you feel that love. And as you feel that, wherever you are, तो फिर यही अनुभव आने लगता है. You start to realize that actually God is inside you. Because you're loving God wherever you are. And then you start to experience that oneness with the divine inside. And then as you love God, you start to see the divine in all. You begin, of course, with your loved ones. It's easier. But then slowly, slowly, in all, you start to see that divine wherever you look. Becomes just the divine. But it begins with love. When you love someone, really love someone, wherever you are, you're thinking about them, right? सामने है तो ठीक है, सामने नहीं है तो फिर भी मन है उनके साथ, दिल है उनके साथ. They're with you. And that experience of being with God all the time, it comes from love. Sadhana, सारे जो साधना हम करते हैं, sadhana does not bring God. Pujya Swamiji always explains this very beautifully. He says, sadhana is not bringing God. हमको लगता है कि मैं काफी ध्यान करूंगा तो फिर भगवान सामने आएंगे. That God will come because I am meditating. Or God will come because I'm doing japa. इतना जप किया कि भगवान को मतलब आना पड़ेगा. Right? या कहते मैं जप करते रहता हूं लेकिन भगवान आते नहीं हैं. As though somehow your japa is what's bringing God. No. Pujya Swamiji says, he says God is always there. But what sadhana does is it cleans our glasses, cleans our windows, lets us see. जैसे सूरज हमेशा है, लेकिन अगर हम अंदर बैठे हैं, पर्दे बंद, तो फिर हम देख नहीं सकेंगे सूरज को. अंदर बैठ के हम सूर्य नमस्कार करेंगे, सूर्य का मंत्र बोलेंगे. We'll pray to the sun, we'll do our sun salutations, but the sun is already there. It's just that we're inside with our curtains drawn. So sadhana is that purifies our glasses, that cleans our window, that enables us to see what is already there, the divine that is already there. But if you love God, then you're already with God. फिर कोई पर्दा की बात होती नहीं है. When you're in love with someone, there's no curtain between you. There's no wall between you. You're just one.
So thick, it's like an ice cream you can sip. Epigamia milkshake.
So your shortcut is to love God. And if you feel like that's difficult, because for a lot of us, the idea of just suddenly starting to love God, like especially if we don't think of God in a particular form, this idea of just suddenly being in love with this nameless, formless energy, it seems difficult sometimes. And so a really easy place to start is to choose anyone you really love. It can be a parent, a grandparent, your child, your best friend, your husband or wife. It could be the tree in your backyard. But choose someone or something you really love fully. And then ask yourself, is it just their body you love? Of course not. And if you've loved them for a lot of years, like children with parents or with grandparents or people who have been married a long time, think how many times the form has changed since you've loved them. But you keep loving them. Their body keeps changing, but you keep loving them. It's not the body you love. You may appreciate it. You may appreciate their beauty. But if they got in a car accident and their face got all messed up, you wouldn't stop loving them. Because what you love is their essence, their soul, their spirit. And that's God. If you're loving someone's soul, someone's spirit, someone's essence, what you're loving is God. If you only love their body, that's what we call lust. But if you really love their essence, they're in a good mood, a bad mood, looking good, not looking good, doing what you want, not doing what you want, but you keep loving them. What you're loving is essence. You're loving soul, you're loving spirit, which means you're loving God. So you can begin there. And then just keep paying attention to that divinity in them that you love. And through them, realize that you love God. And then start to see if you can love God in other forms as well. Slowly, 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 you'll increase the number of ways that you can love God. So that's the fastest and best shortcut that I know. Does anyone else have a question? Yes.
Pranam Mataji. Thank you for providing this golden opportunity. I have just one question. How we can differentiate between the love and the attachment? Like the mother has a child, she loves the child.
Yes.
And at the same time, she can find any child, but she cannot love that child at much extent. At that extent, she loves her child.
Of course.
So I want to know that is it attachment or it is love? I personally feel like if it is love, then it should be spread equal to all others.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, until and unless we are fully enlightened, okay, we are going to find some situations more easy to love. We're going to find some situations more easy to experience God. There's a reason that people feel inspired and uplifted and connected to the divine, much more sitting on the banks of Ganga than sitting on a subway in New York City. God is everywhere. And for enlightened beings, you take, Paramhans Ramakrishna, stick him on a subway in New York, and I have no doubt that he would cry in love for God as he saw the divine and everybody walking on and off the subway, bowing at everybody's feet. But for the rest of us, there will be certain situations that feel more conducive to our spiritual growth. Certain situations where we feel closer to the divine. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's what we have temples for. It's what we do puja for. It's what we come to ashrams for. Nothing wrong with that. It just means you're still human. In the same way, if we are fully and completely awake, enlightened beings, we're going to love all exactly the same. Because we see the same divine in all exactly the same. But as long as there's still a bit of humanness in us, we're going to have a much easier time loving those who we feel close to. Loving strangers is very difficult. The only way I know to love strangers is only because you love God and you realize that God exists in all. And so in that way you would love everyone because you love God and realize God is in everyone. But to love someone who we are close to, that's very easy. Our hearts are open to them. We are connected to them already. And remember, we're connected also to their soul, their spirit, their essence. So we are connecting to the divine. But we're connecting through a being who feels very close to us. So I think it is thoroughly impractical. I'm not even sure that it would be ideal, but even if it were, thoroughly impractical to expect any mother ever to love every single child on earth exactly as much and in exactly the same way as she loves her own child. But I don't think that that has to be the goal. And the fact that she doesn't necessarily mean it's only attachment. We love where we are able to open ourselves to. Now we are open to those who we feel close to. We can open our hearts to those we feel close to. We become vulnerable. We trust. We let down our guard. We let them really see us. And so then we can love. If I've got my guard up, if I'm protecting myself, if I'm hiding myself from you, then I'm not going to be able to love you so much because there's this big wall between us. And so, on the highest spiritual level, yeah, we see the divine in all, we are open-hearted to all. That's the goal, it's where we're all walking to. But along the way, it's going to be a lot easier to feel love of God in your mom or your dad or your grandma or your grandpa than in some random woman walking down the street or some random man walking down the street. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we respect all, care for all, there's no rule that says I must love everyone exactly like I love my mother or my baby. Attachment tends to be around how that other being acts, lives, chooses. So if it's just love, then regardless of what they wear, regardless of their grades in school, regardless of what career path they choose, regardless of anything, I still love them. The attachment is in, I need them too. They better dress like this or I'm going to be really angry. They better act like this or I'm going to be really angry. They must follow this profession, get this career, study this in school, or I'm going to be really angry. That's attachment. Attachment suffocates. Attachment doesn't let the other being blossom. Think about like a beautiful flower, but I squeeze it so hard I actually kill it. I'm just trying to hold on to it. I really love it. But in my loving of it, I've tried to own it. And so I've squished it in my hand. That's what attachment does. Love, we're able to just love it as it blossoms. We don't need to own it or control it. We can just love. Beautiful. Okay, one last one for tonight. Can you come forward? Thanks. We'll take this as our last question tonight.
Yeah, hi. Pranam Mataji. Slightly offbeat question.
No problem.
I am 22 right now. My question to you is that a lot of my friend circle and most of the people around me are very ambition oriented. For example, chasing career, chasing money. And as someone who is still starting out of the spiritual path, what would you like recommend or like advise to kind of make sure that I don't get like flown away with career and ambition or stuff like that?
Beautiful. Well, first of all, there's nothing that says that you can't have a career and be on a spiritual path at the same time. It shouldn't be either or. It's not be spiritual or be ambitious and successful. Ideally, we should be able to do both. Now, as you are embarking on a spiritual path, you may need some time, a few weeks, a few months, in which you are, for example, in an ashram, in a retreat center where you're not worried about making money, you're not worried about punching a time clock, you're just focused on developing your spiritual grounding. But eventually the point is that experience is something that you carry with you into the world. And to be able to develop a life in which there's a job, there's a career, and there's also a spiritual practice, and they're not separate. But that I'm earning a living doing something that it may not be, necessarily what my fantasy was, but that's okay, as long as it's in alignment with my values, my ethics. I'm not working in a situation where it's violating my ethics, violating my values. But I'm doing it because if not, you need to beg on the street for food. I mean, somebody's got to work to make the money to buy the food. So either you work to make the money or you stand on the street and beg so that somebody else who makes the money gives it to you. See how you can develop a life. And 22 is still very young. You've got a lot of time. It's beautiful that you're on a spiritual path at this age. Let that path get strong. And yes, in the beginning you have to take care of it very carefully. We do a lot of tree plantation. Puja Swamiji is very, very dedicated to planting trees. And when you plant saplings, you have to plant what's called a tree guard around the saplings. Because otherwise the monkeys eat them, the cows eat them, dogs eat them. So you have to plant a tree, you have to erect a tree guard around it to protect it. We then ended up, of course, having to hire guards to protect the tree guards because the tree guards were made of metal and people were stealing the metal. So you have to keep protecting it. Eventually we just shifted to bricks instead, but eventually that sapling will grow and it'll become very strong, and then you don't need any kind of guard. Then the monkey comes and the monkey jumps on its trunk and swings from its branches, and the tree doesn't care. The dog comes, sniffs, pees on the, base of the tree doesn't care. So you have to do that caretaking a lot in the beginning. So at this point, it's a very precious time. Make sure at this point that you are spending the time, you're doing the right thing. Here you are in Rishikesh. Here you are in the ashram. Here you are in satsang. Let that really grow within you, become your own. And then see how you can carry that first into just your day-to-day life. Just interacting with friends, interacting with family members, going grocery shopping. How do you carry that spiritual life? And then, as you start to think about what your career might be, think about ways to utilize the skills you have, the abilities you have, in a way that's, number one, in alignment with your values, your ethics, some way that is serving and helping and benefiting. But also in a way that you're not working 120-hour work weeks. You may make a little bit less. You may not reach senior vice president. But that's okay. When you go to these top hospitals, the big hospitals all over India, Medanta, Apollo, AIMS, all the big good hospitals. They've got several different types of checkups. If you go in for an annual checkup, they've got 5, 6, 7 different packages you can get. Each package has different tests that they'll do. The most comprehensive package, meaning the one that is testing everything, the one for those who have the most things wrong with them, the most in need of medical treatment. What are those packages called? Usually? Anyone? Corporate checkups. Exactly. Corporate exams, corporate checkups. It's never the mail clerk checkup. As we rush and rush and rush to become the head of these companies, we end up developing so much stress, so much else that's wrong, that we end up needing these very extensive and very expensive checkups, right? All the stress tests, corporate checkup. Now, for some people, that's their ambition, no problem. Let them do it. Somebody needs to run companies. But stay grounded in what your goal is. There just needs to be enough money that there's food on the table and sweaters in the winter and a roof over your head in the rainy season, and that your kids, when you have them, should be able to go to school, and everybody in the family should have access to medical care and whatnot. But beyond that, there's no point putting in all of that extra time just so you have more of something that you already have enough of. See how you can spend that time differently. That's strengthening your spiritual experience, that's deepening it. And then you'll be able to live both. Beautiful. Have a beautiful rest of your evening, everyone. Beautiful morning and day to our family joining us from online. And looking so forward to seeing you all tomorrow. For them. So even at this moment, that truth isn't true for them. And for us, in another few moments, it'll be 6:45, then it'll be 6:50. So even that truth is changing. So that's not the truth that we speak about in satsang. The truth in satsang is the capital T truth. That wherever you are, whoever you are, that nature of the self, that truth doesn't change. So it's an experience of that truth that we come together in satsang for. And we begin with a question that's come in from our global family joining us via the internet. And then we'll open it up to any questions that anyone here might have.
लो बच्चों, oh no, milk time. मैं तो यहाँ हूँ ही नहीं. मैं तो टेडी हूँ. देखो तो सही.
स्वाद और स्ट्रेंथ भर दे, दूध का मूड बदल दे.
दूध की शक्ति के साथ रूह अफ़ज़ा का यमी टेस्ट. रूह अफ़ज़ा मिल्क शेक, दूध का मूड बदल दे.
बिट्टू, रोना धोना बंद कर और बाहर आ.
कितना बाहर मम्मी? इतना बाहर या इतना बाहर? या फिर इतना बाहर?
Domestic flight starting 999.
तो जितना चाहो उतना बाहर जाओ.
India's biggest travel sale
Only on Clear Trip.
Can you think of a time when impossible became possible? Ah. Every day. Every day. You know, it's said very beautifully that if you take the word impossible and you just ever so slightly change it, you just add a little space. So instead of I-M-P-O-S-S-I-B-L-E, it's I-M, then space, then P-O-S-S-I-B-L-E, I'm possible. And so it's a matter just of how we think. Now, so much of that which seems impossible is impossible because of our mental framework. Now, yes, of course, there are some laws of nature, right? If you walk off a building, you're not going to fly. If you walk off the roof of a building, you're going to plummet to the ground. I don't want to say it's impossible to fly, but without a contraption, without a parachute, without some kind of, motorized something or other, whatever it may be, it's extraordinarily unlikely. I've certainly never heard of an example of anyone who did anything other than plummet to the ground, because the law of gravity is pulling us to the ground. So, other than laws of nature, right? We plant an apple seed. It's, again, I don't like the word impossible, but we'll say improbable, unlikely, that you're going to get an orange tree sprouting from an apple seed. Law of nature. But gravity, botany, horticulture, agriculture, these tend not to be the things that frustrate us so much. Most of us are not actually frustrated in our lives because we can't fly off the top of a building, or because our apple seed just won't give us oranges. We're frustrated because of our own situations. Personal situations, family situations, relationship situations, career situations, in which we've put this label of impossible on things that really are not impossible at all, but that are just beyond my current way of thinking. And this is where every day I see the impossible become possible, because so many of us move through the world with these mental constructs. Who we are, what we can achieve, what we are good for, what the universe is going to provide us with. And we function like that. And yet, there's a grace in the universe that if we open ourselves to it, we open ourselves to the possibility of grace. And by grace, I don't mean an orange coming out of an apple seed. I don't mean walking off a rooftop and flying. I don't mean going against the laws of nature that the Creator has imposed, and now suddenly we seem to think that a miracle would be if the Creator went against his or her own laws. But a grace that enables us to transcend who we think we are. If you think within yourself about some way of identification that holds us back, right? So Raise your hand if you think that you're just a little too lazy. Raise your hand. Anybody who thinks that they're a little too lazy, raise your hand. Okay? Anybody who thinks they are too irresponsible, raise your hand. Anyone who thinks that they're not quite as smart as they should be, raise their hand. Okay? So, what we've seen is that every one of these had at least 50%. Some of them looked like they were 100%. Now, if I move through the world telling myself I'm lazy, I'm irresponsible, I'm not smart, or I'm stupid, well, that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It really does. We've done lots of scientific studies with children and in offices and corporations where they'll tell a teacher, for example, let's say children are entering first grade. The researchers will tell the teacher, these are the children in the class who are really smart.
Hi, my name is Malika, and I'm the founder of Border and Fall. We're a strategic brand agency that works closely with the ideas of shifting perceptions of made in India. And we have the pleasure of working with an incredible range of designers. This very special conversation with Sanjay Garg of Raw Mango and jewelry designer Swapna Mehta. So just by way of context, Sanjay, you're based out of Delhi, but you also lead the design house Raw Mango. And we've had the pleasure of working together for a number of years, but you've been at this for a long time in terms of specifically looking at interventions within textile, looking at innovation, and looking at forward narratives with regards to pieces that have been around, but also with the idea of, like we said, bringing them into the forefront, looking at culture, looking at philosophy, looking at society. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about that in the questions that follow that we can share with the audience. Swapna, we've talked many times, but we've never been face to face. You're based out of Hyderabad, a beautiful city with a long, long history of jewelry, of diamonds, and of a rich culture of its own. So it's really nice to be with you here today. And you, of course, are creating a very unique statement in terms of jewelry, looking at vintage pieces, bringing them together to create truly modern day heirlooms. And that's really the link that seems to connect the three of us here today, especially the work of Raw Mango and the work of you, Swapna, where whatever's being created truly seems to be something that can transcend time. And whether it's a Suti sari, Sanjay, or Banarasi, it's independent of materiality, but it's more of the thought and the spirit and of the object and of itself. But these can all be passed down as modern day heirlooms. And that's really what we're going to be looking at in the conversation today. And so, of course, the significance of diamonds in the modern world has changed. When we look at them, they were looked at as currency, as symbols of wealth and power, and then later on became much more, decorative or design or oriented in terms of those sort of status symbols. And so we're looking across the passage of time, the intrinsic value of them. And Sanjay, a question for you to start, perhaps, that's looking at this idea of objects as they translate through time. You yourself are a collector. You're someone who creates objects. Aside from, of course, textiles, there's a number of things that you've created, but you also collect extensively. And so the question to you is, can you talk to us a little bit about your experience with objects and what they mean to you?
Well, thank you, Malika. So I'll jump into it. So I don't know if you know that the jewelry, before it's become as an adornment, actually it was a piece of an object and it has a functionality. How it started is that you clean your teeth, or maybe to comb your hair. So there was a comb or the thing which you wear, like which you can clean your teeth with. That's how they started wearing. something to be with you and you're hanging in your neck, or some sort of functional piece, and that become an identity later, and that's become a jewelry, and jewelry become a lot of other things, like where do you live, what is the stone available in that region, what is the color, the technique, your identity, your status, and it goes on. And well, now in today's modern era, what I do like about object about it, there's a functionality, there's an identity, and also it's give a room to not to wear on yourself, So object doesn't have to be just one. It's jewelry could be an object, but object in itself could be a piece of functionality. And there are many layers to it. I guess I said there could be a visual expression, there's a skill set to it, there's a sometime material to it, and sometime the way the unique skill set which is not available today, like which happens in textile. So I would like to look at any object with many different multi-layer, and that's how I see an object.
And so, for instance, if you look at your extensive collection, a lot of times that finds its way into the raw mango retail spaces, right? And sometimes they're placed as is, sometimes they're slightly subverted, maybe hung upside down. Can you speak to us a little bit about just the context of objects, if you were to look at some of the older ones that you've collected, as you bring them to present day? Do they need much intervention? What do they really need?
It's a very interesting question. I don't think so. I do have an answer, and I don't think so one has an answer that how much we take from tradition, what is right, and how much what the intervention we need. I don't think so one can weigh it. Sometimes the tradition is, first of all, the tradition is not pass it to me, it's a future. It's just not a burden. I don't have to just pass it on. I'm just not someone who is given something to pass it on to the next generation. Sometimes it's just rearranging a certain beautiful piece, an object you get, as you rightly said, that I put it upside down, can makes it very interesting. Sometimes it's just the way I present it, or sometimes the visual expression that I get. I give an example in context of textile. I haven't changed anything in the loom. So what I'm trying to say that you don't have to change the way the jewelries are made, but design absolutely can be very much new. The imagery of it, like visual imagery or design, could be absolutely produced new with using the very old scale. So it's very much depends on the collection, what I want to communicate, what do I think the need of that hour, and that's how it is.
Wonderful. And so much of what you said is also relevant to Swapna's work. And Swapna, we'd love to hear a little bit from you in terms of how you capture, the sort of, if you can take us through the process of taking and maybe explain to those who are, aren't familiar, how you create what you create, where you look at vintage pieces and then they're reassembled into a new vision that then becomes truly its own piece. So we'd love to hear a little bit about that process, please.
Trend-based jewelry, which was like, every time you went to a store, it was very similar, whatever you saw, which really didn't excite me. And what happened is I saw a pattern with people where the younger generation was not happy with the old pieces which were, passed down to them, and they were going, I saw a pattern of they melting it away for newer designs, which probably would have been trend-based. That was a problem, I thought. One, losing the craftsmanship, the story, it's, when you look back, we've lost a lot of it. So in what I thought was that these little pieces, some of the jewelry from, the history are almost like mini sculptures. They have a story, they have a certain style, or whatever the story they came down with. We had jewelry in India for hair, for ears, for neck, we had jewelry for probably every part of the body and animals as well. But as we became modern, we found less and less, usage of that. And we started taking jewelry very, very seriously, only for special occasions. That kind of, bothered me, because I thought, jewelry was something our men wore, our women wore, and suddenly we were just wearing to weddings, or, it was a very minimalist. Indians are not minimalist. If you see, the textiles, the looms, there's so much story there, but jewelry was getting lost somewhere. And that is how I came about bringing out this jewelry, where I decided to pick whatever I could find, little tiny broken pieces, single earring, and put it together in fun modern way, which probably could be worn, the same piece could be worn pared down, or, going for a special occasion, that one piece you would wear in 100 different ways.
And are you seeing that now with your jewelry in terms of as a function of time? Are you seeing people really being able to take that and make it an everyday object and pair it with something that's less formal or occasion wear?
Yes, I think now that people, realize that jewelry is not something that is going to sit in your locker and come out just that once a year for that special occasion. When you have a piece, you invest in a piece that you see yourself wearing in the day, maybe to an art show, and the same piece goes in the night to a wedding, and you don't have to have lockers full of jewelry of 300 pieces, and, probably you end up wearing only 5 or 10. I mean, we need to learn to invest in pieces that we use more and more rather than more jewelry and less usage out of it. That's my point here.
So Swapna, the pieces that you put together have so many different stones within them, of course, natural diamonds as well. Can you share a few examples of pieces that have natural diamonds that are really exciting and that hold your heart?
So one of the pieces that I shared, the images, is actually of an ear cuff that I've made out of something which was in Hyderabadi called the Karan Fool. The Karan Fool was a jhumka with a flower-shaped fool on top, and the jhumka hung at the bottom. So when I was one of my scavenging trips in the old city, I found a bunch of these fools with a certain goldsmith who had made them because he couldn't complete them because the person who had commissioned those pieces didn't want them anymore. So I have taken those diamond fools and made them into ear cuff. And what I like about these craftsmanship is, again, they were actually made in 9-carat gold, and gold was not the focus point. The focal point was the way the stones are held by that gold frame. If you see those 3 flowers, they almost are like, the big diamond pieces look like little mirrors. The Hyderabad craftsmanship was not like Kundan jewelry. It was probably, we had Pachika Kam and Kutch, but very different from that. So that is one of the examples that I really find it fascinating, and they still make it, the craftsmen still make it. It's just that it's not very popular and people don't know about it. It's a beautiful piece of jewelry. The second piece that I shared was a handcuff that I have made with a man's buckle, which again I found with a very old goldsmith near Charminar, who said his grandfather was commissioned to make a belt buckle for a gentleman in the 1930s or 40s. And each size of the diamond, and I think must have been Golconda, because when you see the quality of the diamond, of course, it's a flat table cut diamond. 4 diamonds is beautiful, a belt buckle encased in a silver casing. So I got that belt buckle from him because there was nothing much he could have done with it. And he was saying, even if he melts it and takes out the stones might get damaged because the clasp holding the diamonds was so tight that it tends to damage the edges of the diamond. I'm so happy I got it and I converted it into a handcuff, a very, very, beautiful handcuff. And I think that was one of my biggest, finds in earlier stages of my work.
Wonderful. And you spoke about storytelling. That's something that also connects the work that both of you do, even though you're both specializing in, across different mediums. Truly, there's a storytelling aspect that is really evoked from the objects that you create. And so some of that is nostalgia based as well. It's not true for, let's say, all of the work at Ramango, but definitely there have been instances where nostalgia really drives, sort of the interest and the love of what's being done. And so the question to you is what it really inspires these narratives of nostalgia and how are they connected to the object in the end? It's a question for both of you, whoever'd like.
First of all, I definitely think there's always a relation with the story I'm telling with the object. So they are not related. They are always related. And I always said that my work is kind of a commentary, my dialogue with my own self and what I communicate through the campaigns. And the whole idea have been that we have done in past, I think I try to break as many stereotypes as I think there are stereotype exists. And there are a few examples from other to hear the way, as Sapna rightly said, is that only one at the wedding and you're not trying to show the bank balance, but you want to wear something which is sophisticated or what you think communicate you enough, right? So, and also, as we are a country of oral tradition, I think this is one of the country where things are transferred more orally than written. They're documented. We are the country where the storytelling happened the most in every form, in the song to in the visual, and every which way. I think we have, the maximum story as possible from this part of the world, and I think I share those stories through my work.
Absolutely. Swapna, go ahead.
So my job as a storyteller is not to take away from these bits and pieces that I add in my jewelry. For me, storytelling is a predominant part of what I do, but I also believe the surface medium of my piece are actually my components, which I really get inspired from. For a little example, I'd like to give you about jewelry, that while we Indians were always chasing, the jewelry that came from Raja Maharaja's house, which was opulent and lovely, not everyone could afford it. But there were some wonderful stories in this chase of important jewels that we were losing out. For example, I'm going to give you a small story. In the south of India, especially in Tamil Nadu, the Devdasis, as they were known, used to wear these headpieces which were called jada on their hair, and which were passed down from her to her daughter, generation to generation. And the part of the education that the mother gave to her daughter was the inscription or the stories that came on the jada, which was actually the repose and chase of the gold work, or probably if, sometimes studded with gems. And, they were all different. Every piece of the hair ornament was different. So what we forget here is that while a Devdasi was a very important part of our culture, and she passing down her knowledge to her daughter through these jewelry pieces, and we thought of it as jewelry being passed down from her grandmother's heirloom as very, good pieces that we had to protect. But what we forgot in this whole story is that possibly in every state, every different kind of people had their own stories, and the only thing which we relate to is the jewelry that we saw in museums, not the other stories which we could, that we couldn't preserve, like the one I said. So the storytelling, what has helped about the storytelling is that people have now understood the meaning of real jewelry and importance of these jewelry to, keep them. Never ever have you seen anywhere the amount of craft, of the craftsmanship of our jewelry like we have in India, from state to state. Every few kilometers, our story changes, our, feelings for what we wear changes, and it's very important to preserve these stories.
Thank you for those insights. And speaking of the idea of jewelry with meaning, particularly if we look at diamonds and natural diamonds, I'd love to hear from both of you your first memory of diamonds. For instance, in my mind, it's really a ring that my mother used to wear, a very particular ring that later I realized was Art Deco. And, she gifted it to me on my 40th birthday. But that ring for me as an entry point into diamonds, into jewelry, really helped shape, I think, my aesthetic of jewelry, because I was drawn to it. And if I look back, a lot of what I like and I'm drawn to really even stems from understanding at an early age that is what I loved. And I'd love to hear from both of you. I know, Swapna, you have slightly unconventional, maybe it's not a jewelry piece story, but I'd love if you could share that. And Sanjay, you as well.
Okay, so my memories, I do remember beautifully natural, the rare diamond, like uncut jarao, sarpage actually, which I have seen at my chacha's wedding. And it's generally thought and people believe that it's only worn by kings, but actually in Rajasthan, every bridegroom wears them. And I'll show you a few examples. There are like, this is I think my most beautiful pieces, but they are not, I don't have the piece with me, but these are the one beautiful pieces of sarpage, which is my most favorite. It's like a worn by man, but it's uncut diamond with a made out of kandan jadao. There are a few examples here. So these are beautiful. Sarpage is one of my favorite pieces of jewelry.
But the first memory I have of diamond is actually quite hilarious. As a child based in Hyderabad, my dad had a friend called John Burton, who was an old man, probably the Nizam's tailor, who had decided not to go back to his country and stay over. And, my parents would drag us to his house for drinks, and we kids had nothing to do while, the our parents were having a good time at the party. And every time we were bored, John Burton would take us to a side table where he had rough diamond and rough rubies just thrown on the table. And you said, why don't you take these stones and go out and play? I had no idea diamonds and rubies were expensive. So I've seen this rough diamond and ruby. And when I became 18, 19, and I started understanding the value of stones, I just was amazed that we were asked to take the stones and play with them outside. And the rough diamond, I still can't get it out of my memory. It was a beautiful stone, probably when polished would have come to some 50, 100 carats. I don't know what. And, we were playing like they were marbles or something. That is one of my memory. And the second memory was being in Hyderabad. We had a lot of these weddings of Pega families where we were invited. And the beautiful ladies of the Pega family were dressed in this beautiful, diamonds, which was not set probably in the way you used to see the setting of a jarao. It was known as the Pachi Kam. So the Hyderabad setting was the open setting where the diamonds were set, the beautiful old diamonds, probably from Golconda diamonds, the old jewelry, set in the Pachika Kam, which is actually just the framework holds the diamond, and you can see the diamond through and through. There's no base at the back. They were exquisite, beautiful, and I still see the ladies wearing it. And, I can't even describe how beautiful they look in their finery with those diamonds, the khada dupatta, and also this is my first few memories of I can remember of diamonds.
Well, and that's a good segue to sort of the next question I had, which was if you're looking at, modern day heirlooms like diamond jewelry, what role do you think it plays in our lives today? And how do you see that unfolding in the years to come, given that there's so much in change, so much in flux? Sanjay, if you maybe want to start by sharing how you view it.
I think it's very simply reason whatever you wear is kind of part of your body and you communicate. Anything like long hair or short hair, everything is a part of the communication. I wear a sari shirt, everything what you do as a reflection of who you are is kind of a second skin, and you do tell without words what you are wearing, right? So the same thing happened with sari too. With the sentimental value, they did buy old traditional design, but that only works very few times, and you buy them and keep them, but you don't really wear them because you only see your large generation in them. You want your own reflection, it represents you. So I really think the same with the jewelry, that what really communicates the youth today, I think there's the individuality and also the regionality and identity where we come from. And as you know that we have the country of many hundred kind of weaving different kind of textile and different kind of making jewelry. I think something which comes which shows a craftsmanship from this part of the world, which is unique to us. At the same time, also the diamond is very much to the world. I mean, I was reading that till 19th century it was only mined in India. I don't know whether it's true. The natural diamonds were only mined in India till 19th century. And we had Golconda mines where one of the most rarest, most famous diamonds of the world are produced. I think it's been very close, and we have shown that I know that the diamond is not only a secret to us, but the way we have cut it, the setting of Jadao to the setting in South and the Kundan setting with the natural diamond, the way that it looks, even the shine of it is very much, is very much part of this reason. And I do love that, that whole, the flat surface, the way it's differently cut, and also uncut diamond is actually always going to be my favorite. I know the people love and rate, and I don't know how to really diamond Sapna, the value of it, the by how many cut and the reflection, but I think my still favorite is going to be the uncut diamond with the Jarao setting. And that's what I think I would say that for the next heirloom, which has a design which communicates, as I said, the youth today and past of the history. It could be in a set of skill set or visual design, something which you can wear it. More than just the wedding would be the right heirloom piece for the youth today.
Wonderful. Swapna?
So I really think that when people invest in a piece of jewelry, no matter what your budget is, what you have to try and do is find a piece that, even if it is a little tiny brooch or it's like a sarpage that Sanjay just showed, and that is what you can buy, I think you have to take risks. We all have to learn to dress in a modern lifestyle. We don't dress the way how people used to 200 years ago, but we actually really love what we have bought, down the generations. So maybe wear it as a hair piece. Don't take it, don't treat jewelry so seriously, that where it has to be thought about, if it's a jewelry is only for wearing as, something in your neck, that when you go for a wedding, wear it in your hair, wear it as a handpiece, or wear it as a thing that you put it on your maybe t-shirt, with as a, like, put a butterfly on your t-shirt, and I think it makes it fun. We've changed our lifestyles have changed. Our children don't think this way we used to. So everything has to have a story where it is willing to change according to every generation. And so I sometimes think our jewelry also has to take that, progression of changing the way it is worn, the way it is treated, and the way we are looking for heirlooms. I mean, there are no heirlooms. Basically, whatever you love is an heirloom, whatever you really love and see yourself wearing for the rest of your life. And it's your personality.
Sure. And I mean, when we talk about, the 20 somethings today, if I look at it, when I was in my 20s, there was this, or generally the trend seemed to be still of not wanting to look at the past, but there was a lot of newness of trying to move away from that. And with 20 somethings today, I feel like I notice more confidence in that nostalgia, whether part of it is a sustainability awareness, or some of it is that confidence in what one had earlier, and to wear that. I'm curious to hear what both of you think in terms of if you look at Gen Z today and the idea of modern day heirlooms. I like what you said, Swapna, about heirlooms are whatever you love and what you'll wear. But in the idea of heirlooms where you're passing it down, what do you both see at a consumer level, at the store level, Sanjay, or with clients, in terms of what they're buying for their, let's say, even what weddings, which would be a large marker occasion, or otherwise in terms of milestone events?
Well, I think I take as an example a wedding, and I've seen brides wearing, I would say, the bank balance rather than what something was sophisticated. So I would only suggest that as big as possible. It's not about the size at the wedding. I think if you do want to wear like something very big, you could layer it up. I think that's the smartest way. I would really suggest a bride that you could pick 3 to 4 different pieces and layer them up at the wedding. And actually, so you don't have to, so you have more events and more occasions to wear them separately. I think that's my biggest piece of advice what I can think in jewelry. I don't know how many those big pieces you can be worn at someone else's wedding and at the dinner or anywhere. I think the pieces, I think the way that with India I see the way India is going, I bit disagree with that. I think it's not about the size, it's about the craftsmanship and also the rarity of the stone, the natural stone, and the craftsmanship really important for me. And I just said the more functionality that Sapna is emphasizing, I think is very more important. And also the versatility of the jewelry. It can be worn over dresses, or you wear a shirt or a collar shirt or a sari or a brocade. I think look for the pieces which has a versatility in design.
And if we were to look at what you create at Raw Mango, so jewelry aside, in terms of what people are buying, Raw Mango has really championed this, for lack of a better term, this idea of a minimalist bride well before, it was of the current du jour term, but in the sense that where we've seen just like a plain red mushroom lehenga, right, that's been shown in campaigns years ago. But are you really seeing a shift in terms of what, away from the beautiful Banarasi?
So generally the whole sari shopping, whenever I saw if bride is coming to buy a piece of textile, actually the whole family comes with the bride. So it's not the bride who really decide what she wants to buy for herself. It's kind of a family decide what she need to wear that day. I think that is shifting. That has shifted after COVID a lot, where she is very much participating in the discussion. She is not just a doll and doing, like, she wants to be the bride which wants to dance and to move around. So there is a huge shift in that, surely, where she wants to wear those pieces more and more, and at the same she wants to participate in the selection of the particular garments. And I've seen that very much. They also think of practicality. They do not want 80 kgs of a garment on them. They much prefer lighter, and as I said, and they also care how is it made. And there is a great shift in the perception.
Great. And Swapna, are you noticing any shifts in terms of or changes or insights in terms of what's been sold over the years? And tell me, sorry, how long have you been making jewelry? Just curious in terms of that timeline.
Only 6 years, Malika.
Only
But for myself,
6 years.
25 years. For myself, 25 years, but otherwise 6 years professionally. So
I do have one question for you, Swapna. So do you also make jewelry, or you only collect and curate old pieces and you recreate them, or you also make certain pieces?
what I do is whatever catches my fancy of old pieces, probably, from different indigenous areas, I just collect them. Like many times, a lot of people want to melt. If they lose one earring, they'd like to melt the second earring. Like you weave saris, I weave my pieces. I put them together. That's why they're abstract, because I never can find, a pair of everything. They have mostly, if you see a lot of my pieces, unless it's a broken necklace, I don't find even numbers. So that's why my pieces are abstract. I don't make my pieces from a scratch. But what I've started to do in the last couple of years is I do take newer makes as well. Goa craftsmanship was amazing, but the craftsmen have all disappeared because there was nobody buying those beautifully gold reposed jewelry. So my idea is, if there's a certain craft area which people are not getting enough work, then I get them to do pieces and I use that as well. So I feel that when young girls come to buy my jewelry, or young boys come to buy my jewelry, they're willing to engage in a certain thing where they want to know the background of the story and where is it from, which I sometimes feel people in the generation don't care. If they like something, they buy it, but they don't care the source of it or where it comes from. So I'm very impressed with the youngsters, really. Their knowledge is so fantastic. They want to learn, they probably know better, and they want to connect to the past in their own, modern way, which I really think is the need of the hour. I really like the way they dress, the way they want to experiment. I like the ideas they want to take risks. So I think it's fantastic.
I think it's amazing that you can see those changes within 6 years of a brand. I mean, that's incredible. That really signifies. And Sanjay's saying the same things in terms of, that questioning where from or provenance or why.
Thank you, Malika, but I did not see this before COVID. I see it more and more after the pandemic. I see it more now.
Interesting. Very interesting. COVID will continue to reveal itself in terms of cause and effect, I think, for years to come. But just to kind of, as we wrap up here, I'm just curious in terms of circling back to these, beautiful sort of this idea of diamonds. And I know all three of us come into diamonds with similar but sort of unconventional perceptions, or where we see them as one of many different possibilities within the world of jewelry. And I'm just curious for the both of you, if you had to pick an iconic piece of diamond jewelry, what would it be? I was trying to think of mine as well, and it wouldn't be necessarily one, but I thought, I think the diamond solitaire ring is still so, it's amazing how that has been able to transcend geography, and whether it's through the idea of love or commerce or marketing, communication, or, sort of a multitude of reasons that solitaire ring, but it is truly iconic in that way. So when I think about my favorite, not my favorite, an iconic piece rather, that's really what comes to mind. But just curious to hear what both of you have on your minds as well.
Well, to me, as most iconic, I would say the Patiala's, the Maharaja's necklace. I think the Cartier necklace, that I do find is exceptionally beautiful in terms of the setting and the way it is, the way the visual is balanced. I think I have liked it, and also it was designed for a man to wear it. I think that's have been more iconic. I mean, I understand that it's not something people can afford, but the kind of the rarity of natural diamond, and it's on its best in terms of the design. It's worn in a Maharaja. It's not too huge. I think it's beautifully made. It's beautifully designed with the rarest of diamond. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And also one of the piece, I think the Dinah wore it. I do remember. I don't know if it was a blue or a black. I don't know, Sapna, if you remember. She wore in the big thing in the neck. That was another most iconic piece. Is one of my favorite. I think she wore the blue sapphire.
Swapna, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, the most iconic piece of jewelry was the diamond brooches that the Ottoman Empire had. the Turkish people made. They would have it was generally brooches and pins, and they had this. I'm going to share an image of that. A flower or a bird in the center, which actually had a spring movement. So when you touched it, it moved for a few seconds, and beautifully crafted. And they had a mix of all kinds of diamonds, regardless of the color, where we are very conscious of the color of the diamond. No, it had brown diamonds, it had white diamonds, it had yellow diamonds, all colored diamonds, and they were stunning pieces of jewelry. I think probably that was my favorite pieces of diamond jewelry. And my own first acquisition of diamond was an old antique pendant which I found in Calcutta, which had a very beautiful enameling with probably the name of the lover, probably giving to the girlfriend, and it had a heart in between from the 1940s, the Art Deco period. Is one of my favorite pieces. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you both. We are at the tail end of our conversation, and it's been a pleasure always. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for Vogue and NDC for having us. Swapna, thank you so much. And Sanjay, of course, thank you as well. And enjoyed discussing jewelry and diamonds with you both.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me here, Malika. Really enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thanks.
These are the children in class who are really stupid. Now, the researchers have chosen these students randomly. They've never met any of the students. They've never seen any of the students. It literally was a eeny, meeny, miny, mo sort of decision-making process, totally random. Names in a hat, drawing them out. But of course, the teacher doesn't know that. The teacher believes them. Now you fast forward to the end of first grade, and they're giving the students standardized testing. The children who the teacher was told were smart, and of course the students had no idea. Their parents didn't know, the students didn't know. Nobody was being told, oh, you're one of the ones I told was smart, or you're one of the ones I told was stupid. Only the teacher was told, and only the researchers knew the game going on. But at the end of the year in those standardized tests, the children who the teacher had been told were the smart ones scored the highest. The children who the teacher was told were the stupid ones scored the lowest. One teacher, having a preconceived idea of a student being smart or stupid, actually was enough to change that student's experience in the classroom, experience of learning, experience of themselves, such that 10 months later, they performed exactly how that teacher was told they would perform. And it's not just children. They've done the same thing in corporations. Big corporations taking in, new employees. And they've told manager-level people, director-level people, the ones working directly with the staff, by the way, we've done an assessment. We've compiled all of their past, whatnots. These are the ones who chances are going to be your superstars. These are the ones who most likely you're going to want to fire by the end of their contract. And again, within a short period of time, those who the manager was told were going to be the superstars were the ones outperforming those who the manager was told you're going to probably, there's no juice in them. So this isn't even what we tell ourselves. This is just somebody around us holding a belief about us. Now you think the power of that belief when I hold it, and in my own head, I'm telling it over and over and over again. It's who I become. And so impossible becomes I'm possible when I change my self-talk. When I change how I think about myself. We all would love to be more productive than we are. I don't know anybody who says, oh yeah, I wouldn't take a productivity tonic if there were one. Why not? I mean, we've only got a certain number of hours every day. Why not be able to achieve more? So there's nothing wrong with feeling like you would like to have goals and be able to do more, serve more, touch more people. But this idea that I am lazy, that I am to blame, because I'm lazy, I'm irresponsible, mere se kuch hone wale nahi hai. I'm never going to be able to. That's what's damaging. I'll tell you a personal story about that. So, when I first came to India and met Puja Swamiji, I was 25. And I was a very high achiever academically. I had graduated from Stanford. I was getting my PhD in psychology. I was a straight A student. Okay. But I was also very, very deeply troubled in a lot of ways. And I won't go into all of that tonight, but I was very deeply troubled in a lot of ways, really struggling, really suffering emotionally, internally from things from my early childhood that I was still carrying in my life. And part of that was negative self-talk. I am this, I am that. And when I met Puja Swamiji, he said to me, not immediately, but within the first few months, he was saying to me, you know, you are going to touch so many people in the world. You're going to touch millions in the world. You're going to be, you know, this great inspiration. And I remember saying to him, thank you very much. That sounds like my mother telling me I'm the most beautiful girl in the class. You know, like she means well. She's just trying to make me feel better. But obviously she knows and I know I'm not the most beautiful girl in the class. But you appreciate it, ki mato mahe. She's just trying to make me feel better. And so I said to Puja Swamiji, I said, thank you so much. I so deeply appreciate your kindness. But I know that I'm smart. I know that I can excel in school. I'm not saying I'm utterly worthless, but I also know that I'm not the one through whom millions of people are going to be touched and inspired. I know that I don't have that in me. I've got all of this suffering and struggle, and I'm this and I'm that, and I have this problem and that problem. And he said, you wait and see. And that night, he gave me a book. And it was my first book on the Hindu scriptures. And it was a book of the Ramayana. And it wasn't a children's book, like it wasn't a comic book, but it was very easy reading. It was about, 150, 200 pages. It was beautiful yellow cover. It was by Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, published by them, and it was written by C. Rajagopalacharya, very, very famous author and thinker. And he gave it to me, and he said, read this. And I stayed awake all night reading it. It read like an adventure novel. And it's the story, of course, of Bhagwan Ram and his wife Sita, who gets abducted by the demon King Ravan. And then this enormous war to get his wife back, but not only to get his wife back, ultimately to vanquish the demons who were terrorizing people. And in the Ramayana, there is a character, a hero, of Hanuman, right? And Hanuman is in the form of a monkey. And I went to Puja Swamiji the next day, crying, because there's a beautiful moment where Hanumanji gets asked, how do you do what you do? Like, how do you fly across the oceans? And because, of course, in his service of Bhagwan Ram, he did miracles. The impossible was possible. He flew across the ocean. He made himself enormous. He made himself tiny. He carried the Himalayas in his one arm. And he had to reach before the sun set. So he thought, well, I'm a little behind schedule. I'll just keep the sun from setting. He sticks it under his underarm. Right? Lots and lots of miracles. And of course, we know Hanuman was not just an ordinary monkey. He's actually divine. But when he gets asked, how did you do these things? He doesn't say, well, don't you know I'm not just a monkey? I'm divine. He didn't say that. He didn't say, you know, I've got this very special mantra, the making miracles mantra. He didn't say, I take some special vitamin tonic, I work out at the gym, I've got this great trainer. Nothing like that. He said, I just close my eyes and I take Bhagwan Ram's name, I take God's name, I think of God, and it happens. It happens. So I go to Puja Swamiji the next morning sobbing. And I say, I get it. I get it. It's not about me. It's not me, this role, this story, this sufferer, the survivor of this, the one with these issues. It's not that.
जब टीवीज पर मिलेगा अप टू 75% ऑफ, तब शुरू होगी त्योहार की असली तैयारी। जियो मार्ट त्योहार रेडी सेल के साथ 30 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर। डाउनलोड द ऐप नाउ।
It's not even me, the straight A student. It's me as a channel for the divine, that if I'm just devoted to God, it's not me who has to do it, it's God who's going to do it. And if this monkey, by being so devoted to God, if he could achieve these types of miracles, then maybe I really can do something beautiful with my life. Maybe I really can be an instrument, a vehicle of service for others. And so the impossible becomes possible when we realize that it's not about where I'm lacking. It's not about the stories I tell myself. It's about letting those go and allowing ourselves to be vehicles, channels for the flow of the divine. Because God knows how to make the impossible possible. We just have to open ourselves to God as channels of grace, channels through which grace flows. And then every day becomes, I'm possible. Not because of my brute strength or my smarts, but because I'm a channel for the divine. If anyone here has any questions, I would be happy to take them. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. So, I'm Sumit. I have one question that every time we are thinking, there are two voices in the head. So, what are those two voices and how to control them?
There's two
Voices.
Voices.
Talking within us, no? So, for example, when we wake up in the morning, one voice will say, get up. Other will say, no, rest
So
5
they
more
don't.
minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it happens all day. So, anything about it? Yeah, thank you.
So, the two voices, we actually have a lot of voices, way more than two voices. But I love how you've broken it into, just for practical purposes, two. We can think of them as the voice that is propelling us forward. Get up, do your meditation, do your prayers, do your yoga, and then move forward as this channel of the divine. And then the voice is saying, Hare yard, kya hone wale, ye dhyan kuch nahi hai. Nothing is there. Keep sleeping. Anyway, tumse kuch hone wale nahi hai. Right? That's holding us back. You're never going to achieve anything anyway. You'll never become anything anyway. You'll never become enlightened. Why bother? Keep sleeping. So there's a teaching, and I can't remember who it's from, but I've heard it several times during my life from a variety of different places, of a similar question that says we've got these two wolves, one wolf on each shoulder, one saying, yeah, get up, meditate, pray, you can do it, you are possible. One guiding us to live according to ethics and values, integrity, our dharma. One voice saying, Are, keep sleeping, you'll never be anything anyway. Just eat, drink, and be merry, get what you can. Don't bother with values or ethics. These two wolves. We could call them the good wolf and the bad wolf. The light one, the dark one. And the question gets asked, which one wins in this battle? Which wolf wins? And the answer is the one you feed. Because if you've ever seen a fight between two dogs, two wolves, well, clearly the one who's well fed is going to win. The one who's starving, who's emaciated, doesn't have a chance. And so when we've got these two voices, it's not random. It's not like based on our, stars this morning, one voice is going to win out. When we speak about sanskaras, or we speak about, scientifically we'll say neural patterning or neural networks, or you can even think about it just as habits. In a very simple way, just think about it as a habit of living, a habit of thinking. Well, whatever we do, we become much more likely to keep doing it. Whatever we do, it creates a sanskara, a groove, you can say, in our awareness, in our life, in our way of living. So every morning that I get up, I'm actually more likely to get up the next morning. We think the opposite. We think, acha, just aaj hi main sote rahungi. For tomorrow I'll feel very energized and tomorrow I'll get up. But the truth is, if you don't get up today, you're very unlikely to get up tomorrow. And this is where we lay these sanskaras, where we feed the one we want to win. And if you know you're not going to get up, for whatever reason, you know, I am just not a morning person. I'm an evening person. Okay? Don't kill yourself. Sleep in, meditate in the evening. Because the truth is that you're actually doing yourself more harm by setting that alarm every day when you know कि संभव नहीं है कि मैं उठने वाले हूं. In that case, stop setting yourself up for failure. Because then what happens is if every night I say, I'm going to get up tomorrow, and every morning I hit the snooze and I never get up, then slowly when I start saying in the night, I'm going to meditate, my own voice is like, "Arey yaar, tumhe pata hai ki we are not getting up in the morning." And then what happens is my whole way of thinking about myself changes. Then suddenly I am someone who's lazy. I'm undependable. I make promises and I don't keep them. Mere se kuch nahi hota. And that becomes very dangerous. So if you really know, I'm trying to give up sweets and I just can't stop, fine. At least enjoy them. Right? Eventually, at some point in your life, a doctor is going to say to you, look, either you give up the sweets or you die. And then you have a different choice to make. But at least right now, if you can give them up, wonderful. You'll be stronger, you'll be healthier. But if you can't, stop telling yourself, tomorrow, kal say no sweets. Because then you are just setting yourself up to feel miserable every day. And you're setting yourself up to tell yourself, I am someone who doesn't fulfill my promises. So when you set goals, we're getting to New Year's time, people make New Year's resolutions. When you set goals, set something that isn't so easy that you're already doing it, but also that isn't so far off that you've got a very, very slim chance of fulfilling it. There's no rule that says you have to go from 9 a.m. waking up to 4 a.m. overnight. That December 31st, you're getting up at 9, but from Jan 1st, I'm going to be up at 4 a.m. Go from 9 a.m. to 7 a.m. February 1st is also an auspicious date. Go from 7 a.m. to 6:30. March 1st is auspicious. Go from 6:30 to 6. Because then you actually are going to be able to fulfill it. If you say, I'm going to totally stop eating sweets, no sugar, no fried food, no maida, no white flour, well, chances are, the minute that you have, one bite of a cookie, then the mind says, "Arey, chalo, now it's over. Now let me eat the whole box and have a pizza as well." Right? There's a syndrome they call in psychology the what the heck syndrome. And what it means is, I've made a decision that I'm going to not eat sweets, okay? Then I had a bite of a cookie. Someone made them, they were saying, please, 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 just taste it. Now I've broken my vow. So I decided, "Hey, what the heck, anyway, I've broken my vow. Up to today is over anyway. So let me eat the whole box. What the heck, who cares anyway? Today doesn't count." So you want to avoid situations like that. They're damaging not only physically, but they're damaging mentally. So you set goals that are reachable. They're a reach, but you're going to grab it. And you do it with compassion and love. That says, okay, I'm going to get up every day. But if you find yourself sleeping in one day, you give yourself a break. In the game, Is Monopoly a game that people in India play also? Huh? Raise your hand if you've ever played the game Monopoly. Just have an idea of who knows what I'm talking about. Okay, good. So in the game of Monopoly, there's something called a get out of jail free card, right? And it's a very good thing to have, because if you get stuck in jail, then you can't keep accruing things and winning the game. So if you get a get out of jail free card, it's great, because then if you get stuck in jail, you give the card and you are out and you get to keep playing. And it's very good to give yourself.
So thick, it's like an ice cream you can sip. Epigamy milkshake.
Give yourself a handful of kind of get out of jail free cards. Whenever you start a new habit, a new vow, a new resolution. So that if you make a vow that you're going to get up early, and then today you've slept in, don't decide it's over. Say, okay, this I'm using my get out of jail free card. Today will still count. I get to still be in my winning streak. Give yourself a set number of them. Maybe 3 a month, something like that. So that if you find that you've broken it, whatever the vow may be, that at least you don't end up saying, "Are what the heck, forget it, it's over. I'm useless, I'm worthless." And then keep feeding that wolf that you want to win. Keep laying these sanskaras. And slowly, slowly, they will become habits. The goal is not to go through life just with willpower. The goal is to make these things a way of living. And to do so takes some time. It also takes some compassion with ourselves. And then it takes just some very focused intention and attention. Which wolf am I feeding? Which am I giving my attention to? And that's the voice that wins out. Beautiful. Yeah. आपको एक माइक दीजिएगा.
Hello. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I have 2 sets of questions.
Okay.
Number 1, is God there? Number 2, in many books, in all of the religious books, we read that destiny is final. Everything is planned by God. But in our own life, there is a conflict. Sometimes we confuse whether we should do our duty or we should rely on destiny. So
Beautiful.
These are the 2 conflicting theories.
Okay.
So my first and second question. And
Done.
thanks a lot. You are doing a noble job. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
So let's take the second question first, and then end with the first question. It'll be a beautiful place to end satsang this evening. So in terms of this destiny, free will dilemma, when we say that things are destined, most of us assume that to mean that they were written by God sometime infinity ago, and we have no say in it. Okay, that isn't true. If that were true, then everything else we are told in our scriptures would make no sense. Why would we be taught the right way to live? Why would we be taught how to fulfill our dharma? Why would we be taught to meditate? Why would we be given yam and niyam, or commandments, depending on how we think of them? Why would we do puja? Why would we find a guru? Why would we do anything other than sit on a couch, eat potato chips, and watch TV while our destiny apne aap unfolded? It would make no sense. If everything was written in a way that we have no control, well then ठीक है, just sit down. Eventually your destiny is going to pick you up anyway if you have no control. Why bother setting an alarm? If it's your destiny to wake up, you'll wake up. If it isn't, you won't. Right? None of everything else we are taught would make any sense. This is where we have to re-look at the nuances of the way that destiny and karma intersect. So karma means action. The word karma means action. It is what we do. Now, every action has a result, right? Spiritually, we speak about it as the law of karma. Physics, we're told, right? Newton says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Same thing. What that means is then that as are my actions, so will be that which comes back to me. Now we have 3 different types of karma, and I'm not going to go into depth and detail of all of them, but you can think of them as long-term karma, short-term karma, and immediate karma. So immediate karma, I pick up a glass of water, I bring it to my lips, I drink. That's an action. The fruit of that karma is that now my throat is wet instead of dry. Okay? Alternatively, I pick up this glass and I pour it on my knee. Fruit of that is now my knee is wet. In a little while it will become cold and my throat is still dry. Right? Okay. That's immediate karma. I've done an action. In this case, I've done 2 different actions to demonstrate. Each of those actions has a different result. Medium-term karma. I really hate studying, but I sit down every day in school. I pay attention after school. No TV, no phones, nothing till my homework is done. Even though I'm not interested, I hate it, but I do it. Because I know that aage jaake ye mera kaam mein aayega. So every night I study and I end up getting a very good degree. And that degree opens doorways into the jobs and the career for my life. Okay? Medium term. There was no immediate reward. And this is why kids all the time say, "Arey, why do I have to study? I hate it. I'm not interested." They're looking for an immediate reward. And this is where it's so important to help them understand the reward will be there, but not immediately. I know right now you'd much rather be playing baseball or doing anything. But 5 years, 10 years from now, trust me, you're going to be very glad you got the degree, that you finished school. And then we've got long-term karma that goes back even to past lives. Things we've done in past lives that are bearing fruit now. Okay? Now, obviously, we have no control today over what we have done in our past lives. Okay? We have no control over that. So there's not even much point in thinking about that. That is going to bear fruit as and when it will bear fruit. But it doesn't exist alone. Remember, there's also the intermediate and the medium and the immediate karma. All of those 3 are happening simultaneously. So let's say that a long term from a past life karma is that I'm going to have an accident. let's say कि लिखा हुआ है, that I am going to have a serious accident. But in my medium term karma, maybe at some point I got my horoscope done by a Jyotish, maybe, who knows, maybe I just decided to be very careful. And I started making sure that I was very careful with things. I made sure to wear my seatbelt in the car. I made sure to have the driver drive slowly. I made sure to walk carefully, slowly. I went to the gym. I exercised so my bones would be strong. I did everything I could to take care of myself. And I started doing spiritual practices. I found a guru, because we're told that the guru also has the ability to impact your karmic fruit. So I found a guru. Now, all of that isn't going to undo my past, but it will mitigate it. So maybe instead of a fatal car accident, or an accident where I trip and I fall and my face is smashed and I've got brain damage, maybe instead I stub my toe, or I end up twisting an ankle. Okay? So this is how those three can intersect. Or let's say that from my past karma, there's something that is going to happen that I'm really going to suffer from. I'm going to lose a loved one. Or I'm going to lose all my money, or my house is going to burn down. In some way, something is really going to happen that I'm going to really suffer loss from. Well, let's say that for whatever reason, several years ago I decided to start meditating. And I started a spiritual practice, and I started reading scriptures and meditating and coming to satsang and doing spiritual pursuits, so that I got deeper and deeper inside. And of course, then that brings us into the immediate as well. In the moment, I'm anchored, I'm grounded. Now, that may not stop this loss from happening. But instead of me being shattered by it, instead of me becoming so depressed that I want to kill myself because of it, I'm actually able to withstand it. I'm able to move through it. The loss still happens, but its impact on me is different. So that's how long-term karma plays out. But the vast majority of what we're moving through is not from past lives. It's actually from right here, right now. It's our medium term and our immediate. Those are the two that have the most impact on us. So when you think about destiny, or something being predestined or predetermined, well, I always say right here, right now, is the pre for tomorrow's destiny. Right? You have a choice. He spoke about two voices. You've got a choice. You can be in satsang, or you can be in a bar. Right? Nobody's stopping you. You won't find one in Rishikesh. You'd have to go you'd have to leave the city. But, chalo, taxi mein baith jao. You could be in a bar. Or you could be in satsang. It's up to you. You've made a choice. Now, yes, your long-term sanskaras are going to impact which way you're likely to go. But you have full control. Even if I have gone to a bar every night for the last 10 years, I still have freedom to decide tonight no, tonight satsang. I still have freedom. This is how people end up getting free from addictions, because they realize even I've been doing the same thing for 10 years, 15 years. Today is a new day. Today, no alcohol. So even your long-term karma is there in terms of the sanskaras. You've got the power to decide. Now, right here then, okay, so either you're in a bar right now getting drunk, or you're sitting in satsang. Now, the impact of that is going to be with you through tonight, through tomorrow. Maybe you'll do something different tomorrow based on what you learned in satsang tonight. Or if you spent tonight getting drunk, maybe you won't even get out of bed tomorrow. So you could say, well, is it predetermined that I was going to have a hangover and not be able to get out of bed? Well, it was predetermined when you decided to go to the bar. That was the pre that determined that tomorrow you're going to have a hangover. Was it predetermined that tomorrow you're going to get up early and meditate? Well, it was predetermined when you came into satsang and made that choice. So everything you're doing, every minute and every moment, you are engaging in karma. And that karma is bearing fruit that becomes your destiny. You are creating your destiny. Your karma is what creates your destiny. Karma and destiny they're one. The sum total of my karma is my destiny. Okay? So, as you engage in karma, you are writing your own destiny. And that's where free will comes in. Lastly, in terms of does God exist? Absolutely. Absolutely. The dilemma is that, of course, if we require the proof to be something that our five senses can understand, or if we require the proof to be something in the jurisdiction of science, then we find ourselves unable to prove it. Okay? So, my eyes can't see God, usually. Not these two eyes, the inner eye can. That's why we put tilak, it's why we work on opening our third eye, to be able to see the divine. But these two eyes usually can't. Can't usually touch God. Can't, with this ear, with my tympanic membrane, can't hear God. Can hear God inside. But my five senses can't taste God or smell God. God doesn't fit in a beaker. Can't tell you what the volume or the area or the weight is. Can't see God in a microscope or a telescope. And so we're out of ways of proving. But that, of course, doesn't mean God doesn't exist. It just means that we're using the wrong way to understand. Okay? Now think about it for a moment. You exist, right? Pakka hai na? You exist. Okay? Now, I know you exist because I can see you. But if I close my eyes, do you still exist? You don't exist. Of course, right. So, I close my eyes. Do you still exist? Thank you. Now, you're too far away for me to touch you. You're too far away for me to smell or taste you. But I still know you exist because you are speaking. But if you stop speaking, do you still exist? Does he still exist? Yes. Well, but prove it to me. Right? Now, obviously he exists. My inability to see or hear or taste or touch or smell him is due to my inability. My eyes are closed. I'm sitting really far away from him. That has nothing to do with his existence. It has to do with my limitations. And so the same is true with God. Just because we can't see God or hear God or taste God or touch God or smell God, that doesn't mean God doesn't exist. It's very me-centric, right? If I try to convince people that you don't exist just because I can't, you're no longer evident to me. You know, one of the phases, the very important phases of child development is something we call object permanence. Now, with very, very young babies, in their mind, they are the world. So, if I show this to a very young baby, and then I put it behind my back, and I say, "Where's the paper?" They will say, "Gone." It's gone. As they grow, a few years, they develop something called object permanence, in which they realize, even though I no longer can see the paper, it still exists. My vision of the world is not the only vision of the world. So young babies learn this. But then as adults, we're actually afflicted by the same thing. I can't see God, so he doesn't exist. We're like the baby saying, "Paper, gone." But it's very me-centric, right? I can't see it, so he doesn't exist. So of course God exists. But we have to figure out a way to connect with God other than with these five senses. That's what we have inner senses for. It's what we have inner eyes and inner ears and inner way of knowing. But also, think about love, okay? Do you love her? She's your wife? Yes. You love her? Huh, prove it to me. I don't believe you. Prove it to me. How will you prove it to me? How much does your love weigh? So, I love the love example because we've all loved. Whether romantic spouse love, whether love for our parents, our children, our pets, a tree, we've all loved. But love has the same problem God has. There's no way to prove it other than just the experience, right? Now, if I say to you, "I don't believe you," you're not going to say, "Haan, bilkul sahi keh rahe ho. I guess I don't love you." You know you love her. Main jo bhi kahun, you know that you love her. In the same way, when people know God, it's an experience. And this is why we simply have to pray for people that they have the experience. Rather than trying to convince people that God exists, then you get into all these debates. Unwinnable. Like there's no way that you could win a debate proving me you loved her. But why bother? Why bother? What you would say is something probably like, "I love her. That is good enough for me. And I pray that you also someday have the experience of love. Then you will know." Right? When children come home from school and they say, boys say, "I hate girls," or girls say, "I hate boys. I'm never getting married." Boys are gross. Girls have cooties. We don't try to convince them otherwise. We don't try to, debate them. Because we understand, chalo, he's 6, 7, 8. Give him a few years. Apne aap ho jayega. Right? You don't have to debate the child. You just wait a little while. You understand there will come a time when he or she comes home and says, I am in love. And we just know that's happening. So in the same way, we know God, we love God, we don't try to force it down people's throats, but we pray for them and maybe try to help them into experiences in which they can experience God. Beautiful. Have a beautiful night, everyone. If you are here and you're not yet registered for our spiritual retreat, we invite you to do that. It's a beautiful retreat. We're in the first evening of it. It'll go through January 1st, but if you can't stay the whole time, don't worry. It's on just a donation basis. Whatever people feel like donating is beautiful. It includes yoga, meditation, beautiful pujas, arti, satsang, of course, but also talks on yogic philosophy, on Ayurveda, walks in the mountains, some field trips. It'll be a beautiful few days of a very special new blossoming of each of us. So if you'd like to join and you're not yet registered, then should they just go to the office? You can just, from here, you're doing registration right here. Lovely. There will be beautiful sevaks taking your registration right here in the back of the hall. And have a beautiful rest of your evening. And look so forward to being together tomorrow, as I said in the beginning, but for those who came in a little late, apologies for our late start tonight. We will be starting at just right around 6 from tomorrow, and look forward to seeing you all. Welcome to satsang. So beautiful to be all together, and so beautiful to be with our family joining us from all over the world. Beautiful welcome to all of you as well. And we begin as usual with one of the questions that comes in from our family joining us online from all across the world who send in questions. And we usually try to start with one of theirs so that they know that even though they're not here physically, they are with us in spirit. And then after that first question, we open it up to any questions that anyone here might have. How do you know when it's time to continue holding on, or when it is time to let go? I think it matters in most cases, not all, but in most cases, it's more a matter of what we are holding on to. It's not so much a matter of a timeline. With those sorts of situations, those are very rare, where there's the same thing and there's a right time to hold on to it and then a time you have to let go. Those tend to apply much more just to things like how you're raising your children. So when kids are little, there's a time that you have to hold on to exactly what they wear, what they eat, how they live. And then, of course, as the children grow, you realize it's time we have to let that go. They'll figure out what they want to wear. They'll figure out what they want to eat. They'll figure out how they're going to live. But in most cases, it's not so much a matter of a time to hold on and a time to let go, as it's a matter of what are we holding on to or what are we letting go of. And the answer to that is actually really quite simple. Things that keep us stuck are things we should let go of. Things that are helping us get freer and freer are things we should hold on to. And so our dharma, our duty, our purpose, our truth, these are things we should hold on to, even when it's not easy. Even when it's a challenging situation, nonetheless, we hold on. This is my truth. This is who I am. This is my dharma. This is what I'm meant to do, who I am meant to be. And even when it's not necessarily what the neighbors want, or what makes the neighbors happy, it's not necessarily what brings in the most money, it's not necessarily that which is the most prestigious, still we know, this is my dharma. We live it. Or this is my truth. I live it. But things that keep us stuck, our egos, our attachments to this identity, my idea of this is who I am, not in the capital T truth of my capital S self, but in terms of this is how I like it, this is what I want, this is when I want it, this is how I want it, this is how you need to speak to me. The whole don't you know who I am-ness, that ego-ness. And also just a lot of ideas that we have about what we think the universe is supposed to be like, how things are supposed to happen. A lot of times we really hold on. We've got these attachments, these expectations. Here's how the world is supposed to treat me. Here's how people are supposed to treat me. Here's how people are supposed to act. The truth is, we don't have any control over other people's karmic drama. But the more we're attached to their karmic drama, to what they do, how they speak, how they live, well, the more stuck we get. My favorite story about this is the story of the Indian city that was being overrun by monkeys. You know, a lot of cities in India have monkey problems. But in general, we tend to be very committed to ahimsa, to nonviolence. And so the solution to the monkey problem was never going to be, let us put monkey poison out, or let us get guns and kill them. Never. But the city officials were very puzzled what to do. Monkeys are overrunning the city, jumping on people, stealing their bags in the marketplace, generally harassing people. as they tend to do. But of course, they didn't want to be violent toward the monkeys. So they developed a plan. And the plan was they took coconuts and they hollowed out the coconut. And they made the hole in the coconut just big enough for an empty hand to go in, but too small for a closed fist to come out. And then inside the hollow coconut, they put something that monkeys love. A piece of fruit, a banana, a sweet. Now, here was how the trick worked. The monkeys, with their open hands, would stick their hand into the coconut, grab their treat, but now they could not get their hand out of the coconut because the hole was too small, right?
Hi. Hi.
Okay.
Environment.
Actually, there's very little time in like my daily life. We're also wrapped up in everyday things. I mean, घर का काम, office का काम.
See, I mean, don't get me wrong. As a New Year resolution, अच्छा लगता है.
I really wish to do it, but somehow I'm not able to do it.
I've thought about it a lot, but I haven't done anything. No.
We need fresh air to breathe.
Yes. School में मैम कहते plant more trees.
Honestly speaking, the world actually needs some bit of goodness.
We all should contribute to save the environment, but it's not easy.
What is this?
ये मैंने कब किया?
Sorry, I think you've got the wrong person.
This is so pretty.
Just look at that.
This is really, really cool.
It has my name also on it.
You guys made my day. I didn't know about this. Thank you so much.
I don't know if India's got a big Winnie the Pooh reader population, but when I was a kid, Winnie the Pooh books were very famous. And there was a very, very famous Winnie the Pooh episode where he ate so much honey inside that the door to the little cave, the hut, the home that was at that time built, you know, just out of mud or whatever they built them out of, the hole was big enough for him to have gotten in, but after he ate all the honey, the hole was too small for him to get out, and he ended up, of course, you know, stuck half in and half out of the hole. When I first heard the story, I thought about, you know, Winnie the Pooh stuck in the hole. But so you've got monkeys with their fists stuck. Now, in the stories of Winnie the Pooh, he's portrayed as very kind, very loving, very good, but also very kind of simple in his way of thinking. Not a rocket scientist, you could say. But monkeys, remember, genetically are our closest genetic relatives. From a DNA standpoint, we are the most closely linked of any other species on the planet to the monkeys. So you'd think, well, the monkeys, since we're so smart, the monkeys would be smart enough, smarter than Winnie the Pooh, they would be smart enough to open up their hand, let go of the treat, and pull their hand out. Because if you've got 4 legs and one of them is caught in a coconut, you can't run very well, you can't climb trees, you can't swing from branches, you can't do anything. But they actually never pulled their hands out. They never let go. And the truth is, they're still our closest genetic relatives. And it makes us realize we actually do this. Like the monkeys hold on to the one thing that keeps them stuck, right? So many bananas in the world. But the one that they're holding on to is the one that's keeping them stuck. So many sweets in the world. But they're so stuck with that one sweet that they end up essentially handicapped, trapped. And that's why it worked so well for the city, because when the monkeys have one of their 4 legs in a coconut, not able to climb, not able to run, it was very easy for the monkey catchers to then catch them up and take them back into the jungles. But you think about, this is what we do. We're so attached to our ideas. It's probably not a banana for us or one piece of sweet for us, but we're so attached to an idea, to an expectation, to a desire, to a grudge, to an idea of who we think we are, to what we want. और हम इसको पकड़ करके बैठ जाते हैं, मर भी जाते हैं, पकड़ करके. We get so stuck holding on to it that thing becomes our downfall.
जब टीवीज पर मिलेगा अप टू 75% ऑफ, तब शुरू होगी त्योहार की असली तैयारी जियो मार्ट त्योहार रेडी सेल के साथ 30 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर. डाउनलोड द ऐप नाउ.
And so the time to let go is when whatever you're holding on to is keeping you stuck. Whatever it may be. And the truth is, you'll know. As you find yourself frustrated or depressed, worried, stressed, miserable, you know what it is. We'll all say, if just this, right? If we went around the room and I had all of you tell me the one thing that was keeping you from being really happy, the one thing that was keeping you from being free. If we went around the room, we'd have, 100 different answers. But we've all got something. That something is the thing you need to let go of. Because that something is what's keeping you stuck. As long as you think that you need that something to change in order for you to be happy, that something is keeping you stuck. Then you're like the monkey with its hand in the coconut. If I just could eat this banana, if I just could eat this burfi, then I would be happy. I need this banana, I need this burfi, इसलिए मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं. नहीं तो छोड़ जाता है. यदि फड़ी नहीं है तो छोड़ देते हैं. If we don't care, we let go. But we hold on because we really, really, really want it. Really, 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 really need it. And just like the monkey thinks it really, really, really needs that one banana that's handicapping it. Ask yourself, what is it that you think you really, 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 really need to be happy? And then let that thing go. Because that's what's keeping you stuck. And then you find that you're actually able to find that happiness within you as you are right now, in this very moment. That it isn't something that you've got to grab onto and pull towards you, but it's actually in you. And our whole mental idea that it's something to be grabbed and held is what makes us stuck. So if it's bringing you toward freedom, toward truth, toward awakening, no matter how challenging it is, no matter how difficult it is, hold on. When we use words like sadhana or tapasya, they're not words that imply something that's super easy. They're not words that imply it's like flying a kite on a windy day. They're words that imply it's a practice, an austerity, a discipline. But it's taking us where we need to go. So you hold on to those things. You let go of whatever's making you stuck. Does anyone here have any questions? Yes.
Namaste. So this is not a question from my side. It's more of a rhetorical question.
That's okay.
And I would like people to ponder upon it. It's like, would you still pray to God and quote unquote love God if you knew or someone told you that He's not going to answer your prayers?
Beautiful.
Would you still go to Vaishno Devi? Would you still go to Badrinath, Kedarnath if you knew that He is not going to answer your prayers? Would you still take dip in the holy waters of River Ganga if you knew that she is not going to wash away all your sins? Thank you.
Beautiful. So, there's a story that Puja Swamiji told me when I very, very first was here. He was translating some of the beautiful prayers that we chant here at Parmarth. And as he was translating them, because we were doing a book on all of the prayers, giving them in English. So he was walking me through the translations and then giving, some commentary on it that I could put into the book. And as he was doing that, he told me this beautiful story of a king. And the king, it was back in the old days when kings used to have a lot of wives, lots of queens. And this king had gone off to neighboring lands to try to capture more kingdom. Right? It's what the kings used to do. They would go off on these long journeys. You can come up a little bit here if you'd like. Yeah. Aage aaja. Wonderful. Thanks. So the kings used to go off on these long journeys, capturing more kingdoms, capturing more lands. So this king went off and went to all the nearby areas, captured lands, did all of the things that kings do. And when he was about to come back, he sent a message to all of his queens, asking them, what did they want? What could he bring back with them, with him, for them? It's like your loved one goes away and they come back with gifts. Parents go away, they bring gifts back for the kids. So in this case, the king went away and he was going to bring back gifts for his queens. He told them all, let me know what you'd like.
tape diapers were difficult to wear. Now my life has changed.
Because a new era of self-wear diapers is here, presenting Life-Free Pants. Its double stretchable waistband makes self-wear easy, and it also prevents leakage. After all, being able to wear a diaper on your own means living with dignity. Easy self-wear Life-Free Pants.
They all send back lists. One queen sends back a piece of paper on which is just written the number 1. Now the king was a very good man, but he was not a rocket scientist, not a super bright man, but he had a very, very smart minister. In those days, the kings would have wise people, usually spiritual people, holy people, ministering to them. So the king says to his minister, he says, "What is this? Number 1? Doesn't she understand? I want a list of things. Everybody else has asked for saris and fabrics and silk and jewels and spices. And this one? Just one? One what? Didn't she understand?" So the minister says, she understood very well. He said, "This number 1 means you are number 1. All she wants is you. You are her number 1. That's what 1 means." So the king says, "Oh." And obviously he's very touched. And as he comes back to his kingdom, he sends all of the, different messengers to see his different queens, bringing their packages of kapre and jewels and whatnot. And he personally goes to this one queen. And as Puja Swamiji said, he said, obviously wherever the king goes, everything goes with him. All of the carriages, all of the horses, nobody's going to leave the king. The whole army goes with the king. And so by wanting only the king, she ended up with everything. Even though the intention was just, I only want you. And he shared that story as a teaching about what we want from God. And as you say, most people go to temples, they do puja, they do things because they want something from God. Those of you who just came in, the question was, if you know that God's not going to answer your prayer, would you still do your puja? Would you still go to visit these temples? Would you still perform all of the rites? And the truth is that sadly, we go to God usually because we want something. Puja Swamiji कहते हैं कि हम इष्ट के पास जाके लिस्ट लेके, है ना? But the point is not the list. The point is Isht, right? The point is God, not our list. It's not about, okay, God, you do what I want, and I promise I will, do Abhishek every Monday, right? Or I promise I'll do this, I promise I'll do that. It's, I just want you. That is what the prayer is supposed to be. Is just, oh God. Not, oh God, give me this, give me that, do this, do that. But just, oh God. Full stop. And when that's the prayer, then we're really with God. And yeah, it's a beautiful question, because if you're only going to temple because you've got a shopping list, or you're going for bargaining, right? It's not that God won't give you what you want. Sometimes God does. But the point is, then we end up just like one of those other queens with a package of kapre or some jewels, rather than actually with the king. And so If our prayers are just, oh God, do this, oh God, give me that, then yeah, sometimes God will do it. But wouldn't it be so much better to actually have the presence of God in your life? Because then we have everything. And so it is a beautiful question for pondering. As you meditate, ask yourself, can I stop bargaining with God?
The journey to great often begins at a space that's ready for you today, a space that adapts to your tomorrow, where you grow from 3 desks to an entire floor, a space that can be custom-sized or customized to your needs, so you can achieve your version of great. We work. Great inspires great.
Can I stop this idea that somehow it's some kind of mutual benefit scheme? Right? You do this for me, I'll do that for you. And it's so funny usually what we think we're going to do for God. Right? What are we going to do? I'll pour milk on you. I will offer my rice to you or my ghee to you. Or I will buy you new clothes, maybe for the mandir, maybe made of gold. I'll buy you expensive clothes. Or sometimes we do things like we say, okay, God, I will give up coffee and tea. Right? You just do what I want. Chai chhod dungi. Huh? Ya chini chhod dungi. Like really? God cares if you drink chai? Oh, she's not drinking chai, chalo, I'll do what she wants. She gave up sugar, I'll do what she wants. Or, oh, this one gave me the golden clothes, I'll do what she wants. You don't think that if God wanted the gold clothes, God would have whatever God wanted? God is God. God's not here to take away your chai or your chini, or your gold, or to get milk poured on him. All that God wants is that we should go to God and want nothing other than God. And when we have God, then like this queen with her king, we have everything. Because when God is there, everything is there. It's like that beautiful story of Hanumanji after the war of Lanka, right? When Sita Ma gives him that beautiful pearl necklace and tells him, this is very expensive, very precious. Make sure that you take good care of it. And Hanuman, what does he do? He takes this pearl necklace and he looks at each pearl from the top, from the bottom. Then he bites it in half, again looks at it, spits it out, throws it on the ground. One by one, he goes through these pearls. Sita Ma dekh rahi hai, she can't believe it. She says, but I just told you this is a very precious necklace. What are you doing? And Hanumanji says, I'm looking for Bhagwan Ram in the pearls. If it's precious, then to Ram hoga. And when I don't see Ram in the pearl, then I realize that must not be the precious one. So I spit it out. I'm waiting for the precious one. Because where God is, then everything is there. And where God is not, no matter how expensive the pearl necklace may have been, it's ultimately worthless. So yeah, beautiful question. Does anyone else have a question? Yes. Tell yeah.
Swamiji spoke about the new.
Just one second.
Swamiji spoke about the new you. What is it? the new you.
Beautiful. So Puja Swamiji was mentioning about the new year is coming. The new year will always be new, but how to be the new you. So what he means is the core of who you are already, right here, right now, regardless of anything you have done to this moment, regardless of anything you think, regardless of anything that has happened to you, regardless of anything, who you are is divine. That's because we are created of divinity, by divinity. That core within us is the divine. That's the true self. When we speak about Atma, soul, when Bhagavan Krishna speaks in the Bhagavad Gita about the true self being that which is never born, never dies, eternal, right? Eternal and divine. And yet, because we falsely identify with the body, with the story, with the role, with the history, we suffer. We suffer greed, we suffer lust, we suffer anger, we suffer jealousy, we suffer all sorts of complexes and insecurities and neuroses and all sorts of things. Because we identify with this body, with the story, with the drama. The new you, it's not a new inner you. The inner you is divine and perfect. It's not that there needs to be anything changed about who you are. But it's this ignorance with which we are covered, that we live in, that makes us act in certain ways, live in certain ways, think in certain ways, self-identify in certain ways. That tell us, oh, I'm the lazy one, I'm the irresponsible one, mera se kabhi kuch nahi hoga. Or that make us feel separate from others. You are the problem. That pit us against each other. That make us think that who we are is the money we make or the roles we play. That newness requires that we let go of that which is stuck. And so the new you is, I think about it like a really good bath. Right? You know when you were a kid and your mom or dad would put you in the bath and they would take the sponge and scrub you, right? Now no matter how much dirt you'd been playing in, by the time you got out of that big sudsy bubble bath, having been soaped down and sponged down by mom or dad, we were super clean. Under the fingernails was clean. Between our finger, everywhere they got, right? I think about new you like that. That the child, even though covered with dirt, was still divine and pure and beautiful and perfect. But just needed a little washing, right? Before they went to bed. Otherwise, slowly, you go for too long without bathing, especially if you're getting really, really dirty. You can get all kinds of bacterial infections and whatnot. Right? We start to smell, trouble ourselves, trouble people around us. The same thing happens to us on the
मैजिक हैंड वॉश गोदरेज मैजिक
माधुरी
हैंड वॉश।
मैम स्क्रिप्ट सुनाओ।
क्या सुनाओगे यार? हैंड वॉश ऐड है ना। एक डॉक्टर होगा, एक छोटा बच्चा जिसके 2 गंदे हाथ और एक सुपर स्मार्ट मम्मी, है ना? चलो हैंड वॉश दो। अरे ये तो सैशे है।
मैम ये सैशे ही हैंड वॉश है।
एक छोटे सैशे से बने पूरा बॉटल हैंड वॉश। इसके मैजिकल पाउडर को पानी में मिलाओ, शेक करो और साबुन के दाम में हैंड वॉश तैयार।
नाउ दैट्स मैजिक। लेस प्लास्टिक, मोर मैजिक।
identification self. Who we are is pure and perfect and divine. But we get covered with this dirt. How we identify, the attachments we have, the egos we have, the grudges we have. It's like what we were talking about earlier that we get stuck with. And so just think about the new year as like, let God give you a good scrubbing. You know that who you are is already pure and perfect, but you've just gotten kind of covered with some tendencies, some maya, some sanskaras that are not in alignment with truth. So think about it as a voluntarily offering of the self to, God's bathtub. To allow ourselves to be really cleaned of the ignorance. Again, remember, who we are is pure and perfect and divine. But we've just gotten covered in a little bit of this false association, false identification. That's led us astray. So we offer ourselves up to God's bathtub, and then we allow ourselves to emerge new. Beautiful. And someone right here had a question. Yes, sir. आपका बाद में आएगा. बाद में. पहले आपको. Yeah. We'll come right to you after.
Namaste, Didi. My question is, I do puja every day. I take 5-10 minutes out, whatever I can in
Beautiful.
my schedule. But I always have a conflict in my mind that, I'm so busy with my office work. Am I being, too materialistic? How do I keep my spiritual awakening always, that part of me always awakened? Because it always gets covered, it always gets, clouded by other things in life. And you keep getting reminded. You do something. You watch some videos. You listen to some gurus, and then it kind of awakens. But then again, it kind of goes down. So how do we keep that awake?
Beautiful. So think about ways that you can keep reminding yourself. This is when we talk about the veil of Maya. This is the veil of Maya. It wraps itself around us and says, oh, better not do your puja, you're going to be late for work. Then the boss is going to like this other person better. She's going to get the promotion, you won't get the promotion. You'll never get a promotion. Right? You better not do your puja. Or the veil of Maya as you're walking to the office shows you something in a window much more expensive than you can afford. Says you better stay late at the office. Forget going to the temple, forget meditating, forget doing yoga, forget spending time with your loved ones. Keep working, because then you can afford. Then you can afford these shoes or this handbag or this dress. That's the veil of Maya. Always trying to pull us off center. And the way that we stay grounded when we know the truth is you literally set up a system so that you're going to constantly be reminded. So for example, set a rule that every time before you eat or drink anything, even a glass of water, that you'll say a mantra. That you'll do some japa. Doesn't have to be 20 minutes. A minute. A minute. A moment. A mantra. A prayer. Some deep breaths. It re-anchors you. Every time before you eat or drink. Every time you sit in a car before the ignition gets turned on. Again, just a moment. When you wake up in the morning, before you touch your feet to the ground, we pray. Right? Just a moment. At night, you lie down in bed before you go to sleep. A moment. And there you've got, if you add up all of those moments, 10 a day at least. You can even add in before you go to the bathroom. Before you enter into the bathroom. A moment. Or right after you come out. Before you go back to whatever you were doing. Hath dho ke bahar aa gaya, 1 minute. Even a public restroom, you walk out of it, you just stand for just a moment. In these very easy ways, you can get 10, 15 moments a day that you're re-anchoring. And when you already know something, then it's very easy. It's just a quick moment. So just add these things in. Because otherwise we all get caught up. Work, life, errands, busyness. And this is where we set up a situation. Set up something on your phone that once an hour, on the hour, you get a few bings. It reminds you, oh yeah, just a moment, on the hour. Okay? Very, very simple things. And it's just going to remind you, oh yeah, and reconnect you, re-anchor you.
Tape diapers were difficult to wear. Now my life has changed.
Because a new era of self-wear diapers is here, presenting life-free pants. Its double stretchable waistband makes self-wear easy, and it also prevents leakage. After all, being able to wear a diaper on your own means living with dignity. Easy self-wear life-free pants.
Okay. Beautiful. Yes. Yes.
Namaste.
Namaste.
People travel, including me, 1,000 kilometers to pray to God, and for a moment, like to see the God and pray them.
Yes.
But like they donate there, but the beggars and the one who are selling some things to run their houses, to proper
Yes.
feeding them. But like people are donating them, but like they are not eager to donate beggars or the one who is like working hard to run their houses. So
Beautiful.
yeah, like what is more important to do? And the other thing is like should they travel 1,000 kilometers to the Vaishno Devi temple, or should they pray to the God from their houses? Like it is not that kind. They can go there, but what is more important to do? Like
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So, traveling to go to a mandir is no problem. Traveling to go on yatra is no problem. There's something even though God is everywhere, you can pray to God on the subway. Anywhere. God is everywhere. But there's something very sacred about a spiritual pilgrimage. We go back through the scriptures, right? Stories of even Shravan Kumar carrying his parents on pilgrimage. So there's something very sacred in all religions about going for pilgrimage, because it's not only the mandir itself. It's not just the actual mandir of Vaishno Devi, which yes, itself is also very holy. But it's when I'm going on yatra, my mind changing. the whole mental framework that I have when I'm going for a yatra, especially if it's a yatra that takes a while, I'm walking, my whole mental framework is different. This is why we chant. People do japa as they walk. People fast as they walk. The whole framework is different. So going on pilgrimage, nothing wrong with it. However, the question you raised about the money that we give, the question that you raised about the money that we give in temples compared to the money that we could give to the beggars, you're absolutely right. We've been told so beautifully in our scriptures, God lives in all. One of my very, very favorite mantras that I share so frequently is from the Upanishads that says, Isha vasyamidam sarvam, yat kancha jagatyam jagat. Everything in the universe is pervaded by the divine. Everything, everyone. And so that beggar is God. There's actually a beautiful story of a man walking home one night on a very cold winter night. And he's a devotee. He's walking home from the mandir. He's gone from the office to the mandir. Now he's walking home. It's very cold, late at night. And there's a beggar on the side of the road. The beggar's cold and says to the man, Can I have something? Now the man has only one shawl. He's wearing just one shawl. He sees the beggar. As I said, he's a good man. He's a compassionate man. He's a dharmic man. But he's also feeling cold. He also has to walk home. So he tears his shawl in half, gives half the shawl to the beggar, and goes home with half his shawl. And that night he has a dream. And in his dream, Lord Krishna appears to him. And in the dream, Lord Krishna is wearing half a shawl. And the man says to Bhagavan Krishna, Why are you only wearing half a shawl? And Bhagavan Krishna says, Ki bas, that's all you gave me. So, yes, serving the poor, serving the needy is the very best puja we can do. I get asked so frequently things like, all of the milk and the ghee and the rice, like, really? Couldn't we feed that to homeless people? And what I always say is, look, as a symbol, as a symbolic offering, if you want to offer little bit of the milk, little bit of rice, little bit of ghee, because of the bhav of the puja, no problem. But instead of taking 10 liters of milk and doing only abhishek in the mandir, use a little bit of milk in the mandir and offer, 9.5 liters of milk to the poor people who don't have anything. Offer a few grains of rice in the yagna and offer the rest to those who actually don't have anything to eat. So you're absolutely right. The puja, the offering that is, I think, the most beautiful and precious to God is that which helps others. God never says, give me gold. There's no mantra or scripture in which God says, give me all your money. In fact, what we're told by God is, patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya payachati tadaham bhaktyupratam ashnami payatatmanaha. the leaf, the flower, the fruit, or water. Whatever the devotee offers me with love and devotion, I accept it with love. This is from the Bhagavad Gita. You'll notice that all 4 of the things that Bhagwan Krishna mentions are free. A leaf, a flower, a fruit, some water. He's not saying your gold, your cars. So, yeah, let us offer God our hearts, our love, our devotion, even if it's just with some water. And obviously, if we've got extra resources, why not? It's good to keep our mandirs in good shape, keep the roofs from leaking, make sure that God has, new clothes, clean clothes. But even more importantly is making sure that the embodiment of God living on the street has clothes. So, yes, I absolutely agree with you. Beautiful. We will take one more question this evening, and then we will take all of the rest from tomorrow. Aapka kafi der tak. In the back, the gentleman in the back. Yeah. And then rest will start with tomorrow.
Namaskar Pujya Didi ji. Good evening, Shubh Sandhya. This is my personal abhipraya observation that here the people gathered for listening your spirituality satsang to go near the God Almighty. You do speak some Hindi words, so I understand that you know also to speak Hindi very well. However, this is not a question, this is my observation.
Okay.
However, audience is mostly Indian and I understand English very well myself. Well, but due to your little different language pronunciation, it is little difficult to understand your speech fully. My earnest request you to, if possible and convenient for you, please speak in Hindi. Aabhar, thanks, धन्यवाद.
Beautiful. तो आपके लिए मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी में बोलूँगी. बात यह है कि जो सत्संग सुन रहे हैं, केवल जो यहाँ बैठे हुए लोग नहीं, बल्कि रोज पूरा विश्व से इतने लोग हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं ऑनलाइन. और जो मैं बता रही हूँ, जो नहीं कोई बात नहीं, वो जो कैमरा लगी हुई है, वो पूरा विश्व लोग जोड़ रहे हैं, चाहे यूट्यूब से, चाहे फेसबुक से, चाहे अलग अलग चैनल से. और जो मैं कह रही हूँ, सच बात यह है, मैं आपको कोई नया चीज बता तो नहीं रही हूँ. ये तो आप ही की संस्कृति, आप ही की संस्कार. मुझको यहाँ आना पड़ा सीखने के लिए. आप लोगों की खून में है. लेकिन जो विदेश से आए हुए हैं, चाहे यहाँ बैठते हैं, चाहे विदेश में बैठते हैं, हमारे कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं है. गांधी जी ने इतनी सुंदर बात कही है कि what is the point of going so fast when we're running in the wrong direction. और जो दुर्भाग्य से जो मैंने देखा, जो विदेश का जो कल्चर है, मेरे लिए क्या, मेरे लिए क्या. पूज्य स्वामी जी हमेशा कहते हैं कि हम नहीं पूछते हैं मेरे लिए क्या, हम पूछते हैं मेरे थ्रू क्या. What can happen through me, not what can I get. जो आपकी जो भारतीय संस्कृति है, वो उसमें सारे ट्रूथ, सारे इंसाइट्स जो भी जरूरी है जीवन के लिए, लेकिन हम जिन्होंने विदेश में जन्म लिया, जिनकी खून में नहीं है, और इतने सारे आपका पूरा हिस्ट्री के साधु संत, वो तो सब ऋषि मुनि, वो तो सब मातृभाषा में है, चाहे हिंदी भाषा, चाहे संस्कृत भाषा, चाहे बंगाली भाषा, चाहे तमिल में, चाहे मराठी, जो भी है, वो सारी उनकी मातृभाषा में है। तो अंग्रेजी में बहुत कम चीज होती है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगा कि हिंदी बोलने वाले लोग, वो तो पहले से मालूम है, मैं केवल याद दिला रही हूं आपको। जो हिंदी नहीं समझ सकते हैं, वो यहां आकर काफी नया चीज सीखते हैं। तो उनके लिए इसलिए मैं अंग्रेजी में बोलती हूँ। लेकिन कभी कभी लोग हैं जिनको अंग्रेजी बढ़िया बोलने नहीं आते हैं, तो वो प्रश्न हिंदी में पूछते हैं, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
जब टीवीज पर मिलेगा अप टू 75% ऑफ, तब शुरू होगी त्योहार की असली तैयारी। जियो मार्ट त्योहार रेडी सेल के साथ 30 सितंबर से 2 अक्टूबर। डाउनलोड द ऐप नाउ।
और मेरी जो अंग्रेजी की एक्सेंट, वो दिक्कत क्या है कि मैं अमेरिका से हूँ। इंडिया में आप लोग जो जैसे ब्रिटिश इंग्लिश है ना, तो यही फर्क है। तो इसलिए मैं थोड़ा सा धीरे बोलने की कोशिश करती हूँ, और जितना जैसे सिंपल शब्द है तो मैं सिंपल शब्द से बोलने की कोशिश करती हूँ, ताकि कम से कम जिनकी अंग्रेजी वो इतना फ्लुएंट भी नहीं है, तो वो भी समझ पाते हैं। समझ गए? हाँ, चलो आप रोज सत्संग में आया करो, और फिर हम आपको दोबारा भेज देंगे। या हाँ, बिल्कुल, ब्यूटीफुल, बहुत बढ़िया। हाँ, हार्ट का भाषा तो यूनिवर्सल है। ब्यूटीफुल। एक परिवार है। Beautiful. And with that, as he reminded us that our scriptures teach us Vasudev Kutumbakam, the whole world is a family. So with that, a very beautiful evening to our family, those who are here and those who are joining us through the gift of technology, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow as well. From tomorrow, actually, tomorrow's 27th. Yeah, from tomorrow, we will be gathering for satsang in the satsang hall. I think as we'll be needing some more space as we're trying to bring back some more social distancing, I think it'll be more comfortable and safer. We'll be gathering in the larger satsang bhavan from tomorrow for satsang. And if you don't know where it is, don't worry. In our reception, people will guide you how to get there. Beautiful. Same time. Aarti ki turant baad. Between 5:45 and 6, we start. It depends how quickly Aarti finishes, but right after Aarti, then we start. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I have said many times, and so many people who have studied Indian culture, the Vedas, the tradition, have said that these truths are so universal. that we need to share them all over the world. Absolutely. This is what we are trying to do. Yes, thank you. From tomorrow, starting tomorrow, actually just in the evening tomorrow and going through January 1st, we are having a special New Year's spiritual retreat. And it's open to everyone. And we begin with Arti and Satsang tomorrow. And then in the evening tomorrow evening, there'll be some special kirtan after dinner. And then from 28th morning through the afternoon of the 1st, it's full days of programs of yoga, meditation, yoga philosophy, Ayurveda. We'll be doing some beautiful mountain hikes. We'll be going on some field trips and having just a lot of very beautiful different types of programming. So it's pretty full day programs. It's on a donation basis. There isn't any set fee or charge for it. It's just a donation basis. And we invite you all to join us. And even if you can't join us for the full retreat, but if you're going to be here for some of the days, we invite you to join us for as much of it as you can. And right after satsang, if you go into in the office, in the main office, if you go into the main office, you can tell them that you want to join the retreat, and they will be able to help you do that. Wonderful. Beautiful.
गाड़ी पहले आप ही लगाएं।
पहले तो
आम जिंदगी में ऐसा हो ना हो, लेकिन ग्रीन टी अब टेस्टी जरूर है। टेटली ग्रीन टी में है मैंगो का डिलिशियस फ्लेवर और विटामिन सी का इम्यूनिटी पावर, यानी ग्रीन टी अब और भी टेस्टी।
नारायणायेति समर्पयामि। ओम भगवते मृडाग्नये नमः। ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ सर्वं वै पूर्णगुः स्वाहा। ॐ सर्वं वै पूर्णगुः स्वाहा। ॐ सर्वं वै पूर्णगुः स्वाहा। ॐ वसोः पवित्रमसि शतधारं वसोः पवित्रमसि सहस्रधारं देवस्त्वा सविता पुनातु वसोः पवित्रेण शतधारेण सुप्त्वा कामधुक्षः स्वाहा। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् विसर्जनम्। गच्छ गच्छ सुरश्रेष्ठ स्वस्थाने परमेश्वर यत्र ब्रह्मादयो देवाः तत्र गच्छ हुताशना। यान्तु देवगणाः सर्वे पूजामादाय मामकी। इष्टकामसमृद्धरतो पुनरागमनाय च पुनरागमनाय च पुनरागमनाय च। बोलिए श्री नारायण भगवान की जय। ओम तत्सत् श्री ब्रह्मार्पणमस्तु। गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो
राधारमण हरि गोविंद बोलो
राधारमण हरि गोविंद बोलो
हरि बोल
हरि हरि बोल
हरि बोल
हरि हरि बोल हरि हरि बोल
हरि बोल
हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
हरि बोल
हरि 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 बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो
राधारमण हरि गोविंद बोलो
राधारमण हरि गोविंद बोलो
राधे
राधे राधे
राधे
राधे राधे
राधे
राधे राधे
राधे
राधे
राधे
राधे राधे राधे राधे
कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण
राधे कृष्ण
कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
प्रेम के बस अर्जुन रथ हाक्यो
प्रेम के बस अर्जुन रथ हाक्यो
भूली गए ठकुराई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई
हरे रामा
रामा
हरे रामा
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 हरे हरे
ओ हरे रामा हरे रामा 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 हरे हरे
Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Oh Hare Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Hare
Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
oh Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare, oh
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
oh Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, oh Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange,
Jai Ma Gange,
oh Jai Ma Gange,
Gange,
Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, Jai Ma Gange, oh हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हो गंगे माँ गंगे माँ गंगे माँ गंगे माँ गंगे माँ
Ganga Ma, Ganga Ma, Ganga Ma,
हे माँ हे माँ हे माँ सर्वेश्वर भगवान की जय, गंगा मैया की जय, भारत माता की जय, धरती माता की जय, हर हर
पाउट करे पाउट।
हाँ, एक काम करता हूँ ना, कपड़े उतार के नाचने में लग जाओ, तुम्हें रिले बना ले।
आंटियों का परफ्यूम क्या कर रहा है तेरी गाड़ी में?
आओ देख टॉयलेट। टॉयलेट कौन कौन जाता है? जेंट्स लेडीज दोनों जाते हैं ना।
फीलिंग्स रियल होती है ना, तो हो जाती है चीजें अपने आप सॉर्ट आउट।
आइए आंख बंद करके भावपूर्वक 2-3 मिनट के लिए अपनी श्रद्धा और आस्था के पुष्प प्रभु के चरणों में इस प्रार्थना के माध्यम से इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास। माता
इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति
हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना।
हम चले नेक रस्ते पे, हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना।
हम चले नेक रस्ते पे, हमसे भूल कर भी कोई
भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। दूर अज्ञान के हो अंधेरे,
तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे। दूर अज्ञान के हो अंधेरे, तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे।
हर बुराई
से बच के
रहिए हम,
हर बुराई से बच के रहे हम। जितनी भी दे भरी जिंदगी दे,
वैर होना
किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदले की होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे,
हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है,
हम ये सोचे किया क्या है अर्पण
सभी को फूल खुशियों के बाटे सभी को सबका जीवन ही बन जाए मधुरनु अपनी करुणा का जल तू बहा के कर दे पावन हर एक मन का कोना हम चलेंगे रास्ते के हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना
पारण पूज्य स्वामी जी, हमारा ये पूरा विश्व से आए हुए हैं अपनी परिवार जो पूरा देश से, जो विदेश से, जो हमारे साथ इतनी भाग्यशाली हैं कि माँ गंगा का पावन तट पे हमारे साथ अभी आरती करने जा रहे हैं और जो हमारे साथ जोड़ रहे हैं through the gift of technology that are sitting in so many cities of so many countries around the world, in their rooms, in their homes, in their cars, joining us from all over the world. Such a beautiful reminder of the world as one family. Mare Shastra mein likha hua hai Vasudev Kutumbakam. We recite it, we say it, we learn it, but it's very rare कि सचमुच इसका दर्शन करने के अवसर मिलते हैं. And each evening here in this sacred Ganga Aarti, we have that beautiful opportunity to really realize the whole world is our family. And as we are here, we remember कि Mother Ganga is not only a river. Ma Ganga is the goddess flowing forth from these sacred Himalayas, carrying in her waters life, liberation, moksha, divine connection. और वो केवल मरने के बाद मोक्ष नहीं, बल्कि जीते हुए मोक्ष. That freedom, that liberation of all of that holds us back, that keeps us stuck, our ignorance, our false identities, our egos. The bath in Mother Ganga, the prayers to Mother Ganga, the darshan of Mother Ganga, cleans us of all of that as well. और माँ गंगा सचमुच एक संस्कृति भी है. अभी परसों the Honorable President of India, His Excellency Shri Ramnath Kovindji, was here with us. And in the sacred Ganga Aarti, he gave a beautiful talk in which he was sharing how in a country like Switzerland, jahan sab kuch hai unke paas, all of the money, all of the opportunities, sab kuch hai unke paas, lekin shanti nahi hai, खुशी नहीं है, मस्ती नहीं है. How after having everything, still inside they are not set. जैसे पूज्य स्वामी जी हमेशा कहते हैं, सब कुछ set है, लेकिन स्वयं upset है. And that's the culture that we see so much in the West. I know, मैं अमेरिका से आया हूँ और मैंने वहाँ देखा, same thing, same situation, having everything, accept that inner peace, accept that inner joy. तो माँ गंगा सचमुच एक संस्कृति भी है, reminding us and teaching us of our sanskriti, of our culture, that asks us not what for me, but what through me. That asks, how can I be an instrument in the divine's hands? How can I just keep flowing and flowing and flowing with no discrimination, with no hesitation, with no expectation? How can we live truly by these teachings of Vasudev Kutumbakam? This awareness that yes, we worship the Creator, but we also protect and preserve the creation, because in that creation is the Creator. So as we are here on these sacred banks of Mother Ganga, we remember these teachings of our culture, of this beautiful Sanskriti. And as we do the Aarti, we remember ye keval ek cultural event nahi hai. It's not ki chalo aap Rishikesh aaye, ek top 5 lift, just something. Ki you tick off of a list ki haan, Aarti ho gaya. But it's actually something to transform you. It is something to bring you closer and closer to that deep truth of who you are, which is one with the divine by any name, any form. Yahi apni Sanskriti. All forms, all names. But to have that connection, that deep connection. So as you are here, sure, no problem. Take pictures, take videos. I know it's how we move through the world these days. But remember also, not only to see the Aarti through the lens of a phone, a camera, but to experience it through your own heart, through your own soul. That's why you're here. Or lastly, unfortunately, COVID की वजह से सबके हाथ में हम आरती नहीं दे सकते हैं. लेकिन आप ऐसे मत सोचिएगा कि आप आरती नहीं कर रहे हैं. आप जरूर कर रहे हैं. हम आपके परिवार हैं और हम आप सब लोगों की ओर से, आपका परिवार की ओर से हम गंगा जी की आरती कर रहे हैं. तो उसको याद रखिएगा कि आप सभी लोग आरती भी कर रहे हैं. Or lastly, it's a beautiful blessing and a beautiful honor to invite you to join us आरती के तुरंत बाद परमार्थ निकेतन आश्रम में, inside Parmarth Niketan Ashram, immediately following the sacred Ganga Arati, we have our evening satsang, a spiritual question and answer program. It's open to everyone. Everyone is invited to join us. So, Arti ke baad Parmarth mein, in the sacred garden area of Parmarth Niketan. And we look so forward to seeing you there as well.
हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हम सब माँ गंगा के पावन तट पर प्रतिदिन आरती, अर्चना, वंदना के स्वरों को माँ के ही चरणों में समर्पित कर पाते हैं। ये उनकी ही कृपा है। और इस दिव्य आरती के मध्य, जैसे कि अब साध्वी जी ने बताया कि परसों हमारे देश के संस्कारवान राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी थे। उन्होंने बड़े प्यारे प्यारे विचार प्रस्तुत किए। केवल विचार ही नहीं, बल्कि उनके भीतर जो संस्कार भारतीय संस्कृति ने, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ ने तथा परिवार ने जो संस्कार दिए, उसका दर्शन होता था। उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी बहुत दिनों से इच्छा थी कि मैं परमार्थ निकेतन में ऋषिकेश में जाकर गंगा आरती करूं, और आज मेरी वो इच्छा पूर्ण हुई। लगता है कि यात्रा पूर्ण हो गई। ये सोचिए, ये हमारे देश की यही संस्कृति है। उन्होंने कहा कि मां गंगा और भारत एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। गंगा जी के बिना भारत कहां और भारत के बिना गंगा जी कहां। ये देश सचमुच महान है। मुझे तो पूरे विश्व में जाने का अवसर मिला है, लेकिन भारत की एक अपनी अनुपम देन है, एक अनुपम शान है। इतने तरीकों से उसका वर्णन किया जा सकता है, लेकिन समय ही नहीं, वर्षों कम पड़ जाए। सदियों से ये संस्कृति चली आ रही है, वो चलती चली जाएगी। इन्हीं संस्कारों और श्रद्धा आस्था के बल पर हमने कुंभों का दर्शन किया है। उस कुंभ के पावन काल में उस भारतीय संस्कृति में जीवित जो आस्था है, उसको उमड़ते देखा है। उस आस्था को कुंभ में, संगम में स्नान करते देखा है, और उसके माध्यम से हमने भारत और भारतीय लोगों के बीच में जो अद्भुत संगम उनके हृदयों में बसता है, जहां कोई गैर नहीं, कोई और नहीं, कोई भेद नहीं, कोई भिन्न नहीं, उसका दर्शन कराता है। मर्यादाओं का दर्शन कराता है। उन्हीं मर्यादाओं को जिन्होंने अपने जीवन भर न जाने कितनी तिलांजलियां दी, कितना त्याग किया, कितना बलिदान किया, स्वयं को कष्ट में जीवन जीते हुए भी एक आदर्श महापुरुष के रूप में, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम के रूप में जिन भगवान श्री राम ने कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए, 500 लगभग 500 वर्षों के बाद हम सबको एक ऐसे घड़ी का दर्शन हुआ जिसकी वर्षों से, सदियों से प्रतीक्षा थी। भारत के यशस्वी, ऊर्जावान, तपस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से अपनी निष्ठा और आस्था का दर्शन, उस पूरे प्रांगण में मैं था। वहां पर हमारे आदरणीय चलते फिरते मंदिर ही कहूंगा, चलते फिरते संत कहूंगा, हमारे श्री चंपत राय जी, जो श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र के महासचिव भी हैं ट्रस्ट के, और विश्व हिंदू परिषद के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट भी। क्या निष्ठा से इन लोगों ने साधना की है। पिछले लगभग 50 वर्षों से मैं देखता आ रहा हूं, अद्भुत साधना की है। निष्ठा हो तो ऐसी हो। लोग तो रुद्राक्ष, एक मुखी रुद्राक्ष ढूंढते फिरते हैं। इन्होंने रुद्राक्ष भले एक मुखी ना पहने हो, लेकिन ये खुद ही एक मुखी हैं। एक लक्ष्य को लेकर हम कसम राम की खाते हैं, हम मंदिर ही वहीं बनाएंगे, यहीं बनाएंगे। ये जो लक्ष्य है, आज भी प्रभु श्री राम मन से मंदिर तक की यात्रा, जहां जाएं हर मन में बसते हैं, हर मंदिर में बसते हैं। और ये पूरी यात्रा केवल राम मंदिर की यात्रा नहीं है, बल्कि राम मंदिर से राष्ट्र मंदिर की यात्रा है। और उसमें हम सबको सहभागी होने का अवसर भी भगवान श्री राम ने दिया है। वो अनुपम क्षण जब हम सब लोग वहां पर थे और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी की उस आस्था का दर्शन भी किया, पूरे विश्व ने किया, कि केवल राजनीति की वजह से नहीं, बल्कि भीतरी निष्ठा के कारण उन्होंने जो अभी केदारनाथ मंदिर में भी देखा, जब हम लोग वहां थे, किस तरह से पूरी परिक्रमा उन्होंने की, किस भाव से भगवान को प्रणाम किया। एक तरफ तो उनकी प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में प्रतिष्ठा, और दूसरी तरफ उनके पर्सनल लाइफ की निष्ठा, उन दोनों का संगम। आज मुझे प्रसन्नता है उसी निष्ठा को बिना प्रतिष्ठा की परवाह किए हुए, बिना किसी पद और कद की परवाह करते हुए हमारे आदरणीय संत श्री चंपत राय जी हम सबके बीच में है। जोरदार तालियों से उनकी साधना और निष्ठा का अभिनंदन। उन्हीं के साथ ही वैसे तो विश्व हिंदू परिषद ने न जाने कितने हनुमान जी से प्रेरणा लेने वाले हनुमान जी पैदा किए, उन्हीं में से एक हमारे श्री अशोक तिवारी जी एवं उनकी पूरी टीम, उन सबका अभिनंदन। हम जब आरती की वेला में हैं, बस इतना ही याद रखें कि हम सब के हृदयों में मां गंगा के पावन प्रवाह की तरह राष्ट्र प्रेम की गंगा प्रवाहित रहे, राष्ट्र भक्ति का प्रवाह सदैव प्रवाहित रहे। इस भावना के साथ मां से ही शक्ति मांगे, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना माता। ये विश्वास सदैव बना रहे। झंझावात आएंगे, चैलेंजेस आएंगे, लेकिन अपनी आस्था सदैव प्रभु के चरणों में समर्पित रहे। उनको एक प्यारा सा रुद्राक्ष का पौधा देकर, वैसे तो हमने प्रार्थना की थी वहां जब हम लोग अयोध्या में गए थे, जब बहुत छोटी सी लघु राशि उनको श्री राम भगवान के चरणों में समर्पित हुई, तो मेरी एक ही इच्छा थी, क्योंकि हमें पेड़ लगाने के लिए, और वो भी रुद्राक्ष के पेड़, कि वहां पर कम से कम 11,000